Trapped and immobilized by Venerable May's heaven and earth cage, Jun Moxie endures a merciless beating. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded supreme being, Lei Wubei, engages in a fierce battle with Serpent Queen Qinshun. Despite her delicate appearance, Serpent Queen Qinshun possesses a deadly poison technique. With a flick of her sleeve, she summons two venomous serpents that instantly strike Lei Wubei. Her agile movements and elusive attacks catch him off guard. Qinshun then unleashes a sea of vibrant green, drowning Lei Wubei in its deadly embrace. Faced with the Serpent Queen's onslaught, Lei Wubei wields his formidable sword energy to defend himself. The two warriors clash fiercely, their blades and swords creating a mesmerizing spectacle as they intersect. The verdant sea and silvery waves collide, forming a breathtaking tapestry of color and motion. As the battle rages on, Qinshun dominates the aerial space, raining down a flurry of icy stars. Lei Wubei retaliates by claiming the ground, transforming the battlefield into a deadly maze. Despite the palpable danger, the onlookers cannot help but be captivated by the exquisite spectacle before their eyes. In a flash of lightning, Lei Wubei soared into the sky, transforming into a silvery wave of blades, while the Snake Queen Qinshun rose to meet him with a pillar of green light. The two powerful forces clashed violently in the sky, creating deafening thunder. Lei Wubei invoked his technique of unity with the blade, combining his essence, energy, and spirit, unleashing an unparalleled sword technique. The Snake Queen took the form of a cold star, plummeting from the heavens. The battle was fierce, with neither side gaining an advantage. The ultimate duel ended in a draw. The Snake Queen Qinshun was severely wounded, and Lei Wubei's blade was depleted of its power. Both were no longer able to fight. However, the fierce battle greatly boosted the morale of the allied forces. Lei Wubei's bloody struggle had bought the continent precious time. Venerable Plum Blossom then announced that she would face all the supreme beings of the allied forces alone in the final battle. Her calm demeanor and immense aura made those present wonder if she had acquired a new power. At the decisive battle for the 8 supreme beings, Ying Bogong, Shi Chongxiao, and Lei Wubei rose to the challenge. However, their combined strength still fell short against Mei Zunj. At this critical juncture, the gravely injured Li Juishan emerged, unleashing a forbidden technique to restore his vitality. Determined to fight to the death, Mei Zunj, despite her sympathy for Li Juishan, warned him of the dire consequences of the forbidden technique. Yet, Li Juishan was willing to sacrifice his life to avenge his disgrace. Mei Zunj mocked Li Juishan for his vanity, while Li Juishan retorted that his reputation was more valuable than his life. With her cunning strategy, Mei Zunj exploited the weakness of Crazy Wind Sword God, exposing the reason behind his failure to advance to the supreme being level. Shaking Ying Bogong's resolve, she also pointed out Lei Wubei's grave injuries, casting doubt in his mind. Shi Chongxiao recognized Mei Zunj's psychological tactics and declared that the 4 supreme beings stood united and would not be swayed. However, Li Juishan, with no path of retreat, was forced to strike first. It remained to be seen whether his desperate gambit could challenge Mei Zunj's authority as master of heavenly punishment and reshape the rankings of the 8 supreme beings. After the surprise attack from Venerable Mei, Li Juishan, Shi Chongxiao, Ying Bokong and Lei Wubei joined forces to face her. Li Juishan's figure faded as he swiftly approached Venerable Mei, while Shi Chongxiao and Ying Bokong also attacked from different directions. Lei Wubei's saber thrust towards Venerable Mei's chest, while Li Juishan cut in from the side and launched a fierce assault. Faced with the foreman siege, Venerable Mei remained unhurried, evading Shi Chongxiao's fists, deflecting Lei Wubei's blade, and countering Li Juishan's attack with a shattering fist. Simultaneously, she struck back against Ying Bokong, who had descended from the sky. With a fierce surge of energy, Li Juishan, disregarding his own injuries, went all out against Venerable Mei. But she swiftly pulled away. Then, she abruptly changed her target and lunged at Shi Chongxiao, shattering his fists with 3 consecutive kicks. At this moment, Lei Wubei took the opportunity to wound Venerable Mei, only to find that she had effortlessly seized his saber. Venerable Mei flicked the blade with her fingers, severely injuring Lei Wubei. Li Juishan and Ying Bokong immediately attacked upon seeing this. But Venerable Mei blocked Li Juishan with her black robe and repelled Ying Bokong with a palm strike. Lei Wubei was shocked to see his precious saber shattered by Venerable Mei. Despite their combined efforts, The four men were unable to shake Venerable May's formidable power. Their encirclement gradually crumbled under the pressure she exerted. Venerable May allied his mystical abilities with Lei Wu Bai's to destroy the latter's treasured blade. Venerable May took advantage to launch an aggressive assault, gravely injuring Li Jutian and casting him towards Ying Bo Kong. Catching Ying Bo Kong off guard, Venerable May used the grazing palm to wound him. Meanwhile, Venerable May engaged in a fierce battle with Lei Wu Bei, who sustained severe injuries, including a badly fractured right arm. Venerable May continued his assault, inflicting further wounds amidst swirling dust. All four honored supremes were defeated, leaving Venerable May victorious. The granite battlefield had been shaved 3 feet deep by the raw power of the combatants' clash. Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuang Feng marveled at the defeat of the honored supremes, while Ying Bo Kong, Lei Wu Bei, and Shi Chong Xiao remained silent and struggled to accept their defeat. The battle marked not only the failure of the allied humans but also dealt a severe blow to the reputation of the honored supremes, proving their title was undeserved. A fierce battle that shook the continent has just concluded. The battle between the three supremes and Venerable May ended with the victory of Venerable May's side. The defeated supremes, including Thunderstorm, had to declare the Heaven's Punishment Forest as their forbidden zone and promised to fulfill the 3 conditions previously proposed by Venerable May due to the bet. However, the real purpose of Thunderstorm's trip had another secret. He conveyed a cruel message from the Palace Master of the Hidden Immortal Palace to Venerable May: if the Heaven's Punishment Saint King still does not appear in the ranking battle that will be held in 3 years, the Heaven's Punishment Forest will be removed from its designation as a fierce land, and the 3 holy lands will become the only forces in the clouds. Venerable May was furious when he heard this news and immediately decided to punish the Blood Soul Manor. With the help of Crane Chongshao, the 3rd king of the Heaven's Punishment Forest, Venerable May captured Li Tengyun, the young master of the Blood Soul Manor, and severed his legs in front of everyone. Li Juishan, the 2nd supreme, was heartbroken and furious when he saw his son suffer such a miserable fate. However, in his despair, 2 flying knives suddenly attacked him, targeting his vital points. Everyone present was shocked and did not know who had secretly attacked. At this moment, a deep and majestic aura came from the sky, and a figure in black clothes and a black robe appeared out of thin air. His attire was similar to Venerable Mace, leading to speculation among those present. The appearance of this mysterious figure indicated that this struggle was far from over, and the subsequent waves would be even more turbulent. At the Force Conference held in snowy Silver City, a mysterious black-robed figure descended from the sky with astonishing supernatural powers. Wielding a pitch-black flame, he incinerated the 2nd supreme, Li Juishan, and extracted his profound pill. The crowd was horrified and speculated about the identity of this individual. The black-robed figure revealed to the public that the Punishment Thunderbeast had not disrupted Li Juishan's plan by accident but rather was instructed by him to protect the Jun family. The audience was in an uproar, realizing that the Jun family had a formidable protector behind them. The black-robed figure warned the Shao family of snowy Silver City, claiming he would not pursue their past transgressions because death should fall upon the debtor. The Shao family was terrified, understanding that the Jun family had powerful support. Subsequently, the black-robed figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind a pile of white bones and a stunned crowd. Venerable May, astonished, questioned Jun Wuyi about the whereabouts of the Leopard King profound pill. But no one knew. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie, upon learning of Li Juishan's defeat, escaped amidst the distraction. His buttocks were severely swollen from Venerable May's punishment, and his trail was discovered by the Snake King, Qin Shun. Jun Moxie's assertive arrival and the enigmatic black-robed figure's identity caused a significant commotion. The major forces in snowy Silver City recognized the Jun family's might and expressed their goodwill, while the Shao family fell into panic. Fearing Jun Wuyi's retaliation, Venerable May sought out Jun Wuyi, expressing her desire to take Jun Moxie as her disciple. Jun Wuyi agreed, but only if Jun Moxie consented. After the conference, Thunderbolt and Gale, leading the twin supremes of Storm and Gale, confronted the Bear King, Crane King, and Snake King from the heaven-punishing forest. Ultimately, Storm and Gale's coordinated combat techniques and formidable profound energy gave them the upper hand, forcing the Beast Kings to retreat. Venerable May continued her search for Jun Moxie but was unsuccessful, leaving her perplexed. As the beast tide subsided, Elder May met with the three beast kings. She learned that thunderstorm and whirlwind were far stronger than any of the saints present, and that the hidden immortal palace was much more powerful than heaven's punishment forest. Elder May was disappointed with the Beast King's progress and ordered them to find the punitive heaven divine fruit within 3 years, or face death. Elder May contemplated heaven's punishment forest's fate and decided to venture out into the world. She left the Bear King and Crane King to guard heaven's punishment and set off with Qinshun. Standing on a mountain peak, Elder May's radiance eclipsed the moon. She uttered, "What should I do with you?" before disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, Jun Wuyi and others discovered Jun Moxie's disappearance. They searched for him but to no avail. Desperate, Jun Wuyi decided to rest for a few days. At this time, various factions in the continent spread the news of the Jun family's power, which had skyrocketed thanks to the support of a mysterious powerhouse behind them. Inside the tent, Guan Qinghan's heart was heavy with worry. Du Ji Yu Xiaoyi, sensing her distress, tentatively asked if she was missing Mo Xie. Guan Qinghan admitted that she was concerned for his safety, considering him as a family member rather than as a romantic interest. Feeling a pang of grievance, Du Ji Yu Xiaoyi inwardly complained that everyone seemed to be taken with Mo Xie. But she was the only one who had believed in him from the start. A plan began to form in her mind, and she rushed out. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xie, having used the chaos fire to deal with Li Juishan, was met with a violent backlash. His normally unyielding spirit was unable to withstand the excruciating pain that seemed to tear at his very soul. The chaos fire felt as if it were consuming his essence, leaving him in unspeakable torment. In a desperate attempt to cling to his last vestige of consciousness, Jun Mo Xie writhed in agony, not daring to succumb to unconsciousness. Sweat drenched his body as he collapsed to the ground, his limbs contorting unnaturally. The chaos fire thrashed within the furnace of creation while the genesis of heaven and earth art valiantly circulated, drawing upon the endless reserves of spiritual energy within the Hongjun Pagoda to aid Jun Mo Xie in resisting the backlash. Jun Moxie risks using the chaos fire, suffers a backlash, and endures unimaginable suffering. However, after the pain comes great rewards. After the chaos fire's backlash, Jun Moxie's body undergoes a metamorphosis. Spiritual energy constantly fills his body, strengthening his meridians, muscles, and organs. His physique becomes stronger than any mortal, comparable to Tang Monk's flesh. His meridians flow unobstructed, holding Zhan Qi like a vast lake. His cultivation speed also skyrockets. The creation and destruction power runs extremely fast, allowing Jun Moxie to fight indefinitely. After his body recovers, he realizes that his Zhan Qi level has jumped from the peak of the Jade Zhan realm to the low-level Heaven Zhan realm, leaving him in shock. Jun Moxie comprehends that while the Chaos Fire's backlash was dangerous, it also brought unimaginable benefits. His body and cultivation have received tremendous boosts, making him an inexplicable monster. Excited, Jun Moxie cultivates the creation and destruction power. Each cycle brings a bone-chilling sense of pleasure. With his strength returning, his heart fills with power and exhilaration. He recognizes that although using the chaos fire nearly cost him his life, it has also brought significant advantages. He is now not only in the low-level Heaven Zhan realm but also possesses unparalleled physical strength and cultivation speed. Jun Moxie's destiny has undergone a drastic transformation, turning him into a formidable martial genius. Jun Moxie was thrilled by the tremendous support he received from his siblings for his new book. He resolved to repay their love by working even harder to write more chapters. In a state of extreme excitement, Jun Moxie activated his opening heaven's creation skill, and discovered a substance like quicksilver flowing within his meridians. It was a sign of his spiritual energy undergoing a qualitative change, indicating that he had reached the threshold of the third tier. After much effort, Jun Moxie finally overcame the bottleneck of the second tier, unlocking the third tier of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. His progress was remarkable. He felt his internal spiritual energy surging like the tides, and a surge of emotion washed over him. At the same time, a mantra appeared in his mind: a path lies in the heavens. Time stands still, look up and behold. Towers of jade and pavilions content in the sacred mountains, fulfilled in the immortal lake soul's 9 stirrings. The path of alchemy may be entered. Jun Moxie realized that this breakthrough held great significance, equivalent to a major leap forward. He recalled that the mantras of the first 2 tiers also mentioned the word soul in 9 and he speculated that there might be a deeper meaning behind this. However, he had yet to experience soul refining of 9, soul transformation of 9, or soul stirrings of 9. And yet he had still advanced a tier, leaving him puzzled. In contemplation, Jun Moxie inexplicably felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, heralding his breakthrough to the heavenly profound initial stage. This newfound formidable realm lifted him from his former vulnerability. Resolving to leverage his strength, he set forth to accomplish what he once could not, casting aside the reliance on his enigmatic identity and the might of the Hongjun Tower. He yearned for genuine power. Upon entering the third level of the Hongjun Tower, Jun Moxie encountered an icy chill, and golden and cyan glows streaked into his glabella like lightning. Two streams of information flooded his mind: the mastery of the 5 elements gold and wood forces. He further discovered the advent of a formidable spiritual attack power and coverage. Jun Moxie understood that this was an eruption of spiritual power, bestowing upon him the capacity for frontal combat. Within Tianxiang City, Dugu Xiaoyi resolved to take action. Intent on claiming Jun Moxie for herself, she reached out to the guards of the Dugu family, deceitfully claiming a need for a forbidden item and aphrodisiac to aid in her research on medicinal concoctions. The guards were aghast. Aphrodisiacs were an untouchable taboo within the pugilistic world, something they dared not provide. Dugu Xiaoyi erupted in fury, demanding to know their purpose, but none dared to speak a word. For a moment, the men stood frozen, their spirits shattered by Dugu Xiaoyi's unyielding resolve. This farce foreshadowed the myriad obstacles that lay ahead for Dugu Xiaoyi's plan. Dugu Xiaoyi became furious and reprimanded her house guards when she discovered a few did not carry aphrodisiacs. She accused them of neglecting their duties, despite the house guards repeatedly declaring their innocence and that soldiers abstained from indulgence. Dugu Xiaoyi insisted on punishing them. Under severe torture, a guard named Linglong Hongjun finally yielded and turned in his concealed aphrodisiacs. Dugu Xiaoyi was overjoyed and believed it was the key to developing an antidote. Upon learning the application method for the aphrodisiacs, she ecstatically disclosed her plan to the house guards. She would use the drugs to assault Jun Moxie and force him to marry her. The house guards were horrified and immediately retreated from the tent, unable to suppress their laughter. Linglong Hongjun, overcome with shame, contemplated crashing into a tree to end his life. The house guard leader, recognizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to seek help from Guan Qinghan, imploring her to monitor Dugu Xiaoyi and prevent her from causing harm. Meanwhile, Dugu Xiaoyi, in her smugness, concealed the aphrodisiacs and awaited an opportunity to use them against Jun Moxie. She fantasized about conquering him and leaving Guan Qinghan in utter despair. However, her juvenile actions and absurd plans were destined to end in a farce, leading to even greater misfortune for herself. Dugu Xiaoyi hears of a love potion that can bind men and women together, so she plans to use it on Mo Xie to achieve her goal. Meanwhile, Mo Xie is unaware of her plot and is immersed in his cultivation. Guan Qinghan is concerned about Dugu Xiaoyi's strange behavior and goes to visit her. Dugu Xiaoyi frantically covers up her actions, pretending to look for clothes. Guan Qinghan senses something is wrong and decides to stay with her. After emerging from seclusion, Mo Xie eagerly returns to Tianxiang City and discovers that he has been missing for 2 days. His uncle, Dongfang Wenjian, severely reprimands him, but he manages to escape punishment with his wit. Mo Xie returns to his tent and attempts to use his newly mastered gold power to transform an ordinary steel knife into a divine weapon. However, Mo Xie realizes that gold power does not transform the entire piece of iron but instead highly compresses the essence, forming the desired shape. The rest of the iron vaporizes into smoke and disappears. He is amazed by the hardness and heaviness of the material, realizing that it would take a lot to forge a divine weapon. To his further surprise, the material is incredibly penetrative. After inserting 2 toothpick knives into a wooden table, they pierce straight through to the ground. Mo Xie cannot help but marvel at his discovery. Meanwhile, the undercurrents between Dugu Xiaoyi and Guan Qinghan continue, leading to an impending battle of wits over love and desire. Jun Moxie accidentally discovers a powerful ability to turn ordinary iron into divine weapons. He effortlessly pierces a wooden table with 2 tiny toothpick knives, showcasing their astounding sharpness. Ecstatic at the potential of this divine weapon, Jun Moxie believes it will significantly enhance his grandfather's and uncle's profound skills. Suddenly, Dugu Xiaoyi visits with apprehension. Finding Jun Moxie weakened from using his new ability, Du Xiaoyi becomes anxious after learning about Jun Moxie's prolonged absence. However, Jun Moxie's strength swiftly returns after consuming wine brought by Du Xiaoyi. Unaware of its altered nature, he praises the wine's sweetness. Unaware that Du Xiaoyi has added honey, Du Xiaoyi intended to use this as an opportunity to act upon Jun Moxie. Confusion washes over Du Xiaoyi when she observes Jun Moxie casually finishing the entire gourd of wine. Showing no signs of intoxication, her plan falters, leaving her uncertain about her next move. Noticing Du Xiaoyi's unusual demeanor after he finishes the wine, Jun Moxie inquires about her condition. However, Du Xiaoyi remains perplexed, unsure how to navigate the current situation. Unknowingly, Du Xiaoyi poured an entire package of medicine into Jun Moxie's drinking water. After Jun Moxie drank it, there was nothing unusual at first. But with the gradual onset of the drug's effects, he began to feel feverish all over. A raging fire burning in his dantian, with primitive urges in his heart that were difficult to restrain. Du Xiaoyi realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly explained that she had only wanted to tease Jun Moxie. But she had not expected that the drug was real. Jun Moxie could not resist the effects of the drug and stepped closer and closer to Du Xiaoyi, making her feel extremely frightened. Just as Jun Moxie was about to lose control, Guan Qinghan arrived in time. Exclaiming and berating Jun Moxie, Du Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to cry out and beg for mercy, saying that she would no longer fool around. However, Jun Moxie could no longer control himself. The effects of the drug became increasingly intense, and he could not control his impulses. Guan Qinghan saw this and hurriedly changed the subject, questioning Jun Moxie as to why he had acted so absurdly. Under Guan Qinghan's scolding, Jun Moxie temporarily regained a trace of sanity. But the effects of the drug continued to erode his will. Just as things were about to erupt in the tent, an arrow broke through the window and shot into the large candle in the tent. The candlelight was extinguished, and the tent was plunged into darkness, temporarily cutting off Jun Moxie's impulses. Du Xiaoyi took the opportunity to escape from the tent, while Guan Qinghan became entangled with Jun Moxie. After a fierce struggle, Guan Qinghan froze Jun Moxie with icy breath, which relieved the effects of the drug. With the help of Guan Qinghan and Du Xiaoyi, Jun Moxie was finally able to shake off the influence of the drug completely. However, this incident created a subtle relationship between the three of them, which would later lead to a series of new twists and turns. In the Tian'an military camp, a fierce struggle unfolds within Jun Moxie's tent. Guan Qinghan, initially outside with Du Xiaoyi, is sent away by Du Xiaoyi. However, she unexpectedly discovers that Du Xiaoyi has entered Jun Moxie's tent. Overwhelmed with suspicion, she rushes to the tent and overhears Du Xiaoyi crying for help. Bursting into the tent, Guan Qinghan is shocked to see Jun Moxie partially undressed and Du Xiaoyi covered in hickeys, a scene that suggests she has been coerced. Enraged, Guan Qinghan pushes Jun Moxie away and rescues Du Xiaoyi. After Du Xiaoyi escapes, Jun Moxie, for some unknown reason, becomes delirious and mistakes Guan Qinghan for Du Xiaoyi, attempting to attack her again. Guan Qinghan realizes that Jun Moxie has been drugged, leaving her in a difficult situation. Recalling Jun Moxie's past kindnesses and the support of the Jun family, Guan Qinghan's emotions are stirred. After moments of hesitation, she decides to take Du Xiaoyi's place to alleviate Jun Moxie's distress. However, Jun Moxie does not have any feelings for Guan Qinghan and would not have considered marriage if not for the arranged betrothal with her. As Guan Qinghan hesitates, she catches a glimpse of Jun Moxie's burning gaze. Her heart softens, and she gives up resisting. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoyi, upon learning of Guan Qinghan's predicament, rushes back to the camp and seeks help from Jun Wuyi. Upon hearing the news, Jun Wuyi and others immediately head to Jun Moxie's tent, hoping to prevent a tragedy. Du Xiaoyi rushed over panting to report an emergency. Jun Wuyi and the others quickly went to Jun Moxie's tent, but were stopped by Yingbo Kong, who informed them of unusual noises coming from within. Jun Wuyi was furious and ordered all military personnel to assemble at the training ground without delay. Yingbo Kong and his men, standing further away, heard the noises and realized that something untoward might be happening inside. Jun Wuyi sensed the gravity of the situation and denounced Jun Moxie's shameless behavior. Duji Xiaoyi arrived and revealed that the person inside was Guanqing Han, which inflamed Jun Wuyi's anger, leading him to believe that Jun Moxie had forced himself on her. He became enraged and intended to severely punish Jun Moxie in order to prevent the scandal from spreading and damaging the family's reputation. Dongfang Wenqing suggested that they allow Jun Moxie to hide until Jun Zhantian's anger had subsided. Dongfang Wendao dismissed this notion, believing that it was acceptable for a man to take a concubine. Dongfang Wenqing was outraged and the two began to argue. Duji Xiaoyi mustered her courage and clarified that Jun Moxie was not involved, but it was her own doing. She revealed that she had been angered by the third young master's matchmaking of Guanqing Han and Jun Moxie, and had thus acted out. Jun Wuyi was confused, unsure how Duji Xiaoyi's words related to the situation at hand. Amidst the chaos, Dugu Xiaoyi vehemently declared her possession of Monarch Jun Mo. Jun Wuyu attempted to appease her, only to be interrupted by Xiaoyi. Incensed, she confessed to spiking Mo's drink with an aphrodisiac, intending to consummate their relationship. However, the situation spiraled out of Xiaoyi's control. Instead of succumbing, Mo, under the influence of the drug, flew into a frenzy and attempted to molest her. Panic-stricken, Xiaoyi escaped, inadvertently leading to Guanqing Han's injury. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's account, the five grandmasters were astounded. They realized that Xiaoyi's rivalry had caused this mayhem. They learned that she had used an aphrodisiac known as carry 100 Jin, and had poured the entire vial into Mo's flask. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Jun Wuyu became anxious. Fearing for Mo's safety, Eagle Bold attempted to reassure him, reminding him of Mo's medical skills, which could potentially save him. However, Dongfang Wendao pointed out Xiaoyi's blunder despite cooking the rice. It had been consumed by someone else, rendering her efforts futile. Learning that Mo's master was the enigmatic expert who had vanquished Li Juishan, the others were somewhat relieved. Nonetheless, they found humor in Dugu Xiaoyi's recklessness and impulsivity. Dugu Xiaoyi misunderstood Sister Guan and mistakenly believed that making rice meant taking off clothes. Dongfang Wenqing's vulgar words were kicked away by Dongfang Wenda, while Dongfang Wenjian remained silent. Dugu Xiaoyi cried as a result, believing that she made Jun Moxie and Guanqing Han make rice. As time passed, there was constant movement in the tent, and the five people were anxious. As the sun went down and night fell, the tent finally grew quiet. The five mighty warriors stood by exhausted. Jun Moxie woke up to find Guanqing Han beneath him, covered in injuries. Recalling that he had drunk wine drugged by Dugu Xiaoyi, he realized he had lost his senses and assaulted Guanqing Han. Jun Moxie was overwhelmed with guilt and found that Dugu Xiaoyi was gone. He cared for the injured Guanqing Han, feeding her water, and transferring qi. Guanqing Han's breath came back, and Jun Moxie covered her with a blanket. Finding fragments of Dugu Xiaoyi's green dress and blood, realizing that Guanqing Han had sacrificed herself to save him, Jun Moxie felt a surge of tenderness and guarded her silently. In a previous life, Jun Moxie, who had never fallen in love, mistakenly took advantage of Guanqing Han's chastity after getting dosed with medicine by Duji Xiaoyi. As a result, he became the real brother of Guanqing Han's so-called brother-in-law, although Jun Moxie had never revealed his feelings to Guanqing Han. After this incident, he felt a sense of responsibility and tenderness towards her. He realized that Guanqing Han was the first woman he had ever truly cared for. When he walked out of Guanqing Han's tent, his face was full of apology and gratitude. He gently kissed her forehead. When Guanqing Han woke up, she realized that she had slept with Jun Moxie. She felt both sweet and complicated, and she was secretly sad about her embarrassing identity. When Jun Moxie's uncle, Jun Wuyi, found out about what had happened, he was amused and didn't blame Jun Moxie. Instead, he cared about Guanqing Han's physical condition. Jun Moxie's uncles teased him about it and praised his strength. After Duji Xiaoyi learned the serious consequences of her actions, she immediately apologized to Jun Moxie and promised that she would never do anything like that again. Although Jun Moxie was angry, he could tell that Duji Xiaoyi's actions were out of love. Therefore, he didn't get mad at her and only warned her not to act rashly in the future. Duji Xiaoyi proposed to Jun Moxie, But he said that he needed to think about it for the time being because his special relationship with Guan Qinghan might affect their reputation in the eyes of the world. Du Jiu Xiaoyi understood but still insisted on her feelings for Jun Moxie. Late at night, two masters hiding in the trees discussed the matter. They believed that Jun Moxie had gained something but also faced a difficult situation. The Jun family's handling of this matter would affect its outcome. Plan of Supreme May and Serpent Empress Qinshun. Supreme May and Serpent Empress Qinshun of the Heavens Punishment Organization covertly follow Jun Moxie's group, holding grudges against Jun for his perceived duplicity and plotting to teach him a lesson during their journey. They plan to use the Oriental clan's oath to force Jun to hand over the spirit pill of the heavenly punishment Saint Fruit. To avoid raising suspicion from excessive intervention, they intend to feign indifference towards Du Xiaoyi's act of drugging him, expecting him to suffer a torturous death. However, they come to realize that such an act is indeed unethical and may jeopardize their goal of acquiring the spirit pill. Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan's encounter. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan meet in a tent after Du Xiaoyi's incident. Guan is puzzled and disoriented by their sudden intimacy. Jun explains the circumstances and states that she is his woman. Regardless of whether she acknowledges it, he vows to protect her from any harm. Guan is bewildered upon hearing this but finds some solace in his words. Jun Moxie also reveals his selfish nature, only valuing his loved ones and women. He has no interest in becoming a hero or a righteous figure but will ruthlessly retaliate against those who antagonize him or trouble his women, including Guan's family. Guan becomes concerned about how her family will view her actions. But Jun's firm stance reassures her and worries her for her family. In the tent, Jun Moxie makes a serious pledge to Guan Qinghan. His stern vows always kept. As Guan Qinghan is well aware, Jun Moxie admits his ignorance of love. But he has come to understand Guan Qinghan's great sacrifices for him and claims responsibility. Guan Qinghan was surprised by Jun Moxie's unexpected words, as she did not expect the notorious womanizer to be inexperienced. Jun Moxie mentions being drugged yesterday, which embarrasses Guan Qinghan but also makes her understand that Jun Moxie did not act against her will. However, when Jun Moxie attempts to embrace Guan Qinghan, she resists, believing it to be wrong. Jun Moxie insists that Guan Qinghan is his woman and that he will formally marry her. Guan Qinghan is ashamed and angered, but Jun Moxie stubbornly persists. Ultimately, Jun Moxie escorts Guan Qinghan to her tent, but she is unable to walk due to her injuries. Jun Moxie carries her in his arms as his elder sister, causing Guan Qinghan to blush. After dropping Guan Qinghan off at her tent, Jun Moxie remembers his debts to the Bear King and the Crane King, and sets out to the heavenly punishment forest without delay. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Sky Fragrance, reforms are underway with Jun Wuyi's departure. The emperor promotes young scholars, weakening the power of major clans. The clans themselves are also in turmoil, as rumors spread that those accompanying Jun Wuyi on his campaign will be chosen as the next clan leaders, sparking contention. In a time of great turmoil, rumors swirled through the noble families of Tianxiang, alleging that an heir would instigate chaos. Amidst the uncertainty, family patriarch candidates grew anxious and secretly plotted. Some exploited the rumors to discredit their rivals, aiming to manipulate the family dynamics. The two formidable families, the Jun and Dugu families, remained unfazed due to their clear heirs. However, the rumors brought significant turmoil to the other families. The grandfathers of illustrious families such as the Murong, Meng, Song, and Tang families were deeply affected, and internal power struggles intensified. The Li family was the least affected by the rumors due to Li Yuan's presence. The aristocrat hall profited immensely from the chaos. Tang Yuan's auction of miraculous pills obtained from Jun Moxie caused a sensation in the capital. Tang Yuan bestowed exaggerated names on the pills, attracting countless customers. Meanwhile, the young prodigy Yang Mo, in charge of dealing with royalty at the aristocrat hall, became sharp-tongued and defended his interests fiercely. The ease with which the imperial family had taken advantage of others ceased, and three princes even visited Yang Mo to make him suffer. In a drunken moment of truth, Yang Mo declared his ambition to be emperor, sending shivers down Tang Yuan's spine. This unexpected turn of events added an eerie layer of suspense and fear to the already tumultuous night. In the imperial palace of Tianxiang Nation, The emperor was filled with anxiety as rumors spread throughout the martial arts world of an incredibly powerful backer supporting the Jun family. After consulting with Master Wen, the emperor learned that the rumors held a high probability of being true. Master Wen speculated that either the Jun family had recently recruited a formidable expert or that the expert had always been present. Regardless, the existence of this expert was no longer in doubt. The emperor acknowledged that while this powerful ally was beneficial for the Tianxiang Empire, it was also a cause for concern. Master Wen advised the emperor to maintain harmonious relations with the Jun family and to win over Jun Zhantian. The emperor responded with a bitter laugh, stating that Jun Zhantian was not the kind of person who would betray those who had shown him kindness. At that moment, a confidential report detailing the events of the war in the south arrived. The report confirmed that Jun Wu had escaped unharmed and that a mysterious powerhouse claiming to be from the Jun family had intimidated both Wind Snow City and the Blood Soul Manor before vanishing into thin air. Concurrently, the Jun residents received a secret report indicating that Jun Wu and Jun Mo were about to return victorious, but that Jun Mo would accompany the Dongfang family to their domain. Jun Zhantian was overjoyed, unaware that Jun Mo was planning to venture into the Sky Punishment Forest in search of He Sanchong and He Xishong. Jun Mo, on his third journey into the Sky Punishment Forest, activated the horrifying pressure of the Hongjun Tower to attract the attention of He Sanchong and He Xishong. Deep within the Heavenly Punishment Forest, the two great beast kings Crane Threefold and Bear Quadruple sat and drank wine, their hearts heavy with concern about the Heavenly Punishment sacred fruit and their promise to Jun Moxie. However, a sudden surge of overbearing pressure swept through, causing the profound beasts in the forest to tremble. Following the source of the pressure, the two beast kings discovered that Jun Moxie had arrived. Although Crane Rushing Sky was filled with guilt, he was overjoyed when he learned that Jun Moxie had come to fulfill his promise. Jun Moxie declared that he was about to leave Southern Heaven and had come to fulfill his promise. He asked the two great beast kings to adjust their states and prepare to undergo the advanced baptism. Jun Moxie examined the cultivations of Crane Rushing Sky and Bear Kai Mountain and reminded them to maintain a peaceful mentality. The two beast kings felt Jun Moxie's kindness and trusted him completely. They prepared themselves and awaited Jun Moxie's advanced baptism, looking forward to the opportunity to break through and become 10th level profound beasts. In the heaven punishing forest, humans and mystical beasts have long had a divide. Jun Moxie's kind demeanor allowed the mystical crane He Chongxiao and the bear Shang Kaishan to lower their guard and ask for his help in advancing their cultivation. Jun Moxie utilized the enormous spiritual qi of the Hongjun Tower and channeled his own Gen Qi into Shang Kaishan to aid him in his breakthrough. Under Jun Moxie's guidance, the Yuan Qi in Shang Kaishan's Dantian formed a vortex that delirious assembly. As heaven and earth's spiritual qi gathered like mad, eventually achieving spirit aggregation, with a thunderous roar, Shang Kaishan broke through the 10th level of mystical beast cultivation, becoming a true beast king. He Chongxiao witnessed Jun Moxie's sacrifice and dedication, engendering admiration for his commitment and trustworthiness. He realized that this mysterious man in black was someone to rely on, and that showing gratitude and cultivating a friendly relationship would benefit Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie felt a sense of indebtedness, believing that he had benefited more from the others. The two beast kings' gratitude deepened, believing Jun Moxie to be a true peerless expert. The thunderclap accompanying Shang Kaishan's breakthrough reverberated through the entirety of the heaven-punishing forest, alerting all mystical beasts to the birth of a formidable new power. The newly crowned beast king rivaled the strength of the formidable absolute heaven sovereign Li Juishan in his prime. Shang Kaishan's true form emerged, its golden fur glowing and emanating a brilliant halo that awed all mystical beasts. The heaven-punishing forest had gained a new formidable expert, further solidifying its reputation as the land of 3 saints and 1 fiend. After much anticipation, Shang Kaishan transformed into a human form, excitedly checking himself, confirming his successful advancement. With tears of joy, he knelt before Jun Moxie to express his gratitude, which deeply moved He Chongxiao. Jun Moxie lifted Shang Kaishan up, expressing his affection for his friend. Jun Moxie then extended his assistance to He Chongxiao, also enabling his breakthrough. Shang Kaishan and He Chongxiao lavishly hosted Jun Moxie, preparing a sumptuous feast along with the fabled monkey wine. Excitement filled the central area of the heaven punishment forest as spirit beasts brought forth exquisite fruits and delicacies, creating a magnificent spectacle. Jun Moxie noticed that, in addition to their toasts together, spirit beasts offering their congratulations included the Lion King and the Golden Tiger King. The Lion King's name, Shi Bu Cho, amused Jun Moxie, leading to a moment of jovial laughter. Reflecting on the joy of helping others, Jun Moxie experienced a pure happiness unmarred by self-interest or calculations. He realized that making friends did not require cunning but rather genuine sincerity. For the rest of the night, Jun Moxie was enveloped in laughter, cheers, and companionship. The enthusiastic hospitality of the spirit beasts and their reverence for him evoked feelings akin to the legendary Monkey King, leaving him thoroughly contented and gratified. Under the shadow of twilight, a mighty Eagle King descended, transforming into Ying Sui King, a cold and ruthless man with an eagle-like hooked nose, who paid homage to the enigmatic Jun Moxie. Next, a gigantic figure of Hu Qi, the Monkey King, appeared, panting with respect. Jun Moxie introduced the Monkey King and the absent Snake King, expressing regret for not being able to meet the Beast Emperor Mei Zunj of heavenly punishment. The Beast Kings intended to seize the opportunity of drinking wine to catch a glimpse of Jun Moxie's true face. But he ingeniously inhaled the monkey wine into his mask. The kings were astounded by his extraordinary act but disappointed that they could not behold his countenance. Abruptly, Jun Moxie inquired why Shi Buchu, the Lion King, and Hu Qi were unable to transform. He learned that 60 years prior, they had embarked on a reckless adventure, encountering 8 formidable beings who besieged them, inflicting severe injuries that diminished their power and their capacity to morph into human form. He Chongshao recounted the incident with fury, blaming Yin Wangchen, one of the 4 supreme beings, for employing the venomous Yellow Spring Dark Wind ominous technique, which corrupted the Lion King's and Monkey King's meridians and hindered their circulation of vital energy. Jun Moxie declared that he could lend assistance, demonstrating his remarkable medical skills. Shang Kaishan was overjoyed, expressing gratitude for Jun Moxie's willingness to intervene. The Lion King and the Monkey King were filled with astonishment and bliss, as if they had been resurrected from the depths of despair. Jun Moxie acknowledged that while the Yellow Spring Dark Wind ominous technique was formidable, it was not beyond his capabilities to heal. The company was thrilled, Shang Kaishan beaming with pride for his esteemed guest. The Lion King's and Monkey King's hearts palpitated with joy, savoring the euphoria of reunion and the promise of impending recovery. Jun Moxie possesses the Hongjun Tower, which contains the purest spiritual energy between heaven and earth, which has a restraining effect on evil forces. He came to the heavenly punishment forest, intending to make this place his future secluded place, in order to help the Lion King and the Monkey King, who were suffering from the cold. Jun Moxie released the powerful aura of heaven and earth from the Hongjun Tower. The aura was poured into the body of the Lion King, dispelling the cold that had entangled him for 60 years and repairing his broken meridians. The Monkey King was also cured, although the process was painful, but he finally regained his human form. The 6 Beast Kings were shocked when they witnessed all of this. They gave birth to a sense of admiration for Jun Moxie, believing that he was a living god. Jun Moxie, however, said that he helped them not for gratitude, but because he hoped that they would be able to help him with all their strength when he needed them in the future. The Beast Kings thought deeply about it. They understood the principle that great kindness should not be thanks, and they were determined to repay Jun Moxie's kindness at all costs in the future. In this way, Jun Moxie established a strong connection with the Beast Kings of the Heavenly Punishment Forest, laying a solid foundation for his future hermitage. Jun Moxie met the 6 Beast Kings of Heaven's Punishment and learned about the strict hierarchy among spirit beasts. Level 9 spirit beasts must transform into human form to become Beast Kings, while level 10 spirit beasts are true king of beasts. With Jun Moxie's help, He Chongshao and Shang Kaishan have broken through to level 10 advanced spirit beast level. The 6 kings knew that if they took the pill made from the 1,000 evils and myriad poisons fruit, they would have the chance to advance further and quickly improve their cultivation. Jun Moxie said that the sacred elixir he needed to refine still lacked precious medicinal herbs such as dragon's shushu grass and phoenix tail flower, and he asked the 6 kings to assist in collecting them. The 6 kings readily agreed, as they saw it as an excellent opportunity to improve their own cultivation. In order to improve his own strength, Jun Moxie planned to go to the extreme north to collect medicinal herbs and prepare to create the spectacular scene of the snow-capped sword peaks collapsing. He asked the 6 kings to collect only some of the spirit herbs, and he would obtain the rest himself. The 6 kings were very satisfied with their agreement with Jun Moxie and promised to do their best to find the spirit herbs and personally escort them to the Jun family to seize the opportunity to advance. Jun Moxie bid farewell, and the 6 kings tried their best to keep him, but he vanished into thin air. Utilizing the spiritual energy of the Hongjun Tower, Jun Moxie successfully subjugated the 6 great beast kings. Subsequently, filled with anticipation, he ventured back to the valley where he had previously encountered the adorable beast, only to find it eerily quiet, devoid of any trace of the creature. Under the scrutiny of his formidable divine sense, the southern region appeared unusually tranquil, contrasting starkly with the hustle and bustle of the surrounding forest. Intrigued, Jun Moxie extended his divine sense to search the area comprehensively, but was unexpectedly imprisoned by a viscous force, preventing his advance. Simultaneously, a horrifying wave of divine sense surged towards him, violently colliding with Jun Moxie's own. Despite his unparalleled strength as a sovereign divinity, the divine sense of his opponent was vastly superior, causing Jun Moxie to reel in dizziness and collapse, vomiting blood. In this precarious moment, Jun Moxie summoned the divine sense of the Hongjun Tower, launching a counterattack against the pursuing malevolent force. With the assistance of the tower, Jun Moxie's divine sense ultimately escaped its entrapment. At the same time, an anguished cry echoed from the south, indicating that the divine sense of his adversary had also suffered grievous wounds. Jun Moxie noticed a dense, milky white fog in the southern region, impenetrable to his divine sense yet allowing his physical presence to enter. The enigmatic nature of this area piqued his curiosity, and he resolved to investigate further. Employing the yin-yang escaping technique, Jun Moxie traversed the milky white fog, emerging into a vast expanse. However, divine sense continued to be ineffective, fueling speculation about the enigmatic nature and hidden secrets that lay within. Jun Moxie, a brilliant and talented youth, stumbles upon the rare medicinal herb 9 profound roots deep within the forest of heavenly punishment. To obtain this precious herb, he ventures into the misty depths of the sacred land. Enveloped by fog, Jun Moxie's ability to use divine arts is hindered, slowing his progress. Undeterred, he cautiously follows the vine of the 9 profound roots until he reaches a clearing. The trees, though abundant, are not as tall, and the mist is less dense. Jun Moxie locates the herb thriving beneath a pine tree and becomes filled with joy. As he prepares to dig, a golden-furred giant bear emerges from the forest. Jun Moxie swiftly disappears underground, retrieving the 9 profound roots. However, the forest of heavenly punishment is home to not only the bear but also powerful divine senses. Sensing danger, Jun Moxie swiftly escapes the fog's embrace. On a mountain stone, Jun Moxie spots the words Cave of Heavenly Punishment and realizes he has stumbled into one of the most enigmatic sacred lands. Filled with excitement, he departs, planning to return to Tianxiang City. Jun Moxie's expedition proves fruitful, not only acquiring the herb but also forging a bond with the beasts of the forest of heavenly punishment. Bolstering his strength, lying on her bed in Tianxiang City, Guan Qinghan was ridden with pain, especially in a place that was too sensitive to mention. She had exhausted all her physical and spiritual energy and felt utterly drained. Reflecting on the recent incident with Jun Moxie, Guan Qinghan felt neither resentment nor regret. She had had no choice but to rescue him in the Jun family lineage. However, she could not ignore Jun Moxie's domineering promises and declarations, which stirred a sense of bashful delight in her. She accepted that she had engaged in an irreversible act with Jun Moxie. Yet she felt no guilt. She questioned if she had become a shameless woman while also acknowledging her affection for her former brother-in-law. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, Guan Qinghan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, the tent flap opened, and Du Jiyu Xiaoyi peered inside, her face a mix of shame and disappointment. The young girl had missed her chance due to a misunderstanding and was heartbroken. Du Jiyu Xiaoyi inquired about Guan Qinghan's well-being, and though unaware of the situation, she sensed her pain. She assumed Jun Moxie had beaten Guan Qinghan, but Guan Qinghan denied it. Du Jiyu Xiaoyi naively asked how she had eaten Jun Moxie, leaving Guan Qinghan dumbstruck. After spending a night with Guan Qinghan, Du Gu Xiaoyi eagerly inquired her sister about the incident, essentially the details of sexual intercourse. Guan Qinghan was deeply embarrassed but ultimately succumbed to Du Gu Xiaoyi's persistence and explained the subject. The next morning, Jun Moxie appeared with the peerless appearance of a beautiful young man. His gaze as cold as ice and radiating the menacing aura of a king. He made his way to the tent where the 3 remaining members of the Bailey family resided. One of whom was Bailey Loyan. Jun Moxie's intent in making this visit was to recruit Bailey Loyan, having detected a unique trait in him, an indifference to the matters of life and death. Jun Moxie believed that with this trait, Bailey Loyan was a born assassin, and he harbored aspirations of establishing his own organization of assassins, despite having a previous agreement for a duel between them. Bailey Loyan's reservations waned in light of the ascendancy of the Jun family and the waning power of the Bailey family. Jun Moxie had intentionally chosen this moment to issue the challenge, aiming to crush Bailey Loyan's arrogance and persuade him to join his ranks. Jun Moxie was confident that with his own killer instinct and aura of superiority, coupled with Bailey Loyan's indifference to life and death, he would succeed in conquering Bailey Loyan, thus establishing his own elite assassination force. Golden rays of dawn illuminated the scene as Jun Moxie arrived in front of the Bailey clan tent with a piercing aura. The 3 masters of the Bailey clan, namely, Bailey Xiangfeng, another Sky Zon expert, and Bailey Loyan at the peak of Jade Zon, were compelled to emerge from the tent by Jun Moxie's formidable presence. Bailey Xiangfeng, as a divine Zon expert, ascertained the enormous pressure exerted by Jun Moxie, stirring bewilderment within his heart. Jun Moxie paid no attention to Bailey Xiangfeng's inquiries, directly stating his purpose, asserting that Bailey Loyan had an appointment with him. Bailey Xiangfeng's fury erupted, accusing Jun Moxie of arrogance. However, Jun Moxie continued to disregard Bailey Xiangfeng, instead shifting his focus to Bailey Loyan, informing her that he had prepared to settle the score for her. Bailey Loyan was deeply moved, realizing that Jun Moxie held the Bailey clan in utter contempt. Bailey Xiangfeng's patience reached its limit, uttering a provocative challenge towards Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie responded with indifference, declaring that the Bailey clan was nothing but trash in his eyes. Bailey Xiangfeng's anger surged, reaching out to seize Jun Moxie, intending to crush him. Amidst Bailey Xiangfeng's wrath, he underestimated the formidable force behind Jun Moxie and his own disadvantage in momentum. Jun Moxie cleverly utilized Bailey Xiangfeng's flaring rage, using his agile footwork to evade his powerful attacks. During one encounter, Jun Moxie even engaged Bailey Xiangfeng head-on with a palm strike from his right hand. Although the collision was not direct, the golden radiance from his palm instantly pierced through Bailey Xiangfeng's palm, inflicting severe damage. Bailey Xiangfeng was both astounded and in disbelief over his injury. Jun Moxie's cultivation also astounded the 7 hidden masters. To their bewilderment, they discovered that within just 2 short days, Jun Moxie had broken through from the peak of Jade Profound to the early stage of Heaven Profound. Bailey Loyan, who witnessed the entire event, was astonished but not surprised. He knew that Jun Moxie's formidable power was inevitable. Jun Moxie's talent and abilities far surpassed his peers, rivaling even those of divine profound powerhouses. Consuming with rage, Bailey Xiangfeng launched continuous attacks, but Jun Moxie handled them with ease. Jun Moxie contemplated whether to kill Bailey Xiangfeng, as the latter had twice insulted the Jun family. However, there was a secret underlying Bailey Xiangfeng's relentless attacks. He could not kill Jun Moxie. The powerful existence behind the Jun family would retaliate against the Bailey clan, annihilating them. Jun Moxie also weighed whether killing Bailey Xiangfeng was worth it, as the destruction of the Bailey clan would inevitably involve innocent lives. In the end, amidst the fierce battle, Jun Moxie pushed Bailey Xiangfeng into a corner. The disparity in their strengths was evident, with Jun Moxie holding an overwhelming advantage. The outcome of the battle was shocking. A youth at the early stage of Heaven Profound defeating a divine profound first-grade expert. After refining earthly iron into extraordinary metal, Jun Moxie gained a sharp blade capable of slicing through iron like mud. To decide whether to kill Bailey Xiangfeng, he weighed the pros and cons, realizing that the consequences were less important than his own willingness. Jun Moxie believed that killing Bailey Xiangfeng could deter Bailey Loyan, but the ultimate results of either outcome were the same. In the end, he chose to end Bailey Xiangfeng's life with a toothpick-shaped blade. Utilizing his body movement techniques, Jun Moxie found an opening in Bailey Xiangfeng's defense and pierced his right hand. Enraging Bailey Loyan, he then used an exceptional body technique to swiftly move to Bailey Hane's side. striking this Skyzone expert with lightning speed, ending his life instantly while Baili Shanfeng was distracted. Jun Moxie's plan left the onlookers astounded. He had not only killed the divine Zon realm Baili Shanfeng but also secretly slain the Skyzone expert Baili Hane. Satisfying Baili Luoyan's demand for revenge, Jun Moxie stood in his fluttering white robes, radiating a chilling aura of fearlessness, causing Baili Shanfeng to despair. Resigned to his fate, Baili Shanfeng begged to see Jun Moxie's weapon. Jun Moxie revealed the toothpick-shaped blade, leaving Baili Shanfeng deeply distressed. His throat was slit, blood spraying as his body collapsed. Jun Moxie's swift and decisive actions in killing both the Divine Zon and Skyzone experts left the crowd in awe. He turned to Baili Luoyan and inquired with a smile. Your wish has been fulfilled. Do you still intend to fight me? Baili Luoyan witnessed Jun Moxie effortlessly slay divine profound experts, and a sense of fear and inadequacy washed over him. He recalled the oppression and torment inflicted upon him by his clan elders. Now, seeing their corpses, he felt a surge of emptiness and resolve. He decided to follow Jun Moxie and forge a new destiny. Jun Moxie revealed his master's secret technique, which could briefly unleash immense potential with minimal aftereffects. He asked Duan Mu Chaofan and Si Kong and Yi to escort him back to the Bai Li clan and retrieve Luoyan's family. The clan leaders initially declined, but Jun Moxie's eloquent pleas and appeals to their sense of chivalry and honor forced them to consent. With a heavy heart, Duan Mu Chaofan and Si Kong and Yi agreed, vowing to fetch Luoyan's family on their way past the Bai Li clan. Bitterly, they realized they had been played by the Jun family but were powerless to resist. They hurriedly departed to avoid further entanglements. Jun Moxie led a 50-man escort team to leave Tiannan with Duanmu Chaofan and Sikong Anya. However, Sikong Anya and Duanmu Chaofan realized they had forgotten to bring their luggage, and their packages were carried by the escort team. The captain of the escort team, Li Tai, stepped forward and handed over 2 small jade bottles containing a decade's worth of pills from Jun Moxie's sect, which could increase a practitioner's profound energy by 10 years. Duanmu Chaofan and Sikong Anya were overjoyed and grateful for Jun Moxie's generous gesture. The 50 escort guards were calm and composed, fierce and bloodthirsty, which made even Sikong Anya horrified. However, they were unusually silent, leaving Sikong Anya and Duanmu Chaofan frustrated. On the way, they encountered a group of bandits, but the escort team quickly dealt with them and disposed of the bodies cleanly. Sikong Anya was astounded by the escort's formidable combat strength. However, he also noticed that one of them was eating a meat bun while slaughtering enemies, which was sickening. Sikong Anya and Duanmu Chaofan eventually decided to take the escort team to the Baili family to pick up people. With Jun Moxie's help, Baili Luoyan secured the assistance of Duanmu Chaofan and Sikong Anya, successfully retrieving his family. Jun Moxie handed a white paper with 50 names written on it to Baili Luoyan, demanding that he kill all of them within 2 months and make a name for himself. Baili Luoyan understood the implication, his eyes blazing with killing intent, determined to complete the task and become Jun Moxie's lifelong right-hand man. Baili Luoyan was ordered by Jun Moxie to kill 50 people within 2 months, a task of great urgency. He proceeded with caution and set off with antidotes and a vial of medicine that could improve his cultivation for a decade. After discussion, Jun Wuyi and 4 other experts decided to let Jun Moxie take refuge at Dongfang clan and wait until the controversy over Guanqing Han's identity had settled. However, Jun Moxie refused, believing that Guanqing Han had the right to pursue her happiness and that he wouldn't shirk from responsibility because of public opinion. Jun Wuyi's intention was to benefit his nephew and Guanqing Han. But Jun Moxie's response surprised him. Jun Moxie was dismissive of feudal constraints, and he believed that marrying him was no different from marrying anyone else. More importantly, Guanqing Han already belonged to him. Faced with Jun Moxie's indignation and determination, Jun Wuyi and the others exchanged glances. They realized that the young man before them was no longer the wastrel at their mercy, but an individual with independent thought and unwavering resolve. Jun Moxie's words challenged societal norms but also demonstrated his audacity as a leader of the new generation. Standing outside the tent, Guanqing Han wept. Jun Moxie's steadfastness moved her deeply and made her even more certain of her choice. She understood that she had found a man she could trust with her life, a man who would fight for her. In the military camp, Jun Moxie and Jun Wuyi argue over Guanqing Han's situation. Jun Wuyi advocates postponing the two's relationship, waiting for Guanqing Han's identity to be clarified before they hold a grand wedding to avoid gossip. However, Jun Moxie is unwilling to let Guanqing Han bear this pressure. And he resolutely states that he will protect Guanqing Han and face all accusations and insults. He accuses his third uncle, Jun Wuyi, of being too evasive, and once he hides, Guanqing Han will bear all the blame alone. Faced with Jun Moxie's strong attitude, Jun Wuyi and others fell silent, realizing that Jun Moxie's determination could not be shaken. Jun Moxie's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent, and he declared that if anyone wanted to hurt Guanqing Han, he would oppose all the people and go against all moral concepts in the world. Guanqing Han was deeply moved by Jun Moxie's words, and all her worries disappeared. Du Jiu Shaoyi is envious, hoping that one day Jun Moxie can treat her like this. In the end, Jun Wuyi praised Jun Moxie for taking responsibility, and stated that he would do his utmost to help. He ordered the soldiers in the army to seal their mouths and strictly prohibit the leakage of Tiannan's affairs. At the same time, he wrote to the capital to ask for instructions from Jun Moxie's grandfather. Indicating his support for Jun Moxie's choice, Jun Moxie firmly stated that even if he were to bear the punishment of his grandfather, he would do so without complaint. With Jun Wuyi's order, the army pulled out and returned triumphantly. Before their departure from Tiannan, General Wan Wuyan vowed to defend the city, and Jun Wuyi promised to do his best to keep his position for him after he left. The army returned in triumph, and everyone was jubilant at having emerged from the expedition without a single fatality. The aristocratic families that had participated felt like they had gone on a vacation and earned an undeserved amount of credit, while everyone who had served them had remained unscathed. However, they were unaware of the rumors circulating in the capital city that they had been abandoned and their nominations for family heir had been revoked. This made the aristocratic youths furious, and they planned to return home and fight their brothers, who had enjoyed the safety of home while they risked their lives. Although the Jun family had returned victorious, Jun Moxie and Guanqing Han's affair was weighing on Jun Wuyi's mind. He knew that their return would spark a storm of criticism and condemnation because their actions violated strict military discipline and morality. And Jun Moxie's behavior was considered a taboo that would incur the wrath of both the military and the civil service. To make matters worse, weapons were being stolen from the various families' armories in the middle of the night. But strangely, there was no trace of the thefts, as if the weapons had vanished into thin air. Within the palace, vigilant guards failed to prevent the mysterious disappearance of a blade in broad daylight. The elusive nature of the thefts leaves victims to believe that the thief possesses a skill superior to those who plunder the imperial treasury. Meanwhile, Du Shaoyi initiates an aggressive pursuit of Jun Moxie for her own romantic fulfillment. Yet, Jun Moxie's relentless pursuit of Guanqing Han proves futile, leaving him steadfast in his determination. Du Shaoyi employs similar tactics, entwining herself within Jun Moxie's affections, creating a triangular cycle of courtship. However, Jun Moxie's exhausted demeanor each morning does not escape the notice of his uncle Dongfang Wenqing. Mistaking his nephew's exhaustion for excessive indulgence, Dongfang Wenqing imparts a well-intentioned warning of restraint. Jun Moxie, taken aback, dismisses his uncle's assumptions. It turns out that Dongfang Wenqing, lacking in heir, has taken multiple concubines, leading to physical deterioration. Upon learning of this, Jun Moxie secretly contemplates using his medical expertise to restore his uncle's virility but decides to bide his time until the right moment. One day, Jun Moxie retrieves from his tent an unadorned but razor-sharp long sword. Its appearance lowers the tent's temperature, and nearby horses become restless. With swift ease, Jun Moxie severs a descending blade with the sword's edge, demonstrating its unmatched sharpness. Gently caressing its blade, Jun Moxie communicates silently with the sword. He believes it possesses a spirit that craves sustenance in the form of blood. Hailing from ancient knightly tradition, he smears his blood upon the blade. This gesture not only expresses his fondness for the weapon but also serves as a reminder of his Chinese heritage. Wherever he may roam, in the midst of the turmoil caused by the stolen weapons, Jun Moxie is revealed as the prime suspect. With his formidable abilities, he pilfered a large number of weapons, utilizing the heaven-defying skills of yin-yang exchange and transformation of the 5 elements. Jun Moxie transformed these steel weapons into rare and precious treasures of pure gold. Through several nights of relentless labor, Jun Moxie forged from 999 weapons a peerless sword. This sword was the first that Jun Moxie had personally crafted in this foreign land and was also the last sword that he would forge, exhausting his every ounce of strength. In the process of creating this weapon, Jun Moxie's spiritual power was repeatedly depleted several hundred times, an unprecedented feat of consumption. The birth of this sword not only marked the pinnacle of Jun Moxie's sword-forging skills but also facilitated the rapid advancement of his spiritual power and profound arts, propelling him from the initial stage of the heaven profound realm to the intermediate stage. Moreover, Jun Moxie's mastery over the power of gold was further refined. Jun Moxie named this sword Blood of Yan Huang and bestowed upon it an eternal mission to accompany him in his conquest of the world, vanquishing all evil under heaven, and to forever extol the name of Yan Huang. Meanwhile, the Jun Manor in the capital welcomed two distinguished guests. The Empress and Princess Ling Meng were frequent visitors, lingering endlessly at the manor. By the secluded courtyard of Guanqinghan, the Empress would often play plaintive melodies on her flute, each note heavy with sorrow and despair. Yi Guhan, nursing his wounds at Jun Moxie's sanatorium, remained steadfast in his infatuation for Princess Ling Meng despite his grave injuries and the loss of his profound energy. Whenever the Empress played her flute, Yi Guhan's turbulent emotions would miraculously subside. In the dimness of the night, Yi Guhan's face held a complexity of emotions: regret, sadness, longing, and a glimmer of contentment. His gaze lingered lovingly forward as his lips silently formed two words: Shusho. In that moment, the melody of a distant song tugged at the strings of memory. In a time when he had been gravely injured, convinced that his end was near, he had penned a poem. I regret not loving more deeply in this life. Willingly becoming a solitary wanderer, I deeply regret that my soulmate exists only in my dreams. I would rather betray the heavens than betray you. However, Yi Guhan had altered one line: if our ties remain unbroken in the next life, I would rather betray the heavens than betray you. This minor change carried his hope for a future reunion. Separated by an intangible barrier, Yi Guhan and Shusho stood worlds apart. Princess Lingmeng had inadvertently revealed that Shusho played the flute, a revelation that stirred Yi Guhan's heart. After many years, he had finally heard the melody Shusho cherished the most. Tears streamed down Yi Guhan's face, his love for Shusho unwavering. Realizing that his feelings were reciprocated, he no longer felt isolated. His heart brimmed with fulfillment. As autumn leaves swirled and fell, Yi Guhan sat beneath a flowering tree, his expression one of serenity and peace. From that day forward, the shadow of desolation lifted from his face. Meanwhile, the Jun family estate buzzed with activity. Old Master Jun watched the infighting among the other prominent clans with smug satisfaction. However, his grandson's reckless actions unwittingly brought trouble to the family. Old Master Jun was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He handed over the incriminating evidence to Old Pang, whose jaw dropped in shock. This comical incident momentarily distracted Old Pang from the looming crisis that threatened their clan. Marshal Jun Zhantian received a letter from Jun Wuyi, which informed him of the scandalous affair between Jun Moxie and Jiyu Qinghan. The letter provided a detailed account of the events. Jun Moxie broke off his engagement with the Jun family due to Jiyu Qinghan's involvement and accepted her as his foster daughter. As a result of her jealousy over Jun Moxie's affection for Jiyu Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi attempted to drug him and consummate their relationship. However, she fled at a crucial moment, causing Jun Moxie to lose all rationality. In order to save him, Jiyu Qinghan sacrificed her own body. Upon learning of these events, Marshal Jun Zhantian was deeply shocked and enraged. He believed that this incident would bring about the downfall of the Jun family and that the Dugu family must be held accountable for their granddaughter's actions. He resolved to pressure Dugu Zongheng to take responsibility for resolving this matter. Despite the fact that Jun Moxie and Jiyu Qinghan's intentions were not malicious, Marshal Jun Zhantian recognized the severity of their actions. He understood that the imperial historians and Confucian scholars would condemn them vehemently, and he was determined to protect his grandson's reputation and the family's honor. As a result, he decided to confront the criticism head-on rather than evade it. Marshal Jun Zhantian confronted Dugu Zongheng, furiously questioning him about his responsibility in this matter. Dugu Zongheng was equally indignant, believing that his granddaughter's behavior had brought shame upon his family. The two men exchanged heated words and ultimately agreed to work together to resolve the situation. However, Marshal Jun Zhantian harbored a secret hope that Jun Moxie and Jiyu Qinghan would marry as soon as possible to carry on the Jun family lineage. He even teased Dugu Zongheng, expressing his wish to see his grandson's exceptional marksmanship extend to finding a wife and producing a great Granon. Dugu Zongheng scoffed at the notion, claiming that Jun Moxie's shooting skills were not as precise as he believed. Marshal Jun Zhantian charged into the Dugu manor on horseback, recklessly trampling over the flower beds, which provoked the wrath of Dugu Wudi and Dugu Zongheng. Jun Zhantian stood his ground, threatening to dismiss Dugu Wudi from his position. Just as the situation reached a boiling point, Marshal Jun Zhantian made a surprising announcement. He claimed that Dugu Zongheng was his in-law, leaving Dugu Zongheng and his son utterly bewildered and perplexed. In the city of Tianxiang, two highly esteemed elders, Mr. Jun and Mr. Dugu, met in a courtyard, but the atmosphere was tense. Mr. Jun called Mr. Dugu in-law, but the latter angrily denied it, accusing Mr. Jun's sons of being useless, and his grandsons of being profligate, not worthy of marrying into the Dugu family. However, Mr. Jun subtly implied that he had already become in-laws with Mr. Dugu because Dugu Xie, Mr. Dugu's granddaughter, and Jun Moxie, Mr. Jun's eldest grandson, had a fait accompli in the southern celestial realm. Shocked, Mr. Dugu questioned his son Dugu Wudi, who couldn't deny it. It turned out that after Dugu Xie learned that Jun Moxie was no longer Mrs. Mo's younger brother, she drugged Dugu Moxie, causing Jun Moxie to lose control of himself. When Dugu Xie couldn't resist Jun Moxie, Guan Qinghan kindly intervened to help. But while he rescued Dugu Xie, he also had sex with Jun Moxie. After learning the truth, Mr. Dugu was furious, accusing Jun Moxie of being despicable and threatening to kill him. Mr. Dugu Wudi was also scolded by Mr. Dugu, who blamed him for raising his daughter improperly and causing her to do absurd things. Angrily, Mr. Dugu demanded that Mr. Jun explain what had happened, and Mr. Jun narrated it in a roundabout way, deliberately obscuring the truth and implying that Jun Moxie and Dugu Xie had already had a relationship. As they listened to Mr. Jun's narrative, Mr. Dugu and Mr. Dugu Wudi grew increasingly angry. One turned red in the face, and the other rolled on the ground. Mr. Jun picked up his teacup, leisurely drank his tea, and watched them rage. When Dugu Shang learned that no one in the family knew that Dugu Shao had gone to Tianan, he became furious. He flew into a rage, kicked Dugu Wudi and yelled at him. Jun Zhantian rushed in to stop him, but Dugu Shang ignored him and continued to beat up his son. Suddenly, old Madame Dugu and his concubines came. They learned about Dugu Shao from Dugu Wudi and immediately came to inquire. General Dugu was furious and announced he was going to kill Dugu Shao's biological mother. Old Madame Dugu was furious and asked Jun Zhantian why he called her mother-in-law. Master Jun explained that Dugu Shao had done something improper to his grandson. Old Madame Dugu was shocked and outraged after learning that her daughter-in-law concealed Dugu Shao's whereabouts. She ordered an immediate investigation of Tianan. But Mrs. Dugu denied any record of Dugu Shao. Dugu Shang suspected the family was hiding something from him and became furious, which caused him to quarrel with his old wife. In the end, old Madame Dugu ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. Despite his anger, Dugu Shang was forced to suppress his rage before his domineering wife. The Dugushan clan has plunged into crisis because of the incident where their granddaughter, Dugushan Xiaoyi, attempted to drug Jun Moxie. The Dugon matriarch was so angry she nearly fainted upon learning of this. When they realized that Dugushan Xiaoyi had also gotten involved with Guan Qinghan, both families' patriarchs were deeply worried. The Jun patriarch bluntly stated that if the Dugushan clan did not marry Jun Moxie, the Jun clan was not necessarily obligated to marry them either. Moreover, the Jun clan was already considering breaking off the engagement and marrying into the royal family. Faced with Jun Zhantian's aggressive approach, the Dugushan matriarch weighed the pros and cons and decided that both clans should join forces to fight against external accusations. At the same time, to be safe, she insisted on quickly resolving the marriage between Dugushan Xiaoyi and Jun Moxie to avoid an accidental pregnancy. Dugushan Wudi and Dugushan Zonglong were concerned about this, But the matriarch rationally pointed out that the Jun clan was not unworthy of their trust. Besides, Dugushan Xiaoyi's actions had severely damaged the reputations of both families. So marriage was inevitable. In the end, the Dugushan clan agreed to the Jun clan's marriage proposal and expressed that they would fully cooperate with the Jun clan to deal with the attacks from the imperial court. Meanwhile, the Jun patriarch promised to do his best to mediate the relationships between all parties and help everyone overcome this difficult time. On the official road to Tianxiang, a small town called Xiangya Town seems insignificant. In a tea house outside the town, a group of men dressed in white with stern faces are anxiously waiting for news from the south. This group consists of the 6 elders of the 7 swords from the snowy Silver City and 17 others, including Mu Shitong. Originally, the Silver City group set out for Tianan to deal with the Jun family and Ying Bakong. But due to the appearance of a mysterious black-robed man, their plan was disrupted. Fearing retaliation from the man in black, the Silver City High Command ordered the group to return. When Xiao Han heard the news, he was filled with resentment because his fiancée had been taken away by Jun Wuyi and insisted on challenging Jun Wuyi. The Silver City group reluctantly agreed to Xiao Han's request and waited in ambush on the road that Jun Wuyi's army must pass through. However, after waiting for many days, the Silver City group did not see Jun Wuyi but instead welcomed 2 women coming from the direction of Tianan. This unexpected turn of events filled the Silver City group with doubt. And they wondered what impact these 2 women would have. The people of Silver City were astounded by the sight of 2 women riding on horses, their beauty captivating all who beheld them. Xiao Fengwu, in particular, was awestruck, his eyes burning with admiration. The woman in white was like an angel descended from heaven. Her beauty beyond compare and her presence ethereal. Her loveliness made even the most stunning women feel inadequate, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery, both alluring and elusive. The young woman in green wore a disguise that concealed her face, her eyes brimming with curiosity, displaying the innocence of a young girl on the cusp of womanhood. The woman in white spoke with grace and elegance, her smile illuminating the room, leaving the onlookers in awe of her captivating beauty. Yet, despite their unparalleled beauty, their true appearances remained shrouded in mystery, rendering words inadequate to describe their charm. As the woman in white dismounted her horse and stood there, the fading sunlight cast a glow upon her, making the ground beneath her feet shimmer with an otherworldly radiance. It was then that the people of Silver City noticed a flicker of something unusual in the eyes of both women, which vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The woman in green suggested they rest for a while, to which the woman in white agreed, expressing an interest in tasting the snow mist tea. Xiao Fengwu eagerly prepared the tea, showering the woman in white with attention, drawing the ire of Han Yanheng. Xiao Fengwu, in an attempt to ingratiate himself with the woman in white, asked Han Yanheng to give up her seat, leaving her furious and distressed. The woman in green introduced herself as Mei, but her evasive responses to Xiao Feng's questions aroused suspicion. Hearing the name Mei, the elders and the Silver City 7 Swords recalled the venerable expert Mei from the chastisement forest, filling them with unease. The woman in white remained silent throughout, with the woman in green speaking on their behalf, claiming they were sisters from the Heavenly Fragrance sect and that their purpose was to trade. Xiao Bian sensed a mystery surrounding the 2 women, their every gesture and expression leaving the people of Silver City intrigued. Their identities remained an enigma, their beauty and aura capturing the thoughts of all who encountered them. To be continued. In a humble tea house, Xiao Bian and his uncle Xiao Han encountered 2 women in ethereal beauty adorned in white and a lively, charming girl in green. Xiao Han, who had intended to propose to the women, is embarrassed to learn that they have never heard of the renowned Wind and Snow Silver City. The girl in green casually mentions that they once jokingly referred to a snow pile as Wind and Snow Silver City, leading the Xiao uncle and nephew to believe that the women are mocking them. Enraged, Xiao Han is about to retaliate when his words are cut short by the girl in green's icy, menacing voice. The green-clad girl exudes a powerful aura of a supreme being, leaving even Xiao Bian in awe. At that critical moment, the sounds of Jun Wu's army approaching are heard from afar. Xiao Han's derogatory remark, "lowly woman," draws him into a formidable conflict with an opponent he cannot handle. The identity of the girl in green remains a mystery. As the crisis escalates, the arrival of Jun Wu's army introduces a new twist to the unfolding events. Xiao Buryu discovers the green-clothed maiden is not an ordinary woman but the serpent queen from the heavenly punishing forest. And the white-clothed maiden is her sister, Maiden Plum. Realizing the terrible trouble he has brought, Xiao Buryu becomes flustered and apologetic. Serpent Queen Qinshun is enraged over Xiao Fengwu flirting with Maiden Plum and Xiao Han insulting her, and threatens to bring trouble on Cold Wind City. Xiao Buryu knows that if this news gets out, Wind Snow Silver City will face annihilation. To prevent further conflict, the white-clothed Maiden Plum intervenes to mediate and issues a threat that Xiao Han and Xiao Buryu will be held accountable. Xiao Buryu is anxious, but dares not reveal the Serpent Queen's identity, for fear of exacerbating the conflict. Faced with the terrifying aura of the Serpent Queen and Maiden Plum, Xiao Buryu feels utterly defenseless for the first time. He realizes that Wind Snow Silver City has provoked a formidable foe, and their situation is perilous. Although the Serpent Queen has stepped back for now, Xiao Buryu knows the crisis is not over, and a conflict between Wind Snow Silver City and the heavenly punishing forest is inevitable. He rues his own recklessness and incompetence, which has brought the Xiao family to the brink of disaster. Near the snowy fortress of Silver City, the blood-clothed general, Jun Wuyi, is about to duel with the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Han. Previously, Xiao Buyu and the Snake King clashed with a young woman in white, stirring up conflict within Xiao Buyu. Jun Moxie faces enormous public pressure and is also troubled by Guan Qinghan's rejection. Despite Jun Wuyi's approval of their relationship, Guan Qinghan remains restrained due to prevailing attitudes and societal pressure, refusing intimacy with Jun Moxie. At a crossroads, 3 members of the Dongfang family depart to protect Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan. Dongfang Wenqing declares that if the Jun clan falters, they will betray their promise and seize them. In camp, Jun Moxie is frustrated by his inability to fulfill his physical needs, leading to rampant theft. When the quartermaster reports the losses, Jun Wuyi favors his nephew over others, surprising everyone. Jun Moxie begins forging weapons to pass the time, but soon loses interest, crafting only 9 swords. As his understanding of divine swords deepens, Jun Moxie's aura grows increasingly murderous, leading his great army. Jun Moxie is troubled. Along the way, Du Jiyu Xiaoyi pesters him, at times jumping on his horse and hugging him tightly, amusing everyone. At one point, Xiaoyi accidentally sits on a sensitive spot on Jun Moxie, causing him both pain and pleasure, and the surrounding veteran soldiers roar with laughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Han of Snow and Silver City suddenly appears and challenges Jun Wuyi. The 2 armies halt, the atmosphere tense. Jun Moxie is furious and pushes Jun Wuyi's wheelchair forward to confront Xiao Han. Xiao Han is enraged, accusing Jun Wuyi of hiding behind his army and using his family connections. While Jun Wuyi mocks Xiao Han for his former invincibility in facing millions of soldiers. But now his courage and strength have waned. Jun Wuyi's retort raises doubts in Jun Moxie's mind. How did the tragedy of his elder brother, second elder brother, and nephew occur? For 10 years, this question has haunted him. Xiao Han's challenge is not just a military conflict, but also the key for Jun Moxie to unravel the riddles of the past. On a battlefield spanning tens of thousands of miles featuring countless military tents, Jun Wuyi led his army in a challenge against the Silver City of the Wind and Snow. Despite the limitations of supreme experts in soaring through the sky, the vigilance around the command tent was impenetrable, not even allowing a mosquito to pass. Jun Wuyi suspected the presence of an internal traitor. However, the possible suspects were highly sensitive, requiring concrete evidence. Xiao Han's wild laughter confirmed his suspicions, but he refused to reveal any details, infuriating Jun Wuyi. To avenge his brother, Jun Wuyi resolved to fight Xiao Han. Jun Moxie forged a divine weapon 3 times heavier than an ordinary longsword for him. Jun Wuyi wielded the sword, revealing its sharp edge as he practiced. This caught the attention of Xiao Han and the woman in white. Xiao Han misinterpreted Jun Wuyi's admiration as mockery, which fueled his anger and prompted him to attack. Despite his disability, Jun Wuyi's profound Zan Qi effortlessly countered Xiao Han's attacks. Xiao Han realized that his own divine weapon was inferior to Jun Wuyi's longsword, leading him to fear that Jun Wuyi's strength surpassed his. However, seeing Jun Wuyi seated on the ground, he regained his confidence and launched another attack. Xiao Han brandished his long sword, using his dazzling swordsmanship to repeatedly circle around the disabled but highly skilled Jun Wuyi, aiming to launch an attack from behind Jun Wuyi. Although this approach was considered despicable by the crowd, Xiao Han did not care and exploited his advantage to the fullest. As time went on, Xiao Han's attacks became more rapid and ferocious. He unleashed his frost-piercing and snowstorm merciless sword technique, sending countless sword energies and snowflakes pouring down towards Jun Wuyi. It seemed as if Jun Wuyi had no way to avoid it. But suddenly he leapt up, his legs agile and nimble, his movements peculiar. It turned out that Jun Wuyi had been feigning his disability for more than 10 years. And now he revealed his true nature. With a kick, he sent Xiao Han flying and pursued him, destroying his Zhantian, causing Xiao Han to be severely injured and thrown into the air. Jun Wuyi beat Xiao Han with madness in his eyes and bloodshot veins, releasing the hatred and sorrow he had accumulated over more than a decade. He avenged the death of his brother and the dishonor of his sister-in-law, seeking justice for his family and loved ones. In the end, Xiao Han's Zhantian was destroyed, and he was severely injured. He could only struggle and cry powerlessly, his hatred and conspiracies shattered. As night fell, Jun Wuyi was filled with rage, and he lashed out at Xiao Han with his fists and feet, releasing over a decade's worth of pent-up hatred. Xiao Han's grandfather, Xiao Buu, intervened, but was stopped by Ying Bokong. At the same time, Jun Moxie emerged from the sky, wielding the divine sword, Yan Huang Blood, and accused Xiao Buu of violating the duel's rules. Xiao Buu and Jun Moxie engaged in a fierce battle, and the young master was surprisingly evenly matched, thanks to the power of the divine sword, which shocked Xiao Buu. Meanwhile, other factions on the battlefield were also engaged in fierce fighting, with the Silver City Seven Swords being held in check by Ying Bokong, and the Five Elders being immobilized by a mysterious killing intent. During the melee, the green-clad Serpent King was surprised to discover that this killing intent had come from her eldest sister. She did not understand why her sister would help Jun Moxie, as she had always despised him. Jun Wuyi's rage and desire for revenge drove him, and he was not willing to kill Xiao Han easily, but rather intended to torture him slowly. This cruel behavior angered Xiao Buu, but he was limited by Jun Moxie's swordsmanship and was unable to unleash his full strength. Jun Moxie's swordsmanship was enigmatic and unpredictable, and Xiao Buu had never seen it before, nor could he find a solution for it. As time passed, the battle gradually reached a stalemate, as both sides exhausted all their resources, and a fierce and bloody showdown ensued. In a fierce battle with Xiao Baiyu, Jun Moxie wielded a razor-sharp sword, the force of which astonished Xiao Baiyu and could easily break through even the profound aura of the Xuanxuan fourth rank. Xiao Baiyu was forced into a defensive position, but even with his deep inner force, Jun Moxie's violent attacks proved ineffective. Jun Moxie, taking advantage of his inexhaustible spiritual power, constantly changed his tactics, forcing Xiao Baiyu into disarray. However, Jun Moxie noticed that Xiao Baiyu, despite being at a disadvantage, was always on the defensive and made no attempts to attack. Realizing Xiao Baiyu's caution, Jun Moxie had a flash of inspiration, and while executing exquisite swordsmanship, he deliberately made some ridiculous and provocative gestures. These gestures, though seemingly harmless, successfully ignited Xiao Baiyu's inner fury. While Xiao Baiyu was flustered by anger, Jun Moxie took the opportunity to use similarly exquisite sword techniques, rendering Xiao Baiyu unable to resist. In this way, Jun Moxie continuously drained Xiao Baiyu's mental energy, while Xiao Baiyu was unable to find a suitable opportunity to counterattack. The battle was at a stalemate, but Jun Moxie became more and more courageous, his moves becoming increasingly fierce. Xiao Baiyu found it difficult to parry, and the profound aura in his body continued to diminish. At the same time, Ying Bokong and Jun Wuyi had also defeated their opponents and joined the battle, forming a pincer attack on Xiao Baiyu. Under the siege of several masters, Xiao Baiyu finally collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. Jun Moxie's masterful combination of swordsmanship and footwork, as well as his provocative tactics that could infuriate his opponents, left everyone present in awe. Jun Moxie hinted to Xiao Baiyu that he would keep fighting, while Xiao Baiyu played steadily, leading to a stalemate. However, Jun Moxie was secretly observing the battle between the Seven Swords of Silver City and Ying Bokong, and seemed to be plotting something. At the critical moment of the battle, Jun Moxie changed his tactics, and the sword technique originally aimed at Xiao Buyu suddenly turned to the 7 swords of Silver City, which surprised everyone. The 7 swords of Silver City were attacked from both the front and back, and the situation was critical. Xiao Buyu was furious and attacked Jun Moxie with all his might, only to find that Jun Moxie had suddenly disappeared. Jun Moxie used the special ability of the Heaven and Earth creation skill to change the momentum of his sword before Xiao Bayu's palm strike, using the technique of uniting body and sword to attack the 7 swords of Silver City. At the same time, he deliberately lured Xiao Buyu, making him mistakenly believe that he could successfully kill the 7 swords, and thus making Xiao Buyu fall into a rage. However, just when Xiao Bayu's palm struck the 7 swords of Silver City, Jun Moxie disappeared again, causing Xiao Bayu's attack to miss. At this time, the 9 people were fighting fiercely, and the scene was chaotic. Jun Moxie took advantage of the chaos to appear in front of Xiao Han, with the sword tip pointing at Xiao Han's vital point. Xiao Buyu was shocked when he saw this scene. When he turned his head, he found Jun Moxie's figure appearing in front of Xiao Han and among the 9 people fighting at the same time. His speed was so fast that it was unpredictable. Xiao Bayu's eyes were blazing with fury. His only grandson, Xiao Han, had been brutally crippled of his limbs, meridians, and senses, and even had his eyes gouged out. The perpetrator was Jun Moxie, who had done this intentionally to incite Xiao Bayu's anger, with the aim of killing him. Jun Moxie's mind was suddenly flooded with countless memory fragments that made him develop an intense hatred for Xiao Han. He believed that his father, uncle, and tens of thousands of soldiers had been cruelly killed by Xiao Han. He raised his long sword and pierced Xiao Han's eyes, also severing his tendons in his hands and feet, completely crippling him. Xiao Bayu was furious, coughing up blood as he watched his grandson being tortured in despair. With a series of strikes, Jun Moxie destroyed Xiao Han's nose, teeth, and tongue, and cut off his genitals. Xiao Han was in living hell, yet he still did not die. Xiao Bayu's heart was shattered, and he was powerless to stop it. Jun Moxie laughed maniacally, revealing to Xiao Bayu the Xiao family's treacherous plot against the Jun family, and the countless soldiers who had sacrificed their lives for Xiao Han's selfish desires. He vowed to wipe out Xiao Bayu's descendants and make him witness the destruction of his own clan. Hatred burned in Xiao Bayu's eyes, and he resolved to seek revenge on Jun Moxie at all costs, turning him into a complete cripple. As Jun Moxie kicked Xiao Han's genitals, shattering them, the scene was illuminated by firelight, and all those present were frozen in horror and silence. Under the horrified gaze of the Serpent King, Jun Moxie tortures Xiao Han with cold and merciless punishments, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Despite Xiao Han's desperate pleas for life or death, Jun Moxie remains calm and collected, chatting idly. His heart of stone and cruel methods horrify the onlookers, leaving even the steadfast Xiao Bayan flabbergasted. Jun Moxie nonchalantly admits to attacking the Yellow Flower Hall, revealing their heinous crimes. As his words sink in, Jun Wu Yi becomes agitated, realizing Jun Moxie's motives may involve his own father. Jun Moxie continues his interrogation of Xiao Bayan, hinting at the Yellow Flower Hall's cruel practices against children connecting to missing former members of the Jun clan. Xiao Bayan, filled with rage, tries to power up for a counterattack, but Jun Moxie sees through it. Jun Moxie's coldness and ruthless nature drive Xiao Bayan to despair, and he forlornly calls Jun Moxie a devil. However, Jun Moxie remains unfazed, retorting that the Xiao family has outdone the devil in their actions. Finally, Jun Moxie raises his sword and decapitates Xiao Han, obliterating him. The onlookers tremble in fear, witnessing the might of a weapon that can kill millions without staining its blade. Jun Moxie's vengeful act also resonates with Jun Wu Yi, bringing to mind his father's sorrow over lost comrades and the realization that Xiao Han's fate could be connected to the disappearance of former Jun clan members. The story leaves a cliffhanger, leaving the subsequent chapters to reveal Jun Moxie's intentions and the whereabouts of the missing former Jun clan members. Jun Moxie investigates the mysterious disappearance of his father's former subordinates and their families. A series of headless murders without clues occur in various regions. He suspects the mastermind behind the massacre at the Yellow Flower Hall holds a grudge against the Jun family, and confronts Xiao Buyu. Xiao Buyu initially denies involvement, But Jun Moxie's relentless questioning highlights Xiao Han's visit to the Jun family in Tianxiang City after the Yellow Flower Hall's destruction and the Xiao family's influence in suppressing the headless murder cases. Xiao Buyu becomes distraught and admits the Xiao family's role in the Yellow Flower Hall massacre. Jun Moxie deduces that Xiao Buyu supported his grandson's revenge, leading to the Yellow Flower Hall's annihilation. He accuses the Xiao family of inhumane actions and threatens to cripple their cultivation and limbs, leaving them in a living hell. Psychologically broken, Xiao Buyu reveals the traitor who infiltrated the army years ago. Under Jun Moxie's deafening question, Xiao Bian was greatly shocked. He predicted that Xiao Bian would be extremely vulnerable at this moment, and immediately took advantage of this opportunity to use hypnosis with a soul-capturing technique. Under hypnosis, Xiao Bian revealed a series of shocking secrets to Jun Moxie. He confessed that the people who assassinated Jun Woi and Jun Wumeng were from Blood Sword Hall, and their purpose was to seize Wind Snow Silver City. The Xiao family had long planned to capture Silver City, but Jun Wu's meddling disrupted their plan. In retaliation, the Xiao family decided to join forces with Blood Sword Hall to deal with the Jun family. Xiao Bian also confessed the ignominious behavior of Xiao Han and others in establishing the Yellow Flower Hall in Wind Snow Silver City, as well as the role Blood Sword Hall played in the operation. With this information, Jun Moxie connected the conspiracy between the Xiao, Han and Blood Sword Halls. Currently, the present elders were divided into two factions. Xiao family elders looked flustered, while Han family elders were furious and irrepressible. Han Yanmeng also learned the truth about the Xiao family's secret plot against her, and became shocked and angry. Jun Moxie was surprised by the Xiao family's ambition and means to capture Silver City, and decided to give Xiao Bian the punishment he deserved. Jun Moxie was determined to make the blasphemous Xiao Buryu endure eternal infamy. With a clever maneuver in front of a wide audience, Jun Moxie made Xiao Buryu perform an explicit striptease, causing him to lose face. As Xiao Buryu stripped one layer off after another, his humiliation escalated. The soldiers were initially taken aback by his welted physique, but soon their expressions turned into mockery. Han Yanmeng's overwhelming embarrassment led to her losing her concentration, breaking Jun Moxie's mind control, and Xiao Buryu regained consciousness, finding himself completely exposed in front of thousands. Xiao Buryu was horrified as he realized Jun Moxie's scheme, his heart filled with resentment and sorrow. Unable to endure the extreme humiliation, Xiao Buryu chose to explode himself for deliverance. Xiao Baria's peculiar death not only shocked everyone present but also provoked conflicting emotions in the Seven Swords of Silver City. They despised Xiao Baria's shameful conduct but pitied his tragic end. Jun Moxie remained cold and indifferent, with no sympathy in his heart, as he believed Xiao Buryu deserved his fate. The soldiers, who had long despised the infamous Xiao family of Silver City, were exhilarated by Xiao Baria's humiliation. They mercilessly mocked him, even going so far as to sexually harass him, to the highest degree of humiliation. Xiao Baria's death was a tragedy, but it was also a triumph of justice. His self-destruction not only ended his own life but also avenged the victims wronged by him. After Xiao Bufan self-destructed, Jun Moxie looked on coldly, disdaining the Xiao family's weakness. At this moment, the five great elders' powers suddenly dissipated, and the Xiao and Han families split into two factions, opposing each other fiercely. The third elder of the Han family furiously denounced the Xiao family's ingratitude, declaring their intention to capture the Xiao family elders. The power gap between the two sides was vast. The third elder of the Xiao family was severely weakened, while the Han family had gained Mu Shitong, an intermediate sky-profound realm expert. At this critical moment, Jun Moxie made his move, strangling Xiao Feng's neck and threatening the Xiao family elders. The Xiao family elders accused Jun Moxie of bullying the weak, but Jun Moxie retorted, condemning the Xiao family's past misdeeds. The sixth elder attempted to rescue Xiao Fengwu, but Jun Moxie's methods were ruthless and cruel, breaking Xiao Feng's limbs and finally snapping his neck. The sixth elder was enraged but was unable to attack Jun Moxie as Xiao Fengwu blocked his path. Jun Moxie kicked Xiao Fengwu towards the sixth elder once again. The sixth elder was forced to catch him and was horrified to find that Xiao Fengwu was now a cripple. This act both enraged and frightened the sixth elder, as he realized the terrifying power of Jun Moxie. The story is left unfinished. with suspense heightened by the unresolved animosity between the Shao and Han families and the overwhelming strength and decisiveness of Jun Moxie. The sixth elder was prepared and ready to confront Jun Moxie. However, Jun Moxie unexpectedly bypassed the sixth elder and appeared behind the eighth and ninth elders with unimaginable speed. A cold light flashed, and the blood of Yanwang cut through the legs of the eighth and ninth elders, who were completely unaware, when they realized, their legs were in excruciating pain, and blood was gushing out. They only then discovered that both their legs had been cut off. The sixth elder was shocked to witness this scene and wailed, "Old 8, old 9, are you all right?" The eighth and ninth elders examined each other and confirmed they were fine. Scoffing, "A mere junior at the Sky Profound Realm. What can you do to us?" However, before they finished speaking, their robes suddenly fell at the thighs, revealing two pairs of smooth, bare legs. The two were horrified to find that their legs had been cut off. But they hadn't noticed due to the lightning-fast speed. There was dead silence around. Jun Moxie's speed and the sharpness of his sword were unbelievable. Two divine profound powerhouses had their legs cut off without knowing. While heavily wounded, the sixth elder was overwhelmed with grief and fury. His eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Eighth brother, ninth brother." He looked around and found himself surrounded by a gathering crowd, including the Jun family members and the Silver City swordsmen. The Shao family's forces had been completely annihilated, and the sixth elder was cornered. In despair, the sixth elder stabbed Shao Fengwu to death, ready to commit suicide. But Jun Moxie had already appeared behind him and stabbed him through the chest. 4 divine profound and 1 sky profound cultivator had perished under Jun Moxie's sword. In its first battle, the blood of Yanwang was baptized with the blood of 5 despicable villains. Jun Moxie faced the Silver City crowd and said calmly, "The grudges have been settled. Do you have anything else to say?" Jun Moxie stands in the battlefield, facing Silver City's 2 elders and 7 swordsmen. With an indifferent expression, he declares that the personal grudges between the Shao family and the Jun family have been settled, and asks if anyone present has any objections. The crowd looks at each other, speechless. Jun Moxie apologizes for losing Silver City's face, but emphasizes that this is not targeted at Snow Wind Silver City, but because the Shao family's conspiracy to harm Silver City has been revealed. Jun Moxie claims to be benevolent and does not want to kill innocent people, so he spares the culprit Shao Han's life, and emphasizes that he only asked Shao Bian to dance temporarily, and did not want to kill him. He also claims that Shao Feng's death was caused by the sixth elder, and has nothing to do with him. Jun Moxie's shameless remarks shocked everyone, and generals like Ying Bo Kong even vomited. Jun Moxie ignores it, and asks everyone to send the injured Shao Han and the other 2 back to Silver City. Jun Wu Yi is overjoyed when he learns that the orphans in the Yellow Flower Hall may be his brother's descendants. To comfort Jun Wu Yi, Jun Moxie claims to have arranged a treatment and rehabilitation plan, and promises to ask his master to refine a restorative medicine. Jun Wu Yi leaves, his back desolate. Jun Moxie worries that Jun Wu Yi's hatred for the orphans will become a hidden danger between him and Han Yanyao. Ying Bo Kong warns Jun Moxie that his actions are too reckless and will arouse suspicion. But Jun Moxie doesn't care, claiming that his actions are to challenge the secular Confucianism. He says that he dares to kill the Shao family, and he dares to kill anyone who is his enemy. The morality of Confucianism and the authority of the imperial power are worthless in the eyes of him. After the fierce battle, General Jun San and Ying Bakong led the army to set off. But the aftermath of the battle was still ongoing. Jun Moxie learned of a difficult situation and was depressed. After returning to the army, Ying Bakong and Jun Moxie stayed in the army to adjust. At this time, 2 women appeared in the tea house. One was a plain-looking girl in green clothes, who called herself Mei Qianqin. The other was a beautiful girl in white clothes, who called herself Mei Shuiyan. They said that they were in danger while escaping and were rescued by Jun Moxie and Ying Bakong. Jun Moxie doubted the identity of the girl in green clothes because her appearance was similar to Queen Snake Qinshun, who had disappeared for a long time. Ying Bakong also thought of Queen Snake, but they both denied it because the girl in front of them lacked Queen Snake's strong aura. Mei Qianqin told the story of her being robbed by the Shao family. But Jun Moxie's frivolous words and judging people by their appearance angered Queen Snake Qinshun alias Mei Shuiyan, and she secretly harbored hostility towards Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan asked to return to Tianxiang City with the army, and Jun Moxie agreed, intending to use her beauty to deal with Guan Qinghan. Ying Bakong also confirmed that they were not a threat. At midnight that day, a strange thing happened, foreshadowing the plot that followed. Late one night, Dugu Xiaoyi's pet Xiaobai mysteriously returns. Filling her with joy, Jun Moxie arrives at the news, surprised, and notices the Bai-Bai's unusual composure. Jun Moxie's perfect physique arouses the envy of Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi, especially his fair and flawless skin. Xiaobai's return shows its growth and it starts cultivating diligently. The next day, the journey continues at a faster pace. Jun Moxie secretly suspects that Xiaobai's return is related to the Beast King of Heavenly Retribution, but doesn't investigate further. Along the way, Jun Moxie intentionally gets close to Mei Shuiyan to provoke Guan Qinghan, but is met with indifference from Mei Shuiyan. Guan Qinghan finally reveals that they have noticed something unusual in Xiaobai's behavior, leading them to believe that Mei Shuiyan and Mei Qianqing are not from Tianxiang City but have a hidden background. They claim to have been persecuted by the Xiao family of Fengshui Yincheng, but in reality are in a standoff with the Xiao family, suggesting they have powerful protectors. Guan Qinghan points out that even Ying Bakong failed to detect this hidden power, indicating that their profound arts are at least on par with Ying Bakong's. They deduce that the protectors of Mei Shuiyan and Mei Qianqing may come from a higher level of the profound arts world. Jun Moxie ponders for a long time, realizing the gravity of the situation. They seem to be keeping a secret and it could pose a threat to the team. He is disappointed when Guan Qinghan's arrival at his tent in the night is accompanied by Dugu Xiaoyi and Xiaobai. Guan Qinghan solemnly states that they are investigating the identity of Mei Shuiyan and Mei Qianqing and asks Jun Moxie to take the matter seriously. Jun Moxie questions the case of the missing women. Why would they seek refuge if they had such strong guards? Guan Qinghan posits that the women might have their own abilities to protect themselves and could even be reclusive powerhouses. Jun Moxie remains cautious and plans to investigate in secret. Dugu Xiaoyi approaches Jun Moxie to ask him to cook with her, meaning to sleep together, but he declines. She suggests Mei Qianqing's advice, saying that getting pregnant could solve the obstacles. Jun Moxie panics, fearing the consequences, and flees into the Hongjun Tower to avoid her. Dugu Xiaoyi, disappointed, crawls into Jun Moxie's bed to wait for him, but falls asleep. Jun Moxie refines pills in the Hongjun Tower, including charcoal pills that can improve a person's natural abilities. He discovers that the charcoal pills are much more effective than the decade pills and can change a person's natural abilities. Jun Moxie successfully refines the charcoal pills and feels his physique and spiritual energy continuously improving. Jun Moxie discovers that the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual energy has been significantly depleted. Realizing that environmental factors are affecting the pagoda, he sets out to find a way to replenish its spiritual energy. The following night, as Jun Moxie cultivates, Dugu Xiaoyi unexpectedly appears in his bed. She attempts to seduce Jun Moxie, but he resists. Dugu Xiaoyi threatens to force herself upon him, but Jun Moxie uses her pregnancy to his advantage, stopping her. Simultaneously, Dugu Xiaoyi's brothers barge in and accuse Jun Moxie of misconduct. Jun Moxie requests Grandmaster Guan Qinghan to discipline Dugu Xiaoyi. Back in Skyfragrant City, a scandal involving Jun Moxie erupts and causes a sensation. The emperor tries to suppress the news, but the 9 censors and literary giants Mei Gaoji, Kong Lingyang, and many other officials condemn the Jun family. They accuse Jun Wuyi of condoning Jun Moxie's alleged daylight fornication, bringing shame to the empire. The emperor is faced with a difficult decision, as the situation becomes increasingly volatile. In the Grand Hall, Kong Lingyang raised his voice to accuse Old Master Jun of committing 15 grave crimes, vehemently attacking the misconduct of his descendants, and demanding severe punishment for the Jun family, including the execution of all members. His eloquent and impassioned speech moved many to petition the emperor to execute the Jun family immediately. Faced with these accusations, Old Master Jun remained calm and composed, seemingly unperturbed. However, patriarchs of influential families such as Song Dehai and Meng Yue also rose in support of Kong Lingyang's impeachment, making the situation increasingly unfavorable. The emperor initially intended to use this opportunity to deal with the Jun family, but he was well aware of their influence in the military and feared that any hasty action might trigger a rebellion. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and excused himself from the court, citing discomfort. Undeterred, Kong Lingyang insisted that they could not afford to delay and urged the emperor to make a decisive move. The other officials expressed their support, overwhelmed by pressure from his ministers. The emperor eventually stormed off in a rage, leaving them kneeling in the hall. Old Master Jun, despite the impeachment, remained composed, expressing indifference. Kong Lingyang dismissed the Jun family as mere brute force and resolved to continue his campaign, intending to launch a full-scale attack on the Jun family the following day. He dispatched emissaries to the Li and Murong families, hoping to enlist their support. Murong Fengyun and Du Guzong watched these developments with skepticism, believing that Kong Lingyang and his allies were unlikely to prevail against the Jun family. Du Guzong even wagered that if the family were to succumb to these bureaucrats, he would castrate himself and become a eunuch. However, Dugu Fengyun learned that the Dugu and Jun families had recently become connected through marriage, causing him to reconsider the Murong family's stance. On his sickbed, Grand Preceptor Li Shang deliberates with his grandson, Li Yuan, on how to navigate the current political landscape. Li Yuan argues that this is not an opportune moment to confront the Jun family, and that caution should be exercised where Jun Moxie is concerned. Despite his apparent weakness, which has proven an effective distraction until now, the young Jun Moxie's true capabilities elude the Li family. Li Shang cautions Li Yuan that Jun Moxie possesses three Achilles heels: his youthful impetuosity, his susceptibility to feminine wiles, and his loved one's safety. Furthermore, Li Shang emphasizes Jun Moxie's inscrutable character, which can be both a liability and an asset. He notes that Jun Moxie's arrogant facade hides a ruthless pragmatism. His recent transformation was catalyzed by Jun Zhantian's ongoing succession arrangements, the imminent crisis facing the Jun family, and the emperor's rejection of Princess Ling Meng's betrothal to Jun Moxie. Li Shang advises Li Yuan to observe Jun Moxie's character closely, since his concealed brilliance, once fully realized, could pose a formidable threat to the Li family. He emphasizes that no adversary is invincible, and that exploiting their vulnerabilities can shift the balance of power. Li Shang attributes Jun Moxie's change to the weight of his position, while Li Yuan does not have such pressure. Thus, Li Shang warns him not to provoke Jun Moxie, recognizing his ambitions extend far beyond political power. Li Shang confides that Jun Moxie desires power beyond the emperor's control. Citing Fengshui Yincheng and Shuihan Villa as examples, he suggests the emperor is aware and has grown more tolerant of Jun Moxie's pursuits. The Grand Preceptor Li advocates for caution when dealing with Jun Moxie, warning that the Li family could face dire consequences if they confront him. He stresses that they should not provoke Jun Moxie without absolute certainty. Li Yuan is stunned by news of Jun Moxie's latest exploits, and upon hearing that he prevailed in a 1-on-4 fight with divine profound experts, he feels overwhelmed and realizes the vast gulf between him and Jun Moxie. Li Shang reiterates the need for extreme caution toward Jun Moxie, assuring Yuan that everything is under control. Li Yuan acknowledges their current inability to confront the Jun family head-on. He destroys some of Jun Moxie's information and falls deep into contemplation. In the depths of the night, a choking plume of smoke spewed from the Li mansion. Li Shang and Li Yuan dashed out of the house, met with thick clouds of smoke. Alarming news delivered by the flying eagle weighed heavily on Li Shang's countenance. The sky above was overcast with dark clouds, and Li Shang lamented, "I overestimated him, underestimated him. Heaven's about to change." Meanwhile, factions within Fragrance City received similar news: Jun Moxie's triumph over the four god profound experts. The news left many astounded. The outcry against Jun Moxie swiftly turned in his favor, and those who had decried his treachery rushed to dispel the rumors. Mei Gaoji, however, treated the matter as a criminal case, convinced that Jun Moxie had committed an unpardonable crime in murdering the divine profounds. Within the imperial palace, the emperor confided his grievances against Jun Moxie, who he believed had stirred up chaos, to the empress. However, the empress turned his words against him, accusing him of distorting the truth and being utterly shameless. Enraged, the emperor defended his actions as necessary for the sake of the empire and its people. Nonetheless, the empress met his outburst with icy silence, a decade-long standoff continuing unabated. Deep within the imperial palace, the empress fiercely accuses the emperor of doubting and eliminating loyal subjects for his own self-preservation and greed. She lists a series of tragedies, such as the collapse of the Yi family and the murder of Jun Wuhao's brothers, blaming the emperor for resorting to any means to secure the throne. Outraged, the emperor argues he acted in consideration of the nation's safety. He points out that the Jun family previously commanded a powerful army and posed a potential threat to imperial authority. The empress counters that the Jun family never harbored any intentions of rebellion, and the emperor's suspicion and cruelty were the real threats. Agitated, the emperor admits he was concerned about the Jun family's influence, believing that if they ever turned against him, the imperial family would be doomed. The empress questions why he insists on eradicating them when they have always remained loyal. The emperor, resorting to sophistry, argues that if the Jun family truly intended to rebel, they would have succeeded long ago. Their lack of action, he claims, only proves their loyalty suspect. This seemingly contradictory reasoning becomes the emperor's main justification for suppressing the Jun family. Heartbroken, the empress denounces the emperor for sacrificing loyal subjects and harming the innocent out of self-interest, ultimately pushing the nation into a perilous state. The emperor expounds to his empress the reasons behind his strategical loss and the sacrifice of brothers Jun Wuan and Jun Wuming. Despite a favorable battle situation, he accentuates the unparalleled military achievements and prestige of the 4 Jun generals, positing that their triumph would culminate in immense rewards and authority. However, bereft of a countervailing force, the emperor fears the inadequacy of accolades and promotions, even foreseeing the likelihood of insurrection. The emperor additionally delineates Jun Wuan's extraordinary influence over the army. With a mere turn of his body, Jun Wuan silences an army of 800,000. This illustrates Jun Wuan's charisma, surpassing even the emperor's, and his potential control over the entire military. Such a scenario deeply unsettles the emperor, who fears the Jun general's susceptibility to instigation, potentially leading to a military coup in the overthrow of imperial rule. The historical precedent of Muram Qianchu serves as a cautionary tale, precluding the emperor from indulging in unrealistic optimism. The emperor admits his conflicting emotions towards individuals like Jun Wuan, yearning for their military prowess while simultaneously feeling compelled to curtail their influence. To preserve the stability of the monarchy, he reluctantly forgoes the opportunity to unify the empire, even at the cost of the Jun brothers' lives. The emperor's words elucidate that the Jun family's power is not inherent but rather bestowed by the emperor himself. However, power left unchecked poses a threat to his reign. As such, the emperor must safeguard his authority at all costs. As the Tianxiang Empire faced imminent threats, Jun Moxie led an army of 200,000 to confront the combined forces of the Yutang and Lingshan empires, capturing 19 cities with exceptional military strategy. Lingshan Empire was conquered and the southern border was secured. Jun Wuming and Jun Wuyi fought in the northern frontier against the Coyotes, turning the battlefield in their favor and earning renown as blood-cloaked general and iron-blooded war god. The 4 Jun brothers brought glory to their family, expanding the empire through conquests. However, after the wars, the treasury was depleted while the Jun family's military power remained intact. Concerned about the threat to his authority, the emperor framed and imprisoned Jun Moxie and his brothers. He also ordered the execution of Jun Moyu and Jun Masho to eliminate potential threats. The emperor justified his actions as being influenced by the Shao family, but his persecution of the Juns continued unabated. When questioned by the empress, the emperor admitted that he was consumed by guilt and that only the complete eradication of the Jun family could bring him peace. The emperor's shift in attitude towards the Juns was driven by the realization that a powerful, unseen force protected them. Fearing intervention, he was compelled to compromise. The empress condemned his actions as despicable and the most wretched behavior. The empress' face held no expression. Cold and desolate, she questioned the emperor as to why he had targeted the Jun family, pointing out his dubious motives. The emperor admitted his intents, but also expressed that the empress' heart had died. At this moment, a eunuch outside reported news from the Tianan region. The emperor impatiently opened the letter, his pupils constricting suddenly. The letter divulged the battle between Jun Moxie and Xiao Muyu, confirming Jun Moxie's supreme prowess. Furthermore, it mentioned that the Blood Sword Hall, Steppe Eagle Shen Yingbo, and Jun Wuyi's legs had been restored. The emperor was deeply shocked and filled with lingering regret. Realizing that his past leniency had brewed a grave disaster, he staggered backward, his eyes hollow, and the paper slipped from his hand. Reading the letter's contents, the emperor sighed repeatedly, murmuring, "Supreme skill, Blood Sword Hall, Shen Yingbo. He rose and left, almost falling as he stumbled at the doorway. The guards rushed forward to assist him, but he had already regained his footing. His gaze heavy as he glanced at Princess Ling Meng before disappearing. The Empress and Princess Ling Meng, mother and daughter, exchanged sorrow-filled looks. They glanced at each other, reading the same despair in each other's eyes. The Empress sighed. The evil wrought by heaven can still be undone, but the evil wrought by oneself shall not be forgiven. Heavenly retribution, inescapable. As Jun Moxie continued his journey, he encountered an endless series of bizarre mishaps, as if someone was targeting him in secret. On one occasion, a flock of ravens flying overhead collectively relieved themselves upon him another time. As he was about to eat, a cockroach crawled out of his bowl. However, he responded swiftly, diffusing each crisis one by one. The Emperor's attempts to target Jun Moxie proved futile, for his psychological resilience was incredibly strong, and he managed to turn each perilous situation to his advantage. This left the person behind the scenes helpless, lamenting that Jun Moxie was a freak of nature. After the Shao family incident, Jun Moxie's resentment subsided slightly, but he also became tinged with a touch of evil charm. Dugu Xiaoyi was even more infatuated, but she couldn't find him. Jun Moxie devoted himself to martial arts cultivation, using the power of gold to refine the divine sword blood of Yan and Huang. Resonating with the sword, he firmly believed that the sword had a spirit and would become an unyielding companion. As they approached Tianxiang City, the murderous aura emanating from Jun Moxie grew stronger. The divine sword blood of Yan and Huang suddenly left its sheath. Glittering with a chilling light, the god of slaughter opened his eyes. The king of the underworld stared, and the evil monarch watched intently. As a world-shaking aura swept over them, the soldiers were astonished to find that they were 10 meters away from Jun Moxie. Unable to withstand his powerful aura, Mei Shuiyan was also surprised by the threat posed by Jun Moxie and the divine sword. As the army set up camp, Jun Moxie's flagpole mysteriously extended, reaching towards the heavens. Tianxiang City unfurled a banner, welcoming the triumphant return, with trumpets blaring and an honor guard greeting them. Dugudi led everyone out of the city to welcome them, but not to congratulate them. Instead, it was because Duguchang, Dugashang, and Dugugong had left home for the western border. The Grand General Dugudi was furious and raised his whip to strike. But when he saw the slowly approaching Dugu Xiaoyi, he collapsed unconscious. As the victorious army returned, Dugu Wudi was astounded to see his daughter Dugu Xiaoyi walking towards him with a bulging belly. Jun Moxie was equally shocked. Upon learning of Xiaoyi's pregnancy, Dugu Wudi was furious and demanded to know who the father was. Xiaoyi shyly admitted it was Jun Moxie's. Dugu Wudi exploded with rage, threatening to castrate Jun Moxie. Concerned for Jun Moxie, Xiaoyi ignored her discomfort and ran towards her father. Worried about the unborn child, Dugu Wudi, fearing for the baby's safety, hurriedly tried to stop her. Xiaoyi, realizing her recklessness, carefully supported her belly and explained that she was going to be a mother. Despite his anger, Dugu Wudi was secretly elated. At that moment, the Imperial Commissioner arrived, bearing a decree to reward Jun Wuyi. Enraged, Dugu Wudi kicked the commissioner, sending the decree into a puddle, obscuring its contents. Jun Wuyi sighed, lamenting Dugu Wudi's recklessness. Dugu Wudi accused Jun Wuyi of condoning his nephew's misconduct. Vowing to oppose him relentlessly, Jun Moxie appeared, denying the allegations and claiming his innocence. Furious, Dugu Wudi climbed a flagpole and began shaking it violently, attempting to dislodge Jun Moxie. From his perilous height, Jun Moxie calmly urged Dugu Wudi to ascertain the truth before accusing him. The two engaged in a tense standoff. With conflict imminent, General Dugu, in his wrath, was eventually overpowered by his affection for his daughter and agreed to the marriage between Dugu Xiaoyi and Jun Moxie. However, upon learning of his daughter's pregnancy, he was enraged and sought to separate the two. In her desperation, Dugu Xiaoyi jumped from a flagpole, using her unborn child as a threat to force her father's compliance. General Dugu had no choice but to give in. To quell the disturbance, General Dugu invited Jun Moxie and his entourage into his sedan chair and asked Jun Moxie to request a reward from the emperor upon his return home. Then, Dugu Wudi entered the city alone, leaving Jun Moxie to face the storm at the city gate. A swarm of Confucian scholars, dressed as scholars, accused Jun Moxie of being an unprincipled villain, reviling his incestuous relationship with his sister-in-law. They intended to use public opinion to crush Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie remained calm and prevented Jun Wuyi from intervening, deciding to quell the rumors with a bloody crackdown. Guan Qinghan, hearing the insults outside the city, felt despair and sorrow. Faced with these overwhelming accusations, Jun Moxie remained impassive, a cold smile playing on his lips. He vowed to use his iron fist to slaughter everyone in the world, leaving no room for gossip and slander. Led by the Wenqing Academy's scholars, a large crowd gathered in front of Tianxiang City's gates to accuse and insult Jun Moxie. Scholar Qin Chushi slandered Jun Moxie of adultery with his sister-in-law, while Yan Feng accused him of ruining the scholar's official careers and coercing innocent women. Jun Moxie, enraged, refuted them, condemning their malicious intent and their use of righteous indignation as a mask for personal vendetta. He also mocked their impoverished lifestyles, suggesting they consider entering the sex trade to earn money. The scholars, mortified, responded with even more vulgar insults. Jun Moxie suddenly roared, ordering for 3 women and several animals to be brought forward. Yan Feng, Qin Chushi, and Han Zedong gasped in horror as they realized the women were their own wives. Jun Moxie presented them with 2 choices: kneel and apologize, clearing his path and loudly praising him, or choose their own deaths. The scholars turned ashen-faced, torn between 2 impossible choices. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Jun Moxie unmasks the vile actions of the literary prodigies and presents them with an ultimatum. Either they follow his demands and denounce their wives, or their wives will be violated, sold, and their own reputations irrevocably tarnished. Initially defiant, Jun Moxie's threat of their wives being forced into bestiality sends them into despair. They realize the truth in his words, that the infamy of their wives' defilement would forever taint their legacy. After a moment of internal struggle, the trio is faced with a choice. Jun Moxie waits patiently, feigning indifference to their decision, but eager to watch their drama unfold. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd incites the people to stand against the Jun family, claiming the support of all righteous souls in the realm. The prodigies regain their courage, but under Jun Moxie's formidable spiritual sense, he drags out the troublemaking pockmarked man and gruesomely impales him atop a flagpole. Jun Moxie's act silences the crowd. He interrogates Yan Feng about the pockmarked man's identity and discovers his connection to the Ming family. Scornfully, Jun Moxie mocks the Ming family's audacity and vows to personally shatter Yan Feng's reputation. As the insults became unbearable, Jun Moxie roared and brandished his sword. The giant man in the air was instantly cleaved in half, blood splattering everywhere. His entrails, like a crimson ribbon, cascaded down and draped over the flagpole. The giant gasped his last, his eyeballs bulging out of their sockets and hanging grotesquely on his face. As his blood sprayed onto the spectators, a wave of shock and terror washed over them. These scholars had never witnessed such a gruesome sight. Jun Moxie, facing the wrath of the crowd, stood his ground. He met violence with violence, ruthlessly twirling the gore on his sword. "Where is this purity you speak of? All I see is a pile of rotten flesh," he taunted. He approached a group of Confucian scholars and demanded if they could find purity. Stunned, they collapsed, fainting. Jun Moxie sighed and moved on to another scholar. Repeating his question, the man shook his head numbly, vomiting uncontrollably. He questioned several more, but none could find purity. He led the 3 talented writers to the blood-soaked ground and forced them to search for purity. The writers were terrified, trembling and begging for mercy. Jun Moxie offered them a choice: conform or suffer the fate of those before them. Faced with the threat of death, they chose the former. At that moment, Qin Chushi emerged and revealed the mastermind behind the accusations. Jun Moxie sneered, revealing that he had known all along. He gave the writers a moment's respite and ordered them to clear a path for him. Jun Moxie fashioned a primitive loudspeaker and handed it to them, instructing them to make way for him. Jun Moxie marched his men into fragrant Sky City and issued a stern warning to the crowd that had spread rumors of his affair with his widowed sister-in-law, vowing to punish any slanderers severely. His powerful aura and ruthless tactics intimidated the gathered thousands, who fled the city gates in a panic. With a flourish, Jun Moxie mounted his horse and rode forth, cutting an imposing figure that commanded the respect of all. When questioned, he swiftly executed the challenger, his murderous intent and piercing gaze striking fear into the hearts of the crowd. silencing their protests. However, Shi Wenzhong, a student of the Literary Star Academy, indignantly condemned Jun Moxie as a shameless villain. Unmoved, Jun Moxie ruthlessly beheaded him, remarking coolly, "To make a show of force, one must possess both the strength and the backing, or risk becoming a stepping stone for others." Jun Wuyi emerged to dissuade Jun Moxie from his aggressive course of action. But Jun Moxie countered that as one of the supreme clans on par with Gale Snow Silver City, they no longer had to fear the imperial court's interference. He pressed on, forcing free talented scholars to shout insults against their masters and the Meng family in order to save their lives. Jun Moxie and his followers forcefully enter Heavenly Fragrance City, declaring the Jun family to be a supreme clan. However, Jun Wuyi harbors suspicions about the imperial family conspiring against Heavenly Fragrance. Jun Moxie points out the lack of evidence but warns his third uncle against making any rash decisions. Jun Moxie forces Han Jidi, Yan Feng, and Qin Chu Shi of Literary Star Academy to insult their superiors, demonstrating his formidable power. Several clans appeal to the court to impeach Jun Moxie, but the Murong, Dugu, and Li clans remain silent. Jun Moxie's grandfather remains calm and prepares to celebrate with his son and grandson. He believes Jun Moxie's actions are bold but correct, serving as a warning to the world. The presence of mysterious masters and Ying Bakong supporting the Jun family establishes them as a bona fide supreme clan. Jun Moxie orders the Meng family's businesses to be severely damaged, which he considers to be interest on a debt, foreshadowing a final reckoning. Meng Yue, the head of the Meng family, seeks help from the Li clan in vain and turns to the Murong clan. In the imperial palace, the emperor is deeply concerned by the overwhelming number of impeachment documents. He understands the urgency of eliminating Jun Moxie but realizes his own helplessness. Jun Moxie's immense power and the forces behind him fill him with dread and a sense of futility. Rewritten version summary. The emperor, burdened with indecision regarding Jun Moxie, consults with Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen analyzes that while the Jun family's power is formidable, it has yet to reach a level where it poses an immediate threat to the imperial throne. Instead, it will likely withdraw into the shadows and focus on its own growth. Thus, the emperor need not worry excessively for now. However, Mr. Wen identifies the crux of the matter as the Blood Sword Hall. The deaths of Jun Wuyi and his brother remain suspicious in the eyes of the Jun family. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, Jun Moxie's recent massacres have further inflamed their anger. Mr. Wen posits that the emperor must make a choice: confront the Jun family or abandon the Blood Sword Hall. Given the extreme risk of a direct confrontation, the emperor should sacrifice the latter. This move is not for the sake of sparing Jun Zhantian or Jun Wuyi, but rather for Jun Moxie himself. While Jun Zhantian and his son have served the nation loyally, they are unlikely to act recklessly. Jun Moxie, however, is ruthless and unforgiving. If he were to obtain proof of the Blood Sword Hall incident, it could pose a severe threat to the emperor. After deliberation, the emperor accepts Mr. Wen's advice and decides to abandon the Blood Sword Hall. Mr. Wen emphasizes that the key to containing Jun Moxie lies in ensuring he has no leverage. Jun Moxie is callous, emotionless in his killings, and a cold-blooded opportunist. The emperor must maintain constant vigilance and never let down his guard. Master Wen analyzes Jun Moxie's dangerous nature to the emperor, stating that his inner disregard for life and bloodlust for slaughter surpass even that of the king of killers, Chu Chihan. He stresses that once Jun Moxie has the evidence to incriminate his father, he will seek revenge at all costs, and his current formidable power is unshakable. Master Wen recommends that the emperor adopt a conciliatory approach towards the Jun family, and proposes mending the relationship between Jun Moxie and Princess Ling Meng. The emperor agrees to the proposal but expresses his lingering concerns about the Jun family. Master Wen then reveals that there are no young prodigies in the hidden immortal palace who can rival Jun Moxie. The emperor reluctantly agrees to marry Princess Ling Meng to Jun Moxie. On another front, the patriarch of the Dugu family, Dugu Zongang, discovers that his granddaughter, Dugu Xiaoyi, is pregnant. However, the supposed pregnancy turns out to be a sham, with Dugu Xiaoyi's belly being a mere pillow fake. This incident shocks the entire Dugu family, triggering the patriarch's wrath and familial condemnation. Unable to withstand the reproaches, Dugu Xiaoyi flees. Dugu Zongang intervenes swiftly, captures her, and slaps her hard twice. Though his heart aches, Dugu Zongeng restrains his son, Dugu Wudi, from further punishment, with tears streaming down her face. Dugu Xiaoyi accuses her father of disgracing the Dugu family by having her bear the child of the grandson of the ruler of the Jun manor. Matriarch Dugu expresses her helplessness in the situation. Asks Dugu Zongheng to go to the Jun manor the next day to negotiate and ask Jun Moxie to marry Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Wudi tries to refute, but he is berated by his father and can only arrange to go to the Jun manor the next day. At the same time, Jun Moxie is preparing for the advancement of Lord Jun and is unconcerned about the gossip outside. He thinks Jun Moxie's actions, although rash, are necessary for him to be strong enough as his son-in-law. After learning that Guan Qinghan had helped Jun Moxie detoxify, Jun Moxie's heart stirs. He takes her hand and firmly says, "Don't be afraid, I am here." This promise brings Guan Qinghan a hint of comfort, and her tears fall as the wind and rain rage outside. Dugu Xiaoyi discusses wedding matters with her family, while Jun Moxie is focused on preparing for Lord Jun's advancement. Their destinies will intersect here, and a fierce storm is about to unfold. Jun Moxie checked on Yi Guhan's condition and found that he had surprisingly shown a strong vitality. He then decided to help Lord Jun Zhantian advance his level. To ensure safety, Jun Moxie deployed the most elite troops for tight protection, and set up layers of traps and poisons in the tower. Ying Bakong was also invited to preside over the ceremony. Jun Moxie took out a 9th level Zondan and 3 rare medicinal herbs, so as to help the old man advance with Ying Bakong's help. Under the witness of Ying Bakong, the power of Zondan was successfully restrained and entered the old lord's body. The old man sat cross-legged, assisted by Ying Bakong, who was transmitting profound power. The efficacy of the 3 medicinal herbs was also transmitted into the old man's body at the same time. As time went by, a dense white fog emerged from the old man's body, also enveloping Ying Bakong. Jun Moxie stood guard nearby and suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. He recalled Mei Shuiyan and Mei Qianqin. These 2 women were still there when they entered the city, but now they had disappeared. Jun Moxie thought carefully and found that the woman in green had disguised herself, while the woman in white had shown favor to him. He speculated that the woman in green was related to the Snake King Qinchun, while the woman in white might have some connection with Miss Yuer of Lingwu Lake. Finally, Jun Zhantian successfully broke through to the 3rd rank of Divine Profound, and Ying Bakong was exhausted due to excessive consumption of profound power. Jun Moxie felt excited and satisfied, but also became suspicious of the identities of Mei Shuiyan and Mei Qianqin, realizing that he might have some entanglement with these 2 women in the future. Jun Zhantian breaks through the celestial profound pinnacle barrier, purifying the impurities and old ailments in his body, giving him a fresh start. The old man finds his body covered in grime, and with a cry of surprise, vanishes, saying he needs to cleanse. Jun Moxie realizes that his grandfather's breakthrough ensures his good health and a potential lifespan of 200 years. He is genuinely happy and relieved, for in this world where strength reigns supreme, powerful kin guarantees a family's safety. Jun Moxie believes the meaning of life lies in living for those he cares for. His previous life was one of solitude, but after rebirth, he has found true kinship. Ending his loneliness, he will do all he can to preserve his family's well-being and glory. Jun Moxie reviews his past contributions to the family, from Jun Wuyi's legs being healed to Tianxiang Hun's rise, and his own progress. He vows to continue striving until the Jun family washes away its shame and stands tall under the heavens. However, Jun Moxie learns that certain scholars have dared to criticize the Jun family openly. Enraging him, he decides to act, handling things in the most intimidating way possible, proving that the Jun family is not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Mei Gaojia is surprised to hear of Jun Moxie's strong response. He had intended to weaken the Jun family's influence with Jun Moxie's scandals, but their powerful reaction has him worried. As night falls, Jun Moxie leaves the pagoda, intending to deal with the critics from the Jun family, not through arson, but murder if necessary. He plans to target their reputations, using honor to attack them, showing them who truly values it. In the Mei residence, Mei Gaojia is lost in apprehension. The shift in dynamics between the Jun family and the royal court has caught him off guard. He contemplates Kong Ling Yang's predicament and feels ashamed as the head of the Literary Star Academy for raising such an unworthy disciple. Suddenly, a clear voice cuts through the air, carrying a chilling intent. Mei Gaojia recognizes it as Jun Moxie's, but does not turn around, only asking calmly, Jun Moxie. On a pitch-black night, Mei Gaofei steadfastly awaited Jun Moxie, convinced that he would visit that evening. Jun Moxie arrived as expected, and his composure impressed Mei Gaofei. Mei Gaofei explained his anticipation. Jun Moxie's public humiliation of his disciple had made it clear that they were irreconcilable foes. If Mei Gaofei did not act, the Jun family would retaliate against the civil servants, punishing the Jun family for harming Jun Zhantian. Moreover, Jun Moxie's vengeful nature meant he would not tolerate the storm that was brewing. However, Jun Moxie was puzzled by Mei Gaofei's lack of preparation. Despite knowing his arrival, Mei Gaofei clarified that while he had assassins, they were no match for the Jun family. He reasoned that Jun Moxie's presence indicated preparation, making negotiation the best course of action. Jun Moxie pressed Mei Gaofei on his accusations, but Mei Gaofei stood firm, stating that Jun Moxie's disregard for the common people threatened the stability of Tianxiang Kingdom. Thus, Mei Gaofei was determined to eliminate this threat to ensure peace. Mei Gaofei spoke with profound conviction, but Jun Moxie did not question him further. He understood that the time was not right. When the opportune moment came, he would exact revenge without the need for evidence. Jun Moxie, an influential minister, has long known that his reputation as a loyal servant is under suspicion. And Confucian scholars like Mei Gaoji are the masterminds behind the doubt about his ambition to overthrow the Tianxiang kingdom. Mei Gaoji claims that although the Jun family has been powerful, it was weakened with the death of Jun Zhantian. But recently their power has surged, enough to shake the foundation of the Tianxiang kingdom. He insists that Jun Moxie cannot be trusted. And with this, they colluded with Xuanxuan and Yutang to fabricate charges to frame the Jun family. Jun Moxie counters that their accusations are baseless and that they are exploiting a distorted truth to injure an innocent lady, trampling on her reputation. He accuses Mei Gaoji and the others of sacrificing women for the sake of national stability, showing no bottom line for their morals. Mei Gaoji holds fast to his political philosophy, believing that in the face of national interest, all sacrifices are reasonable, including that of a woman's happiness and reputation. Jun Moxie denounces Mei Gaoji as a capitulationist, and his disciples as corrupt and incompetent. Jun Moxie produces a booklet, inside which is a list of solid evidence of the corruption of Mei Gaoji's disciples, of their taking bribes and oppressing the common people. The solid evidence shocks Mei Gaoji, who realizes that his disciples have betrayed his teachings. Mei Gaoji's hand trembles as he drops the booklet to the floor, contrasting his own humble dwelling with the lavish wealth of his disciples. And he finally understands that he has been used. Under Jun Moxie's accusations, the dean of Wenqing Academy, Mei Gaoji, was filled with guilt. He realized that his disciples were corrupt and incompetent, causing a great national disaster, because his education over the years had ignored the cultivation of virtue. Jun Moxie exposed Mei Gaoji's hypocritical nature, mocking his incompetence and sins. He believed that Mei Gaoji repeatedly said that he was loyal to the country, but in reality he had cultivated a group of parasites who were scourges to Tianxiang. After learning about the great extent of the evil deeds done by the disciples of Wenqing Academy, Jun Moxie was determined to eliminate these scums. However, Mei Gaoji pleaded he wanted to redeem himself by personally exposing his disciples to serve as a warning to others. Under Jun Moxie's guidance, Mei Gaoji understood the meaning of true justice and the essence of education. He gave Jun Moxie a detailed list of official positions held by the disciples of Wenqing Academy, hoping that Jun Moxie would eliminate the rotten apples and turn things around for Tianxiang. Jun Moxie promised to execute only the evildoers, not the innocent. Mei Gaoji knew that his sins were too great to be forgiven, so he banged his head into a stone and died. He stared at the sky with shame, and he still couldn't rest in peace after death. On a night enshrouded in storm, the city of Tianxiang is soaked in blood. Jun Moxie forces his way into the city. The three prodigies berate their mentor on the street, stunning the city. Then, Men family's business suffers a widespread attack. Meanwhile, Jun Zhantian and Grand Marshal Dugu Zonglong forbid the army from intervening, while the Murong family and Li family observe the situation. The royal family orders the imperial guards to remain at their posts. Different powers within Tianxiang conspire, creating a restricted area solely controlled by the Jun family. The Jun family, the military, and the Dugu family join forces to purge the Men family. Many Men family managers are expelled or beaten. That night, 3 escaped prodigies are found brutally murdered. In retaliation, a group of officials are assassinated, including the Minister of Rights, Zhao Chengjun, who was attempting to impeach the Jun family. The killings continue throughout the night. More than 80 officials from the Wenxing Academy are massacred. Pieces of paper are left on the bodies of the slain officials, describing their crimes. As a result of the persecution of officials, the citizens of Tianxiang rejoice at the deaths. At dawn, Jun Moxie appears in front of the Jun family's gate, covered in blood, with a murderous aura and a sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fengshui Peak, Third Elder, who has returned with Wanli, engages in a fierce battle with Elder Xiao Xingyun, the leader of Fengshui Yincheng. Third Elder escorts the 3 rebels. Feeling burdened, Third Elder and 7 sword escorts injured Silver City residents to the foot of Wind Snow Peak, but are intercepted by Grand Elder Xiao Xingyun and his subordinates. Xiao Xingyun accuses Third Elder Han Feiyan of killing fellow clan members and plotting against the Xiao family. He uses the fact that the first Silver City Lord was a Xiao ancestor to demand that Han Feiyan plead guilty and submit to his punishment. Han Feiyan refutes Xiao Xingyun, arguing that during Silver City's critical moments, it was the Han family head who took over with courage and competence, while the Xiao family was incompetent and cowardly, making them unfit to lead. He also accuses Xiao Xingyun of betraying Silver City and attempting to seize the city lordship. Xiao Xingyun denies the accusation of treason, believing that the Xiao family, as Silver City's founders, should be the rightful heirs to the city lordship, and that the Han family usurped the Xiao family's rightful position while concealing the truth and silencing their conscience. During the argument, Third Elder draws his sword and breaks off relations with Xiao Xingyun, leading to the brink of battle between the 2 sides. Third Elder condemns Xiao Xingyun and Xiao Bian as rebels, while Xiao Xingyun confronts them bitterly, vowing to not spare the Han family's crimes. The Third Elder Han Feiyan and the 7 Swords of Silver City discover Xiao Xingyun's conspiracy and break away from him in the Xiao mansion. Xiao Xingyun sends hundreds of masters to surround and kill the 7 Swords of Silver City, when suddenly traitor Wan Chengguang turns against them and assassinates the 3 elders. Despite their valiant efforts, the 3 elders are outmatched. Seizing the opportunity, they entrust Han Yanyan to Mu Shitong for escort out of the city, while they, along with the 5th elder and the remaining Swords of Silver City, delay the pursuers. The 3 elders use their ultimate skills to buy Mu Shitong time to escape. Mu Shitong and Han Yanyan broke through at all costs, with Xiao Xingyun in pursuit. At a treacherous pass in the mountain valley, the 3rd elder, 5th elder, and the remaining 3 members of Silver City vow to fight to the death to hold off the pursuers and give Mu Shitong more time. They fight valiantly, but are outnumbered and bloodied, eventually succumbing to the enemy. A cold wind howls and snowflakes fall, creating a desolate and tragic scene in the mountain valley. Mu Shitong and Han Yanyan are filled with grief, but for the future of Silver City, they must suppress their sorrow and continue their escape. Although victorious, Xiao Xingyun is deeply saddened by the loss of his trusted generals. Knowing the existence of a spy within the Xiao mansion, he vows to uproot the Han family. Silver City is now facing both internal and external threats, and the path ahead for Mu Shitong and Han Yanyan is fraught with danger. In the snowy wilderness, Mu Shitong desperately fled with Han Yanmeng, the young princess of Yin City, as the sound of a horrific explosion and the tragic sacrifice of 3rd elder Han Feiyan echoed behind them. To delay the enemy, the 3rd elder self-destructed, leaving only a scene of carnage. Grief-stricken, Mu Shitong led Han Yanmeng through the dense forest, setting up a decoy before escaping on her own. Xiao Xingyun led his men in pursuit but found nothing, erupting in rage and ordering a full-scale search. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie remained safe in the Jun mansion as Bai Li Loyan reported on the assassination of 50 men. Jun Moxie arranged accommodations for him and the Bai Li family, moving Bai Li Loyan to tears. He swore his loyalty. Jun Moxie entrusted Bai Li Loyan with special training methods and a mission to reach the peak of Earth Profound within 3 months and carry out an assassination. Inspired by the determination of 2 disabled youths, he resolved to refine pills for them and teach them specialized knife and sword techniques to compensate for their lack of talent. Just then, An invitation arrived from the Dugu family, asking Jun Moxie to attend a banquet. Jun Moxie was taken aback, pondering the motives behind it. The Dugu clan has urgently summoned Jun Moxie to their residence, presumably to discuss his marriage to Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Zongheng's invitation is concise yet powerful, conveying both importance and reluctance. Moxie believes that the Dugu clan's intention is to establish Xiaoyi's status as his main wife, since she returned home heavily pregnant in public. Guan Qinghan, while saving Moxie, has doubts regarding her reputation. However, Dugu Zongheng has approached the wrong person. This matter should be addressed by Jun Zhantian. Jun Zhantian speculates that Dugu Zongheng is pressured by his wife to invite Moxie, but does not do so willingly. Moxie learns from Jun Zhantian that all 50 people killed by Bai Li Lu Yun have been identified. A secret message from Fei Ying reveals that one of them is the county magistrate of Qingshui County, and the suspected killer is an assassin named Lu Yun. Moxie's friend Tang Yuan, who has not been seen for 3 months, has gained over 100 pounds and become terrifying. Tang Yuan reveals that he was forced to lose weight by Sun Xiaomei, but his increased activity led to extreme hunger, a surge in food intake, and his weight gain. Tang Yuan informs Moxie that the pills he left behind were auctioned at aristocratic hall and each sold for an astronomical price, with total proceeds amounting to 90 million taels. Tang Yuan also holds high hopes for the newly acquired Lian Jiudan, but Moxie remains undecided on whether to auction it. The novel leaves the story unresolved, suggesting that subsequent chapters will focus on the marriage between Jun Moxie and Dugu Xiaoyi, the conveniences and drawbacks of the intelligence system, and the profits from Moxie's pills. Jun Moxie possesses magical alchemy skills. The pill he refines, reshaping the entire body's bone structure, rebuilding the muscles and blood vessels, instantly upgrading. The dream medicine of profound practitioners has caused a stir. As the lead in selling the pill, Tang Fatty designs an extremely attractive advertising slogan, estimating the reserve price of the 2 pills at 500,000 taels of silver and expecting to raise 5 million taels at the auction. Jun Moxie is surprised by Tang Fatty's business acumen. He realizes the wealth contained in this huge income. He demands that all auction proceeds be transacted in cash or gold and extends the auction time to provide buyers with time to raise funds. Meanwhile, Tang Fatty encounters a problem. He gives the beauty pill that Jun Moxie gave him to his fiancée, Sun Xiaomei. Although Sun Xiaomei's figure improves, her appearance becomes ugly. Jun Moxie speculates that Sun Xiaomei had previously taken some kind of medicine that affects the balance of yin and yang. The effect of the Xiao Yin pill is precisely to force it out, which causes her appearance to deteriorate. Jun Moxie promises to help Tang Fatty solve Sun Xiaomei's problem, but he also points out that Tang Fatty has abused his power. According to the rules of the gang, he must be fined. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Fatty decides to give up the money and choose to keep his lifeline, his wife. Jun Moxie uncovers that Tang Yuan has been using the auction to embezzle funds, amassing a fortune of 100 million taels of silver. He threatens Tang Yuan to surrender the stolen funds or face accompanying him to the dangerous Dugu family. Tang Yuan reluctantly agrees to accompany Jun Moxie on his risky venture. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie learns of Guan Qinghan's worries about their arranged marriage and offers her comfort and advice. He proposes that the Jun family adopt Guan Qinghan as their daughter and announce it publicly, silencing the gossiping masses. Inspired by witnessing the performance of a young sword trainee, Yi Jiu Han experiences an epiphany and realizes he can create new sword techniques using his left hand, rekindling his hope. Upon learning about the killings of Mei Gaojia and Kong Lingyang, Guan Qinghan condemns Jun Moxie's actions. Jun Moxie explains that despite their righteous facades, these individuals were hindering societal progress and their negative influence had to be eliminated. Once the pride of the ancient Huaxia, isolationist policies had led to a neglect in foreign advancements, causing the nation to fall behind the international community. Corrupt Confucian ideals and the notion of the celestial kingdom were the primary culprits for this backwardness. Saddened, Jun Moxie lamented that often good people could bring about more catastrophic results than bad ones. He cited the Tianxiang kingdom as an example, where the actions of Mei Gaoji and Kong Lingyang had caused millions of citizens to suffer. He also questioned the difficulty in making definitive judgments, as each individual could justify their actions from their own perspective. Jun Moxie realized that the Jun family's intelligence network was too sophisticated. If they were to become enemies with the imperial court, these agents could pose a threat. He was aware that the imperial court would be wary of these individuals and seek to eliminate them, which eased his worries as the court's paranoia would solve this problem. When Jun Moxie and Tang Fatty visited the Dugu family, they were received with indifference and no one greeted them at the gate. Dugu Chong rushed out to detain Jun Moxie and reprimand the guards. However, Jun Moxie saw through Dugu Chong's pretense and exposed his hypocrisy. He derisively retorted that he was in no hurry to visit the Dugu family. Ultimately, Dugu Chong was forced to lead Jun Moxie and Tang Fatty into the Dugu family. He schemed ways to embarrass Jun Moxie and Tang Fatty. In order to uphold the Dugu family's pride, Jun Moxie stepped into the Dugu residence, where the atmosphere was as eerie as Yang Zerong's infiltration of Mount Hu. Dugu Zhanong exuded an imposing aura like a mountain eagle, while Dugu Wudi, with his hand on his sword hilt, resembled Da Ma Zi. The 8 King Kong warriors emanated an overwhelming presence. After a moment of silence, Dugu Zhanong barked. Jun Moxie, caught off guard, Jun Moxie blurted out, "Pagoda seals the river demon." The Dugas looked baffled. "Pagoda town? Where's that?" Jun Moxie seized the opportunity to praise Dugu Zhangheng's magnificent aura, comparing him to a pagoda that stood tall and awed. Dugu Zhanong was flattered, but Dugu Wudi reminded him that their debt remained unpaid. Undeterred, Jun Moxie argued that he had done good deeds and demanded that the Dugu family repay the 90 million taels they owed. Dugu Wudi was furious, but Jun Moxie remained defiant, pressuring the Dugas to pay up. Dugu Zhanong inquired about Tang Yuan's intentions, to which Tang Yuan replied that he was Jun Moxie's sworn brother and had accompanied him out of loyalty. Dugu Zhanong commended Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan as true heroes, far surpassing his 7 grandsons. At that moment, Lady Dugu and her Amazons gracefully emerged, easing the tense atmosphere. Regaining her svelte figure, Dugu Xiaoyi follows closely behind, sticking out her tongue at Jun Moxie, indicating that he should be careful in his dealings. Old Madame Dugu appears, looking around for Jun Moxie, who has stolen her granddaughter's heart. Jun Moxie can only step forward and reveal his identity, whereupon the old madam invites him to sit down. Old Madame Dugu bluntly questions Jun Moxie about his relationship with Xiaoyi, remarking that Dugu Xiaoyi's appearance with a large belly has greatly damaged the reputation of the Dugu family and its daughters. Jun Moxie explains that he did not encourage her, but admits that the incident has indeed affected Miss Dugu's reputation. The old madam says that Dugu Xiaoyi has fallen for him, and that he should not betray her affection. Jun Moxie responds that he will not betray Guan Qinghan or Xiaoyi. The old madam points out that a stable family is built on a stable household, and asks Jun Moxie if he intends to take Xiaoyi as his main wife. Jun Moxie replies seriously that his feelings for Xiaoyi are unquestionable, but that Xiaoyi's behavior has also been extreme and coercive. He admits to being moved by Xiaoyi, but points out that marriage is a momentous decision and must be made carefully, emphasizing his autonomy in the matter. Although old Madame Dugu and old Master Dugu are somewhat relieved, Jun Moxie's words still reflect the mixed and complicated nature of his feelings for Dugu Xiaoyi. Jun Moxie bluntly states that Dugu Xiaoyi is capricious and willful, and her 2 recent arbitrary decisions have led to serious consequences, making it difficult to trust her with the management of the Jun family. He admits to having favorable feelings towards Xiaoyi, but without those feelings, the 2 families would inevitably become enemies. In response to Dugu's grandmother's defense, Jun Moxie points out that Xiaoyi represents the Dugu family, and her reckless actions will have a major impact. If she becomes the head of the Jun family, her influence will be even greater, potentially affecting the fates of other families. Jun Moxie states that his former sister-in-law, Guan Qinghan, faced criticism for saving him. If Xiaoyi were to become the head, Qinghan would be in an unbearable position. He refuses to be threatened or pressured, and announces that the marriage was rushed and that he will not consider a primary wife for the time being. Dugu Zhanong is furious, but the grandmother's attitude suddenly changes. She suggests a betrothal first, so that Xiaoyi will not have the status of a primary wife in the short term, and praises Jun Moxie for his integrity. She asks Dugu and his son to discuss the marriage agreement and sends someone to collect the money that has been given as gifts over the years. The grandmother's meticulous arrangements impress even Jun Moxie. Dugu Wudi is overjoyed, believing that he can recover his family's massive debt to the Juns. The grandmother proposes separating the betrothal and birthday ceremonies, and asks the old sacrificial official to preside over the ritual. Dugu Zongmeng declares that if the old sacrificial official of the Imperial College does not attend, they will use ropes to tie him up. The grandmother expresses her satisfaction, emphasizing that she will not interfere in these matters. But in reality, she orchestrates all of the arrangements herself. At the banquet, the dignified old lady Dugu accused Dugu Zongheng and Doji Yu Wu Di of slandering Jun Moxie, claiming that he is courageous and upright, and should not be labeled as a playboy. The Dugu father and son were speechless and could only promise to give an explanation. After the old lady left, Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wu Di were deeply moved, realizing that their prejudice had misjudged Jun Moxie. At the banquet, the Dugu family's young masters and Jun Moxie had a good time drinking and chatting together. However, the old lady was still dissatisfied with Jun Moxie and Dugu Xiaoyi's marriage, and asked everyone to train Xiaoyi into a standard eldest wife. The Dugu father and son were helpless and assigned tasks to the 11 madams in the mansion. But they secretly protected Xiaoyi, making it difficult for the lessons to take effect. During the banquet, Dugu Zongheng revealed that he had an old injury on his waist. After Jun Moxie examined it, he found that the injury was serious. Dugu Wu Di begged Jun Moxie to treat him, and Jun Moxie was confident that he could cure him. But it would take more than half a month. Dugu Wu Di was overjoyed and promised to no longer obstruct Jun Moxie and Xiaoyi's marriage. After the banquet, Dugu Wu Di was so drunk that he couldn't stand up. He pointed at Jun Moxie and shouted "Big Brother," saying that his father's injury was entrusted to him. Jun Moxie was helpless and pondered how to achieve his goals with the help of the Dugu father and son. After the grand feast, the crowd reveled in their drunken stupor. The eldest young master, Jun Moxie, also stayed overnight in the Dugu residence due to excessive consumption of alcohol. The next morning, the servant girls whispered amongst themselves, spreading the embarrassing rumor of Tang Yuan's drunken plunge into a latrine. Upon hearing this, Jun Moxie harbored doubts. Though Tang Yuan was not particularly clever, he was not foolish enough to behave in such a reckless manner. Accompanied by his guards, Jun Moxie visited the latrine in question and conducted a thorough investigation. He discovered that the latrine into which Tang Yuan had fallen was different from the others. It had a protrusion nearby, ostensibly designed to prevent accidents. Jun Moxie's suspicions grew as he examined the latrine further. Given Tang Yuan's physical size and level of intoxication, it would have been impossible for him to fall in on his own. Suspecting that Tang Yuan had been framed, he summoned the guards and inquired about who had used the latrine the previous night. The guards led Jun Moxie to a latrine used by the servants. Jun Moxie noticed that this latrine lacked the protrusion and was located far from the banquet hall. Realizing that Tang Yuan had likely been set up, he dispatched someone to fetch the head of the Dugu family. Upon hearing the news, Dugu Wudi, the Dugu general, arrived with a grave expression. After listening to Jun Moxie's deductions, his face darkened. He interrogated his 3 sons. But the eldest, Dugu Ying, dismissed the matter lightly, failing to grasp its seriousness. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and inquired about the whereabouts of the Dugu family's guest, who had also used the latrine the previous night. Enraged by the realization that someone had conspired against Tang Yuan, Dugu Wudi ordered the guest to be brought before him. In the Dugu family, Jun Moxie accused Dugu Xiaoyi's cousin, Huang Shuliu, of killing Tang Yuan, causing him to accidentally fall into a cesspool. Jun Moxie, relying on his exceptional observation skills, discovered that Huang Shuliu's expression was unusual, and there were contradictions in his speech. Huang Shuliu claimed that he was pulled out of the toilet by Tang Yuan while he was relieving himself. But Jun Moxie pointed out that Tang Yuan, despite his large stature, was weak and could not easily throw Huang Shuliu, who was a level of silver profound, out of the toilet. In addition, Huang Shuliu, in describing the incident, inadvertently mentioned that Tang Yuan fell into the cesspool, which Jun Moxie had not asked about before. Dugu Wudi was extremely distressed because Huang Shuliu was his nephew, and he hoped that Jun Moxie would spare him on his behalf. However, Jun Moxie firmly stated that no one could insult his brother and that he must seek justice for Tang Yuan. Faced with Jun Moxie's strong strength and calm judgment, Huang Shuliu could no longer conceal his lies. Under the pressure of Jun Moxie's spiritual power, he finally admitted to throwing Tang Yuan into the cesspool. Dugu Wudi was helpless and could only accept this fact. At Jun Moxie's insistence, Huang Shuliu was executed, and the Dugu family thus became enemies with the Jindong Huang family. Jun Moxie sternly refused Dugu Wudi's plea, stating that he would not compromise no matter who obstructed him. Dugu Wudi felt embarrassed, but faced with Jun Moxie's interrogation, he had to admit that if his brother Jun Wuyu encountered a similar situation, he would also be furious. With Huang Shuliu denying everything, Jun Moxie used a terrifying magic technique to make him confess the truth willingly. Huang Shuliu, out of jealousy for Dugu Xiaoyi and Jun Moxie's marriage, intentionally brought Tang Yuan to the big cesspool and attempted to drown him. However, due to Tang Yuan's background, the Huang family would face annihilation if this was exposed. Jun Moxie's revelation of Huang Shuliu's crime humiliated the Dugu family. Dugu Zongheng was furious and ordered Huang Shuliu's execution, demanding an explanation from the Huang family or he would declare war and destroy them. This incident brought great shame to the Dugu family and caused a profound shock throughout the forces of the profound continent. The Dugu family rejoices as Xiao Yu, the daughter of General Dugu Wudi, is pregnant with Jun Moxie's child. However, danger looms on the horizon. Their nephew, Huang Shuliu, attempts to frame Jun Moxie, nearly pushing him into a cesspit. Upon learning of this, Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi are enraged. They view Huang Shuliu's actions not only as an insult to Jun Moxie but as a provocation to the Dugu family. They demand that the Huang family surrender Huang Shuliu for punishment. Jun Moxie intervenes, stating that he will not personally take action but that Huang Shuliu's death is inevitable. He chillingly declares that anyone who dares to bully his brothers will pay an unbearable price. Despite the desperate pleas of Huang Shuliu's second wife, Jun Moxie remains unmoved and leaves without looking back. Dugu Wudi realizes the gravity of the situation and hurriedly gives chase. Old Master Dugu Zongheng also comprehends that those who cross Jun Moxie's bottom line will face severe consequences. He witnesses Jun Moxie's unwavering loyalty and fearlessness towards his brothers and hopes that his own grandsons will earn Jun Moxie's approval. However, the Dugu family overlooks one factor: the reaction of the fatty Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan had been made a scapegoat for Jun Moxie and suffered unjustly. The fatty would not let this matter rest. When Dugu Wudi arrives on the scene, Tang Yuan remains unconscious. Jun Moxie states that even if Tang Yuan awakens, he will require that they keep this incident a secret. Dugu Wudi is filled with gratitude, realizing that Jun Moxie values loyalty just like his elder brother, Jun Woi, did in the past. Dugu Wudi breaks down in tears, consumed by guilt for failing to seek justice for his brother, who had been falsely accused. Jun Moxie's words awaken him, making him understand the preciousness of brotherhood. The story continues, with Huang Shuliu's fate sealed and Tang Yuan's retribution about to unfold. After a grand feast, Tang Yuan woke up from his hangover and was sobered up by Jun Moxie for a talk. However, Tang Yuan claimed he couldn't remember anything. Jun Moxie understood Tang Yuan's intention and didn't pursue the matter. Then, the two bid farewell to the Dugu family and witnessed a corpse being carried in at the gate. Tang Yuan's pupils constricted, as if he had realized the seriousness of the situation. Back at the door of the noble house, Tang Yuan stopped Jun Moxie, his eyes filled with unusual solemnity, and inquired about the identity of the deceased. Jun Moxie informed him that the person was a member of the Huang family from Jindong City. Tang Yuan's face changed drastically, and he expressed that he would seek revenge. Jun Moxie noticed Tang Yuan's determination and expressed his full support, also authorizing Tang Yuan to mobilize all the resources of the noble house. However, Tang Yuan declined and said that he would handle it in his own way. Jun Moxie praised Tang Yuan's transformation, expressing that no matter what Tang Yuan did, he would stand by his brother. Tang Yuan suppressed his emotions and expressed his gratitude to Jun Moxie. After leaving the noble house, Tang Yuan took Jun Moxie to meet his wife, Sun Xiaomei. Jun Moxie was amazed by Sun Xiaomei's striking transformation, and Tang Yuan helplessly described Sun Xiaomei's fearsome demeanor. At this point, Tang Yuan had made up his mind to seek revenge on the Huang family in Jindong City. And Jun Moxie also expressed his support. This act of revenge foreshadowed a catastrophe for the Huang family. And the brotherhood between Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie grew even deeper and stronger. At an opulent mansion, Sun Xiaomei possesses a ghastly visage marked by festering sores and warts. However, her eyes with distinct black and white shine brightly with an unmistakable fire within. Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan visit the mansion and are taken aback by Sun Xiaomei's appearance. Enraged by their teasing, Sun Xiaomei demands that they provide a remedy. Jun Moxie, with unwavering confidence, assures Sun Xiaomei that he can restore her beauty. Through his diagnosis, Jun Moxie discerns that Sun Xiaomei's disfigurement stems from hormonal imbalance. Summoning the power of his Caishan Zhaohu art, he guides spiritual energy through her body, expelling harmful toxins. Sun Xiaomei experiences a soothing sensation on her face, accompanied by an intense itch. Post-treatment, Sun Xiaomei's facial sores rupture and a layer of foul-smelling skin peels away, revealing immaculate skin beneath. Washing her face with cool water, she notices a remarkable improvement in her appearance, devoid of blemishes and with more defined contours. Overwhelmed with joy, Sun Xiaomei expresses her gratitude to Jun Moxie for saving her from a life of ridicule. She then confides in him about Tang Yuan's health condition, hoping he can assist in his weight loss. Recognizing the formidable challenge of weight loss, Jun Moxie emphasizes the necessity of unwavering cooperation from Tang Yuan. Sun Xiaomei proclaims that if her beauty were restored, she would voluntarily dissolve her engagement with Tang Yuan. But her love for him remains unwavering. Sun Xiaomei shares that despite Tang Yuan's unprepossessing appearance, he is a true man of substance. She pledges to stand by him through all life's joys and sorrows. Touched by her sincerity, Jun Moxie vows to do everything in his power to aid Tang Yuan in his weight loss journey. Touched by his sworn brother Tang Yuan's love story, Jun Moxie praised Tang Yuan's wife's loyalty. Tang Yuan then divulged a scheme using burning bone pill as bait to target the profound Qi clans, and decided to use all means to strike at the Huang family of Jindu City. Upon hearing this, Jun Moxie reminded Tang Yuan not to go too far, and emphasized the importance of their brotherhood. He expressed his full support for Tang Yuan, and said he would bet 90 million taels of silver. Hai Shenfeng and Song Shang were deeply moved by the bond between the two brothers and accepted the mission. After the two left, Tang Yuan told Jun Moxie that there had been abnormalities in the imperial court recently, with the emperor appearing to avoid Jun Moxie intentionally or unintentionally, which made Tang Yuan worried. Jun Moxie said he would pay attention, but he did not take it too seriously. He believed that even if the emperor wanted to eliminate the Jun family, his personal power would not be able to contend with the strength of the country. Tang family. Tang Yuan, as a loyalist directo relative of the sovereign family, was not only anxious inside, as after knowing that Emperor Jun is about to strike at Jun's family, Emperor Jun promised not to bring any harm to Tang Yuan's grandfather, which relieved Tang Yuan's fear. Unfortunately, Tang Yuan let slip his misery to Emperor Jun, but was unaware that Emperor Jun had accidentally informed Tang Yuan's wife. Sun Xiaomei, with anger, rushed to confront Tang Yuan's family. His wife confronts him over it. Even though he tries to explain himself, she didn't believe in his views. Emperor Jun, after seeing the situation, leaves behind a sentence and escapes. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun sensed someone tracking him and decided to find out. And it turned out that it was none other than the King of Beasts from Celestial Punishment Forest. Cruel Serpent King Qianshuan. Qianshuan's aim is still unknown. Even after trailing him for so long, she didn't attack. She just paused in the middle of her track, turns her head towards the direction of where Emperor Jun was. Killing Qi murderous intent spread everywhere, which is enough to prove that she has already sensed Emperor Jun. This incident has left the story full of suspense, and showed the potential conflict between Emperor Jun and Cruel Serpent King. Jun Moxie lurked in the air, blown away by the powerful aura of the Snake Queen. Qinshun suspected that she was being followed, but could not find any trace. She hid in the grass, waiting patiently for the stalker to appear. At this time, Jun Moxie was in the state of yin-yang escape, hiding his aura and observing Qinshun's actions. He found that although Qinshun sensed his presence, she could not determine his location. Jun Moxie could not help but admire the beautiful curves of Qinshun's buttocks, and secretly imagined how they would feel. After a thorough search, Qinshun still found nothing and decided to give up. However, Jun Moxie continued to follow her closely, using the ethereal properties of yin-yang escape to evade her pursuit. Xuanxuan became suspicious all the way and changed her movement techniques countless times. But she could not shake off the stalker. She felt mental breakdown and decided to challenge the stalker at the treetop. At this moment, Xuanxuan's sister, Mei Shuiyan, appeared. She advised Xuanxuan not to be suspicious. But Xuanxuan insisted that she was being followed. Mei Shuiyan analyzed that the stalker's methods might be more advanced than they imagined, and suggested that they remain still and wait for the stalker to reveal themselves. However, Jun Moxie, who was lurking in a nearby tree, felt a strong pressure. He sensed the danger and hid in the trunk in time. Mei Shuiyan pulled Xuanxuan under the tree where Jun Moxie was attached. And Jun Moxie did not dare to move, for fear of being discovered. Mei Shuiyan could not determine whether the stalker existed or not, and decided to wait and see. Jun Moxie realized that Mei Shuiyan might have sensed his presence, but he still remained hidden, waiting patiently for the situation to develop. Mei Shuiyan senses something amiss beneath a tree and sits down to ponder. Meanwhile, Queen Serpent Xuanxuan reports on Jun Moxie's actions in the city to Mei Shuiyan, quelling rumors, seizing the Meng family's assets, killing Confucian officials involved in the rumors, and pressuring the Dugu family to execute their niece. Xuanxuan suspects Jun Moxie has a powerful backer and experienced a sense of being followed during her surveillance, but lost her tail. Mei Shuiyan suggests they pressure Jun Moxie by targeting his life, forcing his mysterious master to reveal themselves. Xuanxuan proposes using the announcement of Jun Moxie adopting Qinghan as a daughter and his engagement to Dugu Xiaoyi as leverage. Mei Shuiyan expresses dissatisfaction, feeling that it would be too easy for Jun Moxie to marry two beauties, and plots to torment him. As Xuanxuan prepares dinner and takes her leave, Mei Shuiyan senses someone eavesdropping and demands they show themselves. Jun Moxie, hidden nearby, is confident Mei Shuiyan cannot detect his yin-yang evasion technique and dismisses her provocation. However, he realizes Mei Shuiyan's profound zongong and re-evaluates the strength of the heavenly punishment forest. In the dense forest, Mei Shuiyan sat quietly under the shade of a tree when she suddenly released a breathtaking gust of wind that turned 8 towering trees into dust, vanishing them without a trace. This astounding display of power left Jun Moxie hiding in the trees. Utterly astounded, Mei Shuiyan coldly stated her name and asserted that Jun Moxie was nearby. Her words carried a threat, claiming she would kill his loved ones to force him to reveal himself. As Mei Shuiyan counted down, Jun Moxie could no longer contain himself and declared his presence. Mei Shuiyan questioned how Jun Moxie knew her hidden location, and he countered that he possessed a secret technique from his sect that no one could break. However, Mei Shuiyan keenly noted his unique movement technique, which he had displayed while chasing the Serpent King, allowing him to seemingly vanish. She deduced that only Jun Moxie could have tracked the Serpent King without leaving a trace. Infuriated, Jun Moxie deemed that Mei Shuiyan had crossed his bottom line. He warned her not to test his limits or she would face severe consequences. Unmoved, Mei Shuiyan questioned the source of his confidence. Jun Moxie retorted that he was immune to external influences, while Mei Shuiyan posed a genuine threat. Enraged, she attacked Jun Moxie. They engaged in a fierce and brutal hand-to-hand combat, exchanging blows without mercy. Amidst the battle, Mei Shuiyan demanded to know why Jun Moxie also resorted to threats. He coldly replied that no matter how skilled she was, she could not shake his resolve. The fight ended with Jun Moxie forced to retreat due to the disparity in their abilities, while Mei Shuiyan denounced him as ruthless. In an intense confrontation, Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie clashed head-on, engaging in a life-or-death duel. Mei Shuiyan launched fierce attacks, but failed to harm Jun Moxie. Each of her moves exuded murderous intent. However, Jun Moxie remained fearless, countering with equally lethal techniques, showcasing his status as the king of assassins. Their agile bodies became entangled as they exchanged rapid blows, each impact echoing through the air. Mei Shuiyan's footwork was renowned in the Heaven Punishment Forest. Yet under Jun Moxie's assault, she struggled to maintain her advantage. Jun Moxie's attacks were sharp and relentless, targeting Mei Shuiyan's vital points with precision. Even supreme powerhouses would falter against such onslaught. Mei Shuiyan realized that Jun Moxie had an uncanny ability to discern her weaknesses and exploit her vulnerabilities. In contrast, Jun Moxie guarded his vulnerabilities meticulously. Despite Mei Shuiyan's initial advantage, she couldn't inflict substantial damage. The stalemate persisted, neither side able to gain an upper hand. Mei Shuiyan recognized Jun Moxie's formidable nature. His combat style was enigmatic and unpredictable, combining ferocious aggression with chilling composure, as if he were born to kill. Jun Moxie, on the other hand, grew increasingly frustrated by Mei Shuiyan's agility and elusiveness. Abruptly, Jun Moxie recalled the events leading up to their encounter and questioned Mei Shuiyan's motives. She acknowledged her intentions without hesitation, her laughter echoing with murderous intent. A cold gleam entered Jun Moxie's eyes as the confrontation escalated, promising an even more intense battle of equals. In the otherworldly Hongjun Tower, Jun Moxie trains diligently to evade the pursuit of an unknown assailant. However, upon discovering the identity of his pursuer, he resolves to exact revenge. During a chance encounter, Jun Moxie realizes that the mastermind behind the pursuit is Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan possesses astonishing hand-to-hand combat prowess but arrogantly forbids the use of spiritual power. Jun Moxie seizes upon this weakness, employing unorthodox movements and techniques to corner Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan engages Jun Moxie in a fierce melee, their attacks evenly matched. However, Jun Moxie, unrestrained by convention, unleashes a relentless assault using his hair, shoulders, and other body parts, catching Mei Shuiyan off guard. In the midst of the battle, Jun Moxie inadvertently touches Mei Shuiyan's chest, provoking her into a furious rage. Despite her self-imposed restriction against using spiritual power, Mei Shuiyan breaks her vow, unleashing her full force with the intent of crushing Jun Moxie utterly. As Mei Shuiyan's overwhelming attack is about to descend, Jun Moxie abruptly shouts, "Halt! Are you going to renege on your loss?" This single proclamation somehow dissipates Mei Shuiyan's offensive. Furious, Mei Shuiyan demands to know how their contest is to be decided. With a solemn expression, Jun Moxie declares her defeat and prepares to depart. In a fit of humiliated rage, Mei Shuiyan unleashes the secret technique Heaven and Earth Cage, confining Jun Moxie's body and consciousness. Trapped and unable to resist, Jun Moxie endures a relentless beating from Mei Shuiyan. He becomes utterly battered and stripped of all ability to fight back. Mei Shuiyan triumphantly asks Jun Moxie who has emerged victorious. But the moment she releases Heaven and Earth Cage, Jun Moxie seizes his chance and escapes. Mei Shuiyan is incensed, but Jun Moxie has already vanished, leaving her fuming alone. In a fierce melee, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan clashed head-on. As Mei Shuiyan unleashed the formidable Heaven and Earth Cage skill, Jun Moxie disappeared in an instant with his enigmatic movement technique, leaving Mei Shuiyan caught off guard. Furious, Mei Shuiyan attacked with full force but was once again outwitted by Jun Moxie. He left her with a beating, infuriating Mei Shuiyan, who once again employed the Heaven and Earth Cage. However, Jun Moxie vanished again, leaving Mei Shuiyan baffled and fuming. After calming down, Mei Shuiyan realized her overcompetitiveness had been a mistake and that engaging Jun Moxie in hand-to-hand combat had been unwise. She took a deep breath, suppressing her impulses, and invited Jun Moxie to appear for a talk. Jun Moxie ignored Mei Shuiyan's invitation and continued massaging his buttocks. He knew her well enough to be wary of her deceit. Mei Shuiyan waited patiently and sent Snake King Qinchun to find Jun Moxie. Eventually, he appeared, teasing Mei Shuiyan about her temper. Mei Shuiyan helplessly stated that Jun Moxie was not a good person. With that, the conflict between Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie subsided, and Mei Shuiyan's offer of cooperation remained uncertain. Jun Moxie met a woman who claimed to be the sister of Venerable Mei Shuiyan of the Heavenly Punishment Forest. She told him that she came looking for her master's whereabouts, but he pretended to know nothing. She understands his situation and accepts his explanation. Capitalizing on the situation, Jun Moxie shared his moral values. He explained that while it's easy for a good person to get hurt, being noble is tiring. He would rather live as a ruffian than be seen as a good or noble person. He told a story to illustrate the fundamental difference between good and bad people, exposing society's double standards and prejudices. Jun Moxie's argument shocked Mei Shuiyan. She wondered if her rigid beliefs needed re-examining. She admitted that while the Heavenly Punishment Forest follows the law of the jungle, after interacting with the human world, she became obsessed with the distinction between good and bad people. Jun Moxie suggested that her obsession might be due to the influence of human morality. As for him, He considers himself more of a creature of the heavenly punishment forest, where the law of the jungle prevails. Mei Shuiyan agreed with Jun Moxie's views. She recognized that he is the kind of person who prefers to take risks to gain benefits or avoid losses. She realized that no matter where he lives, his priority will always be to protect his own interests. Mei Shuiyan, the Beast King of Heaven's Punishment Forest, anxiously approached Jun Moxie with a request for cooperation. She sought the assistance of Jun Moxie's master in refining pills to enhance their strength. The aim was to assist the 10 Beast Kings of Heaven's Punishment Forest in surpassing their limits and preparing for an impending battle with the 3 Great Holy Lands. Mei Shuiyan emphasized their need for at least 3 powerful pills with effects lasting over 30 years. Additionally, the ingredients used in each pill had to be unique and the pills had to be refined within a little over 2 years. In exchange, Heaven's Punishment Forest offered to provide all the necessary medicinal ingredients free of charge and meet any conditions set by Jun Moxie and his master. Jun Moxie recognized the extraordinary nature of this request, as it required him and his master to break through the 6th level of the Hongjun Tower in a short time frame and refine unprecedentedly advanced pills. However, he was touched by the tenacity and boldness of the Heaven's Punishment Forest Beast Kings and saw this as an opportunity to forge an eternal alliance. After careful consideration, Jun Moxie agreed to facilitate the cooperation and sought his master's opinion. Simultaneously, he inquired about the 3 Great Holy Lands. Mei Shuiyan explained that the 3 saints and 1 demonic origin had emerged 9,000 years ago during a period of upheaval on the continent. Numerous heroes and legends arose, but a catastrophic event on the Celestial Pillar Mountain forever altered the landscape of the Xuanxuan Continent. In the south of the Xuanxuan mainland stands Tianxiang Mountain, a legendary peak thousands of meters high, stretching for 10,000 miles and permeates the mainland. 9,000 years ago, a catastrophe caused part of the Tianxiang Mountain to collapse, revealing a mountain range connecting to an unknown world. Since then, a strange, non-human creature has invaded from the other side of the mountain range, engaging in a fierce conflict with the powerhouses on this side of the Tianxiang Mountain. In order to resist the foreign invasion, the Xuanxuan mainland has assembled 4 major forces: the 3 sacred sites, Celestial Immortal Palace, Sovereign Golden City, Dream Blood Sea in the Heavenly Punishment Forest, and launched a protracted war of heavenly seizure. The 3 sacred sites and the demonic beast have joined forces to resist the enemy and have repelled the invaders several times. However, as time went by, the 3 sacred sites and the demonic beast began to vie for power, gradually neglecting their original mission, and even started to interfere in the imperial power of the secular world. Most worryingly, they have been wasting their strength over a so-called ranking. As the deadline for the War of Heavenly Seizure approaches, Mei Shuiyan, the leader of the Heavenly Punishment Forest, is deeply concerned. She believes that humans are no longer sufficient to resist the invasion of the alien race and decides to have the entire Heavenly Punishment Forest participate in the war to protect the mainland. To do so, they must Ji-shen the ranks of the 3 sacred sites and the demonic beast. Otherwise they will not even be qualified to fight. Mei Shuiyan's determination and courage impressed Jun Moxie. He realized that even the Zon beasts possessed a sense of responsibility and vision that far surpassed humans. As the War of Heavenly Seizure draws near, the Heavenly Punishment Forest will face a serious test. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan delve into the shifting tides and conspiracies of the battle for Heaven's will. With the increasing duration of the battle years, Mei Shuiyan speculates that it is a ploy by the otherworldly race. The limited human lifespan, coupled with the harsh survival conditions for otherworldly beings, would render the human side unable to sustain their strength in the extended battle for Heaven's will. Mei Shuiyan expounds on the formidable nature of the otherworldly race. They are a dual-named unity, composed of 2 bodies with complementary meridians, enabling them to cultivate martial arts with double efficiency. However, their appearance is grotesque, and their actions are savage, devoid of human morality. Mei Shuiyan points out that the martial arts of the otherworldly race resemble the profound techniques previously displayed by Jun Moxie. But the difference in proficiency is vast. Jun Moxie wields the heaven-splitting and earth-creation technique and the yin-yang esoterica, while the martial arts of the otherworldly race are a crude version of the 5 elements esotericism. Intrigued, young Master Jun inquires about the weaponry and cultural refinement of the otherworldly race. Mei Shuiyan elucidates that they wield slender sabers, accompanied by a war cry each time they strike. Shockingly, These conjoined beings are both male and female, separable into two individuals and capable of merging back together. On the profound Sky Continent, there is a unique alien race, the Wolf Clan. Their way of life is shocking. Each conjoined body is a married couple. This shameless existence greatly enraged Jun Moxie, who decided to do his utmost to assist the Mei Shuiyan sisters in exterminating the Wolf Clan. However, Mei Shuiyan poured cold water on Jun Moxie, pointing out that his cultivation base was too low to make any difference in the impending battle for the heavens. She reminded Jun Moxie that even supreme-level experts could defeat him with ease. Unconvinced, Jun Moxie insisted that he would make them all look with new eyes. Mei Shuiyan scoffed, judging that it was simply impossible for Jun Moxie to advance from the mid-sky profound realm to the supreme realm within 3 years. She argued that even the most exceptional geniuses needed to be over 40 to break through to the supreme realm. Despite this, Jun Moxie remained confident, declaring that one's destiny lay in one's own hands and that he did not mind being doubted by others. The Snake King Qinshun on the side berated Jun Moxie for daring to slander them as frogs in a well. But Mei Shuiyan stopped her younger sister. She hinted that Jun Moxie may have some reliance, but she still thought that his boast was born from overestimating himself. Half a year ago, Jun Moxie was still a playboy. Yet now, he had broken through to the middle tier of the Sky Profound realm. In the face of Mei Shuiyan's GE, Jun Moxie confidently declared that he would assuredly advance to the sovereign realm within 3 years. Mei Shuiyan was greatly interested in Jun Moxie's medicinal pill, the tempering bone pill, and pointed out that it could reshape the bones, and was exceptionally effective for profound practitioners in breaking through bottlenecks. She speculated that the 3 Holy Lands would also send people to pay a visit. Only then did Jun Moxie realize that he had underestimated the value of the tempering bone pill. Mei Shuiyan suggested moving into the Jun residence, as it would both facilitate discussing matters and also strengthen the Jun family's power. Jun Moxie readily agreed, realizing his own lack of strength. He began practicing cultivation like a madman. At the same time, the Huang family fell into dire straits because of Huang Feiyu's death. The Dugu family pressured the Huang family, demanding an explanation. The Huang family's businesses were met with a complete blockade. Huang Feiyu's death made Huang Feiyu's grandfather recognize the reality of this situation, and he chose to preserve the family's interests. The Huang family invited a mysterious backer to support them, declaring that the Dugu family had broken their promise and married elsewhere. So the Huang family would marry Dugu Jingyao according to the engagement contract. They also accused Jun Moxie of snatching the Huang family's fiancé and threatened to fight the 3 major families to the end. This news caused a stir among the government and the public, and many speculated that the Huang family must have powerful support behind them. After the Southern Heaven military force returned to the capital, the Heavenly Fragrance Emperor remained unusually indifferent, ignoring the affairs of state. Suspecting something amiss, the major families adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Meanwhile, Heavenly Fragrance City quickly rose to fame due to the miraculous effects of the bone-quenching pill, attracting many hidden clans seeking to purchase it. However, Jun Moxie secluded himself, immersing himself in cultivation and researching alchemical formulas. After reviewing millions of alchemical formulas, Jun Moxie discovered several that could enhance cultivation. Among them, the spirit-connecting pill increased the speed of true chi flow, allowing martial artists to launch faster attacks. The essence-gathering pill accumulated essence energy, accelerating cultivation speed. The celestial yuan pill significantly boosted cultivation but posed great risks, suitable only for cultivators above the divine profound realm. Jun Moxie realized the synergy between these cultivation-enhancing pills and his open heaven creation technique. Using spirit herbs such as the Thousand Evils myriad poisons fruit, he successfully refined all 3 pills. The spirit-connecting pill doubled the strength of the Beast Kings in the heavenly punishment forest, while the essence-gathering pill aided his rapid cultivation. Through diligent practice, Jun Moxie's cultivation gradually increased, reaching the peak of Middle Sky Profound Realm and nearing a breakthrough to Peak Sky Profound Realm. Jun Moxie discovers 3 miraculous medicinal pills in the Hongjun Tower: the Tungyuan pill, the Juyuan pill, and the Tianyuan pill. The Tungyuan pill can improve cultivation. The Juyuan pill can increase vitality, and the Tianyuan pill can significantly increase power. Jun Moxie begins refining the least difficult Tungyuan pill. He is confident, but the refining process turns out to be incredibly difficult. taking an extremely long time and exhausting a great amount of his spiritual power. In the end, the pill refining fails, leaving only a pile of black ash. Unwilling to accept defeat, Jun Moxie once again uses his heaven creation and Genesis art to recover his strength and spiritual power. Unexpectedly, reaching his limits actually stimulates his progress in the technique, greatly increasing his ability to absorb spiritual energy. Jun Moxie realizes that although the Tungyuan pill refining failed, the process of reaching his limits has given him great rewards. He begins to contemplate the reason behind this, but cannot find an answer for the time being. Jun Moxie, an alchemy novice who failed to refine the heavenly essence pill, universal essence pill, and demonic breaker pill, considers them the most difficult elixirs to concoct. However, when the Huang family makes unreasonable demands, Jun Moxie senses something amiss. Informed by Tang Yuan that the Huangs claim an ancestor from the illusory blood sea, and with Mei Shuiyan's prediction that the soul-burning pill might attract those from the three holy lands, Jun Moxie deduces the Huang family's arrogance may stem from the illusory blood sea forces. To counter, Jun Moxie decides to move the soul-burning pill to the safer Yashang Pavilion and instructs Tang Yuan to claim it's there if apprehended. Unbeknownst to the Huangs, the pavilion secretly houses Mei Shuiyan and another formidable woman, ensuring catastrophic consequences for any who attempt to seize the pill. Jun Moxie discerns that the Huang family's actions are aimed at obtaining the soul-burning pill. He resolves to wait and strike back at an opportune moment, keeping his intentions hidden for now. Despite being baffled by Jun Moxie's strategy, Tang Yuan chooses to trust his judgment. As Jun Moxie's plan unfolds, an undercurrent of conflict begins to surge. In the Jun family mansion, Jun Moxie, vexed by his attire, gets into an argument with the portly Tang Yuan who came to greet him. Tang Yuan mocks Jun Moxie's physique, deeming him unworthy of his brother's governance over Qing Han. Enraged, Jun Moxie demands the fatty to pay 5,000 taels of gold for the door he broke. Meanwhile, from the Dugu family, the elderly patriarch Dugu Zongeng visits the Jun family to seek medical treatment, requesting Jun Moxie to heal his old wounds. Jun Moxie employs the open heaven creation skill in the golden needles to cure the Dugu patriarch, leaving him immensely satisfied. Far away in the south, two burly men, Hu Lidi and Shang Kaishan, ride peculiar mounts as they make their way north, with two huge sacks of precious medicinal herbs strapped to their mounts' buttocks. Along their journey, they encounter numerous bandits and thieves, but all of them are easily dealt with. Hu Lidi is a man with a mischievous nature, who despite his crippling fear of heights, insists on traveling with Shang Kaishan. Shang Kaishan, on the other hand, has little patience for him, viewing him as a source of trouble. Hu Lidi suggests extending their stay at their destination to seek opportunities to spar with others and pay a visit to their revered senior Feng. Shang Kaishan, however, strongly disapproves, chastising Hu Lidi for presuming too much. As the story unfolds, how these characters and events will intertwine in the future remains to be seen. Two great beastmasters, Shang Kaishan, the Bear King, and Hu Lid, the Tiger King, are ordered to escort a divine elixir from the heavenly punishment forest to the heavenly fragrance city. Along the way, they encounter numerous robberies and thefts, and their battles are exhilarating. Hu Lid proudly displays the precious elixir on his body, flaunting his success. Meanwhile, in the Huang family of Golden East City, Huang Lao, the ancestor of the dreamy blood sea, has not descended to the mortal realm for 79 years. Upon learning that the Huang family is being bullied due to the soul-scorching pill incident, he berates his descendants as unworthy and threatens to annihilate the Jun, Tang, and Dugu families. However, the young master of the dreamy blood sea has reservations. While he also advocates for revenge, the auction of the soul-scorching pill affects the sect rankings, so he must proceed cautiously. Under pressure from Huang Lao, the young master relents. He declares that the Huang family's vendetta cannot go unavenged, but the details of the plan must be carefully considered. On another front, Shang Kaishan and Hu Lid arrive in Heavenly Fragrance City and deliver the elixir to Jun Moxie. They are astonished to learn that the Huang family intends to destroy the three great families. With this, the conflict between the dreamy blood sea and the three major families is imminent. The winds of fate shift in Heavenly Fragrance City, and a bloody storm is about to unleash. A group of mysterious figures clad in purple robes assemble to plot their next move, the acquisition of the incinerating bone pill. a highly valued pill, and to avenge themselves against the Huang family. Their plan, they decide, would be to cleverly question the Jun and Tang families for any leads on its whereabouts. But they must proceed with caution. To ensure the success of their plan, the purple-robed figures choose the night of Jun Moxie's forecasted prophecy to strike at the noble halls. Sure enough, as Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang, both masters of the heaven-profound realm, are worn thin from the night's relentless distractions, two figures clad in black stealthily infiltrate Tang Yuan's chambers. Upon encountering the obese Tang Yuan, however, the men in black hesitate, deciding it would be inconvenient to carry him, and instead interrogate him there. They find Tang Yuan to be unnaturally lethargic, and even inflicting pain yields no response. Finally, they pinch Tang Yuan's nose, cutting off his air supply. Awakening, Tang Yuan mistakes his captors as men sent by Jun Moxie, and lets out a gasp. The men in black quickly silence him, threatening his life. Tang Yuan, overcome with fear, reveals that the incinerating bone pill is hidden in the fragrant abode of the Jun family, the residence of Jun Moxie's lover, Guan Qinghan. Though the men in black scorn Tang Yuan for his cowardice, they have acquired the information they sought: the location of the incinerating bone pill. Now, with this knowledge, they can proceed to pry open the next piece of the puzzle and ultimately secure the pill for themselves. Tang Yuan was threatened by two masked men in black. He tried to bluff his way out but was despised by them. The masked men took their leave, leaving Tang Yuan in a state of shock. In the meantime, Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang returned to the House of Nobles to find Tang Yuan covered in wounds. Panicked, Tang Yuan lamented over his ordeal, but the two left in a hurry, increasing his fear. On the other side, Mei Shuiyan, Serpent Queen Qinshun, and Guan Qinghan shared a room. As two powerful auras approached, Mei Shuiyan became aware that they were being attacked by a master. Serpent Queen Qinshun coordinated with her to suppress their auras, and they waited patiently. Under the veil of the night, two masked men infiltrated a courtyard and targeted the room where Mei Shuiyan was staying. Confident in their abilities, they were not intimidated by the Jun family's legendary master. When they knocked on Guan Qinghan's door, a cold voice answered. The masked men immediately recognized it as Guan Qinghan and decided to break the window instead of continuing the conversation. However, upon entering the room, they were surprised to find a woman in white sitting by the table. Her gaze as cold and as piercing as a winter star. The beauty of Guan Qinghan astonished the two masked men. Under the tranquil veil of night, two masked men clad in black stealthily infiltrate Mei Shuiyan's private chamber. Their intentions set on pilfering the prized bone-scorching pill. However, to their astonishment, they are greeted by an ethereally beautiful and formidable woman who exudes an aura of unparalleled power. Although Mei Shuiyan conceals her spiritual energy, the palpable presence of her superior strength unsettles the intruders. The masked men identify themselves as individuals with no malicious intent. But when Mei Shuiyan inquires about their true purpose, they invoke the safety of the realm, demanding the surrender of the bone-scorching pill. Mei Shuiyan responds with indifference, flatly refusing to relinquish the elixir. Her extraordinary beauty and charm briefly fluster one of the masked men, but his companion swiftly intervenes, sensing that Mei Shuiyan is far more formidable than she appears. Discerning a shift in the atmosphere, the masked men retreat cautiously, inquiring about Mei Shuiyan's identity. She gazes lazily and seductively into their eyes, her piercing gaze seeming to penetrate their very souls, rendering them immobile. Upon learning that the intruders hail from the dreamlike Blood Sea, Mei Shuiyan probes whether they have been dispatched by Huyan Tianfeng. The masked men are astounded, realizing Mei Shuiyan's knowledge of both the dreamlike Blood Sea and Huyan Tianfeng. At that moment, a melodious laugh echoes from outside the chamber as Serpent Queen Qianshuan gracefully enters, amplifying the pressure on the masked men. They recognize that they have stumbled into an ambush, trapped between two formidable female adversaries, leaving them in a perilous predicament. Mei Shuiyan questions two elders from the dreamy Blood Sea, learning that Huyan Tianfeng has stepped down and Huyan Aobo has been appointed as the new sect leader. She ridicules the three sacred lands' practice of hereditary succession and criticizes the dreamy Blood Sea for abandoning tradition. The elders condemn Mei Shuiyan's words, but she dismisses them and accuses them of having no experience in the world outside. Enraged, the elders attack, Mei Shuiyan using heaven and earth cage on one while facing off against the other. She fights ferociously, defeating the elder in 3 moves. The elder flees in a panic. The Snake King taking the opportunity to attack. Mei Shuiyan stops the Snake King from pursuing further. The elder escapes but encounters an unexpected swordlight, which cuts him in half. Jun Moxie, dressed in white, appears and enters the room with confidence. During a late-night ambush, Jun Moxie rescued Mei Shuiyan and the Snake King Xuanxuan, killing one of the dreamy Blood Sea assassins. Mei Shuiyan was shocked by Jun Moxie's swordsmanship, acknowledging it to be among the top 3. Jun Moxie stated that he would not show mercy to the dreamy Blood Sea assassins, referring to them as 2 rookies who could be easily defeated by even Elder Eagle. However, Mei Shuiyan believed that the dreamy Blood Sea was an indispensable force in the battle for Heaven's mandate. And Jun Moxie's killing of the assassins had now made the battle inevitable. Jun Moxie countered by saying that the dreamy Blood Sea assassins were mediocre in their strength and insignificant in the grand scheme of things. He confessed to hiding nearby at first, waiting for Mei Shuiyan and others to deal with the attackers, but denied having orchestrated the ambush. He explained that he had arrived just in time after returning from an alchemy session and had happened to witness the ambush. Mei Shuiyan was skeptical but apologized to Jun Moxie out of guilt. Jun Moxie feigned grievance, accusing Mei Shuiyan of being too suspicious and unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Mei Shuiyan swallowed her pride while planning to ask Jun Moxie for the Tungyuan pill. Jun Moxie showed Mei Shuiyan the Tungyuan pill but explained that it did not increase yuan energy but instead accelerated the flow of yuan energy, thus increasing attacking speed. Mei Shuiyan realized the immense value of the Tungyuan pill and could not conceal her shock. Skeptical at first, Mei Shuiyan ingests a Tungyuan pill, instantly feeling a surge of energy coursing through her body, rapidly boosting her vital energy. This miraculous power triples her attack speed, surpassing her previous limits. Realizing the astounding effects of the Tungyuan pill, Mei Shuiyan is thrilled and eagerly inquires how many more Jun Moxie has. Jun Moxie informs her of 4 remaining pills, further elating Mei Shuiyan. She believes these pills will significantly enhance the strength of the Beast Kings in the Forest of Heavenly Punishment. Amidst Mei Shuiyan's joy, Jun Moxie impulsively attempts to kiss her, only to be repelled by her exploding Zon energy. Jun Moxie realizes his reckless action and is filled with trepidation. Understanding Mei Shuiyan's formidable power, he regrets his momentary lapse of judgment. However, Mei Shuiyan does not hold a grudge against Jun Moxie. Instead, she remains grateful for the Tungyuan pills he gifted her. After all, such heavenly treasures have never been encountered in legends. Mei Shuiyan's extraordinary talent is fueled by the immense enhancement, making it difficult for her to contain her excitement and elation. Although Jun Moxie was repelled, he feels secretly relieved. He recognizes that while Mei Shuiyan is powerful, she is not unreasonable. Comforted by Mei Shuiyan's gratitude, he inwardly admonishes himself to tread cautiously in the future when dealing with this formidable figure. At Duke's mansion, Jun Moxie inadvertently offended Mei Shuiyan, arousing her anger. However, just as Mei Shuiyan was about to teach Jun Moxie a lesson, she heard him shamelessly offer to take responsibility. Out of a complex mix of emotions, Mei Shuiyan refrained from attacking and instead returned to her room in shame and indignation. Seeing this, Serpent King Qianxun became suspicious and secretly questioned Mei Shuiyan, only to find her exceptionally shy and at a loss. Qianxun was astounded, suspecting that Jun Moxie had done something improper to Mei Shuiyan. Guan Qinghan rushed over upon hearing the commotion but only learned that Mei Shuiyan had been angered by Jun Moxie and saw no other suspicious signs. On his way back, Jun Moxie savored his encounter with Mei Shuiyan and secretly vowed to marry her no matter what. He believed that Mei Shuiyan's outstanding looks and abilities made her the perfect choice as his first wife. Meanwhile, Huang Lao of the Phantasmal Blood Sea discovered that the 2 men he had sent out had not returned overnight, filling him with unease. Guessing that they might have encountered an unexpected powerful enemy, Huang Lao suspected the Jun family was responsible. To uncover the truth, he decided to visit the Jun family in person at midnight. However, before the Phantasmal Blood Sea could act, the Dugu family, one of the 3 great aristocratic families in Fragrant Sky Kingdom, developed animosity towards the Phantasmal Blood Sea over the Jun Moxie affair. To prevent a direct conflict between the 2 forces, the Dugu family secretly sent someone to monitor the Phantasmal Blood Sea's every move. As night fell, Undercurrents surged through Golden East City, and a crisis was about to erupt. In the pitch-black sky-fragrant city, Mu Shitong and Han Yanmeng stumble into the city in a bedraggled state. Although they've escaped the clutches of danger, their fugitive journey is still fraught with peril, especially with the Shao family of Blizzard Silver City pursuing them relentlessly. Mu Shitong, with her vast Zhonghu experience, skillfully disguises herself, concealing her identity to narrowly avoid one crisis after another. However, their circumstances remain precarious as the Shao family has personnel stationed in Sky Fragrance City, including Sheng Baotang, informed that the Shao family renegade they are pursuing is still at large. Mu Shitong dares not be careless, realizing that they bear the safety of Silver City on their shoulders. After a brief respite, Mu Shitong and Han Yanmeng resolve to enter the city and seek out Jun Wuyi and Jun Moxie. They believe the Jun family is the only place they can seek refuge. With a mix of emotions, they gaze upon the distant Sky Fragrance City, realizing that Silver City's hope now rests on the Jun family, the very family Silver City had wronged, a testament to the capricious nature of life. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyin sits alone under a dim oil lamp, her gaze lost in the flickering flame. Jun Moxie's sudden whispered confession still echoes in her ears, stirring her heart that has been tranquil for years. As Mei Shuiyin contemplates, Jun Moxie is hard at work concocting pills, preparing for the impending attack of the dreamy blood sea. Jun Moxie recognizes the paramount importance of increasing his people's strength, so he distributes the pills he concocts to grandfather Jun Wuyi, Ying Bakong, Hai Chenfeng, Song Shang, and others. Upon reaching their agreed-upon goal, he plans to gift some to Bai Li Luoyan. With his cultivation steadily increasing and his alchemy skills improving, he believes that ever more potent pills will emerge, bestowing upon them even greater power. However, the inferior aptitude of the two mute children stirs compassion within him. He decides to teach them ventriloquism, alleviating their communication obstacles and enabling them to enhance their abilities more effectively. Under the veil of darkness, Mu Shitong and Han Yanmeng infiltrate Sky Fragrance City, continuing their perilous journey, while Jun Moxie stands ready, vigilantly awaiting the approach of the dreamy blood sea. Under the veil of night, the Jun manor was veiled in serenity and tranquility. However, the sudden sound of wind breaking through shattered the stillness, followed by a powerful divine consciousness that weighed down like a mountain. Jun Moxie's heart shivered, realizing that the visitor was not benevolent. On top of the tower, a purple figure stood proudly. It was none other than the ancestor of the fantasy blood sea, Huang Taiyang. Looking down from above, his gaze swept across all beings as he declared that he was there to retrieve the guardian who had been detained the previous night. Ying Bo Kong stepped forward with indignation, mocking Huang Taiyang for acting like a bully. Huang Taiyang remained indifferent, stating that Ying Bo Kong was merely the weakest of the 8 great sovereigns and was not worthy of his attention. Ying Bo Kong was enraged, accusing Huang Taiyang of being arrogant and presumptuous. Just then, a cold and indifferent voice echoed through the air like thunder splitting through darkness. With the arrival of this voice, the aura that Huang Taiyang had put up shattered instantly. The crowd was stunned, turning to the source of the sound, only to see a slender figure walking out slowly. The newcomer was none other than the eagle god of the prairie, Ying Bo Kong. His gaze was piercing as he stood with his hands behind his back, emanating an air that rivaled mountains. He questioned Huang Taiyang's identity, who introduced himself and declared his intention to kill those who opposed him, including the bottom-ranked 8 great sovereigns and the unknown. Ying Bo Kong was consumed by rage, lambasting Huang Taiyang as an outdated legend who was nothing but a pushover. Huang Taiyang let out a hearty laugh, displaying his unparalleled arrogance. However, as Ying Bo Kong's voice faded, a cold voice rang out again, shattering Huang Taiyang's aura. Under the dark night sky, Huang Yangxi charged suddenly at the Jun family, confidently proclaiming his might. However, just after he finished speaking, an indifferent voice rang out, greatly shocking him. A green-clad girl, none other than Snake Queen Qinshun, appeared by Ying Bakong's side. Huang Yangxi was taken aback, never expecting the other party to have such a powerful expert aiding them. Ying Bakong and the Snake Queen joined forces to fight Huang Yangxi. With his agile movements and sharp eagle claws, Ying Bakong coordinated seamlessly with the Snake Queen. Although Huang Yangxi was formidable, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The intense battle grew fiercer. Amidst their offense and defense, the storm raged, and fallen flowers and leaves transformed into unstoppable weapons. Outsiders could not intervene, only marveling at their prowess. Ying Bakong, brave and fearless, attacked with all his might, disregarding his safety. The Snake Queen, unpredictable, used 8 illusions to besiege Huang Yangxi. Huang Yangxi fought back with all his strength, but was still struck by 16 palm strikes and 7 claw attacks. All 3 of them suffered injuries. A deafening surge of energy swept through the surroundings. Huang Yangxi's clothes were torn, revealing a golden soft armor, showcasing his astonishing defense. Huang Yangxi praised Ying Bakong's strength but mocked the Snake Queen's age and identity. Provoking her, the Snake Queen lashed out in anger, and the 2 parties resumed their fierce battle. As a result of Jun Moxie's provocation, Huang Taiyang engages in a battle with Serpent King Qianshuan. In order to secure a swift victory, Huang Taiyang resorts to foul language to enrage Qianshuan, intending to render him ineffective in battle. However, at a critical juncture, the mysterious woman Mei Shui Yan suddenly joins the fight and, with lightning-fast reflexes, strikes Qianshuan with a palm, sending him flying. She then launches a fierce attack on Huang Taiyang. Mei Shui Yan's palm strike is extremely powerful, and it catches Huang Taiyang off guard, causing him to sustain serious injuries. Faced with Mei Shui Yan's relentless onslaught, Huang Taiyang frantically flees, with Ying Bakong and Qianshuan hot on his heels. Although his injuries are severe, Huang Taiyang's formidable strength, superior to that of a supreme, enables him to narrowly escape their pursuit. In the aftermath, Ying Bakong and Qianshuan are amazed by Huang Taiyang's tenacity, while Mei Shui Yan's motives for intervening become the subject of speculation. As it turns out, she had heard Huang Taiyang's disparaging remarks about Jun Moxie in their confrontation, and she acted in a fit of anger, intent on teaching him a lesson. Huang Taiyang's strength, already stretched to its limits, is unlikely to recover to its peak after his escape. Jun Moxie's strategy of sowing discord has successfully created a rift between Serpent King, Ying Bakong, and Huang Taiyang, laying the groundwork for future developments. Amidst the blood-red sunset, Huang Taiyang unleashed his supreme lightness skill techniques and fled from the Jun family residence. Despite his grievous wounds, he vowed a venomous oath to bathe the Juns in blood for revenge. However, a chilling voice declared his doom. A brilliant sword ray burst forth like a sun piercing through clouds, straight at Huang Taiyang's throat. Jun Moxie, having planned meticulously, seized the perfect moment and unleashed a fatal sword thrust. Desperate, Huang Taiyang summoned his last vestiges of strength and retreated while using the violent convulsions of his chest and spraying jets of blood as a weapon against the sword ray. Though it cost him the majority of his profound powers, he managed to stagger back 40 zhong, breaking through the wall and escaping back into the Jun family compound. The entire Jun family witnessed this moment, with Mei Shuiyan marveling at Jun Moxie's swordsmanship, which had reached a realm beyond her own. Huang Taiyang's shattered body lay in the Jun family compound, his vengeance dreams reduced to dust, and the Juns once again averted disaster. However, Huang Taiyang's escape foreshadowed a greater crisis to come. His venomous oath would surely bring retribution from the sacred lands beyond the mortal realm, placing the Jun family before an unprecedented test of life and death. In this fierce battle, Jun Moxie encountered Huang Taiyang, whose icy sword energy clung to Jun Moxie while Huang Taiyang retreated in disarray under the watchful eyes of Ying Bakong. Jun Moxie pursued relentlessly, his sword pointed at Huang Taiyang's throat, forcing Huang Taiyang to flee. Huang Taiyang's body was battered and bloody, but Jun Moxie did not stop since Huang Taiyang was a threat to his life. Huang Taiyang's golden armor was shredded, his back flayed open, and his abdomen ruptured, spilling his organs. As horror seized him, Huang Taiyang realized his body had been worn down to nothing but a skeletal frame, reduced to a thin layer of pelvic bone and legs. Huang Taiyang recalled an oath he had sworn to 4 Supreme Realm experts before their demise, agreeing to do their bidding or face the penalty of his flesh being worn away to dust. But he had broken his promise. His spine snapped, and Huang Taiyang collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant. He muttered in a daze, lamenting his fate to die while honoring his oath. Eventually, Huang Taiyang's head rolled away, his eyes wide open, a supreme realm expert reduced to mere bones by his own sword. Amidst a fierce battle, Huang Taiyang, a peerless expert of his generation, met a tragic demise. His dying words echoed in the air, sending chills down the spines of those present. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi, who witnessed Huang Taiyang's gruesome death, were deeply shaken and questioned the fairness of heaven. Yingbo Kong and Serpent King Qian Shuan were also shocked and saddened by Huang Taiyang's death. Jun Moxie believed that a wickedly strong man like Huang Taiyang deserved to die, while Mei Shuiyan lamented the loss of a formidable aide to the continent. Jun Moxie, however, argued that the safety of the continent depended not on the strength of individuals and cautioned Mei Shuiyan against abandoning her principles in the face of the battle for the heavens. Despite Jun Moxie's frivolous words, Mei Shuiyan realized that she should temper her preoccupation with the battle for the heavens with independent judgment. When Huang Taiyang failed to return by nightfall, the people of Fantasy Blood Sea panicked. Hu Yanshao withheld reinforcements, believing that Huang Taiyang had either perished or was beyond rescue. As the sun rose, despair settled upon the inhabitants of Fantasy Blood Sea. They were forced to accept the reality of Huang Taiyang's demise and held a simple funeral for the once invincible expert. His fall cast a shadow over the entire continent, adding an element of uncertainty to the approaching battle for the heavens. Hu Yanshao cleverly sidestepped the issue, using the gold needed for the auction as a pretext to demand that the Huang family sell off their assets. The Huang family patriarch, Huang Jun, was distraught, but despite his inner resistance, he dared not refuse due to the pressure from Blood Sea. On the other hand, Jun Wuyi woke Jun Moxie up in the dead of night with major news. Mu Shui Tong and Han Yan Meng came to the Jun residence in a sorry state, begging the Jun family to join forces with them to eliminate the Shao family. Jun Moxie was lost in contemplation when faced with this proposal. He realized that this was an opportunity to sit back and watch the tigers fight, allowing the Han and Shao families to suffer mutual destruction. However, Mu Shui Tong's words changed his mind. Mu Shui Tong confessed that Wind Snow Silver City was on the verge of collapse, and she implored the Jun family to lend a helping hand. Jun Moxie recalled his past grudges with Mu Shui Tong and Han Yan Meng, but ultimately decided to join forces to eradicate the Shao family. However, going up against the three great families was no easy feat. Hu Yanshao's attitude was also thought-provoking, as he seemed intent on delaying the matter to wait for an opportune moment. The Huang family, while seeking assistance from Blood Sea, was also reluctant to completely break away from the three great families. This complex situation made Jun Moxie realize that a cataclysmic battle was about to unfold. Mu Shitong is shocked to find that the young Jun Moxie has deduced the great changes that have befallen the Silver City of the Wind and Snow, including the betrayal of the Shao family and the sacrifices of the Han family's masters. From just her words, Jun Moxie reasons that the Han family's group did not receive the news from the Silver City in a timely manner, indicating that the Shao family has taken control of the Silver City's intelligence system. He further points out that the Han family, in its long-term complacency, has been unaware of the movements in the pugilistic world, allowing the Shao family to gradually erode it, eventually facing a crisis of force. Mu Shitong admits that Jun Moxie's deduction is entirely correct, and openly admits that the Silver City is in imminent danger. He implores the Jun family to lend a helping hand, as the Han family holds no grudge against them and has even provided the Jun family with favors. Furthermore, he appeals to the Jun family to consider helping them on the grounds of Jun Wuyi and Han Yan Meng's relationship. Jun Moxie expresses his willingness to provide assistance but rejects the so-called cooperation, as the Han family does not yet have sufficient qualifications to negotiate. Cooperation must be reached after a meeting of high-level representatives from both sides. However, he emphasizes that the Jun family has the right and power to avenge themselves, but no obligation to lay down their lives for the Han family. Mu Shitong accepts Jun Moxie's terms, believing that the Jun family will definitely receive satisfactory returns. The two parties reach an agreement whereby the Han family will seek the Jun family's help. The Jun family will intervene as the situation demands, and the ultimate goal is to annihilate the Shao family. Unwillingly, Jun Moxie agrees to help the Han family restore their clan, despite his anger over their role in the Shao clan's rebellion that cost Jun clan heavy losses. His decision stems partly from his kinship with Jun Wuyi and partly from the memory of a deceased lover's sacrifice for the Jun clan. To devise a solid plan of attack, Jun Moxie needs to assess the exact strength of the Han clan and Shao clan. The Han clan currently has 9 resident mystical elders, a 3-person law enforcement hall, a mystical city lord couple, and 4 elders in seclusion. In contrast, the Shao clan boasts 11 mystical elders, a 6-person law enforcement hall, and 5 in seclusion. Jun Moxie analyzes that the Shao clan is currently at an advantage with their hidden status while the Han clan is exposed. However, he dismisses the idea that the Shao clan can easily ambush a mystical due to their subtle soul sense that can detect killing intent. On another note, Jun Moxie is wary of the possibility of Shao clan spies lurking within the Han clan, including those among the 7 swordsmen of Yincheng. He orders Mu Shui Tong and her companions to remain hidden and recuperate at the Jun residence while he plans their next move. Jun Wuyi is concerned about Jun Moxie's plan but respects his determination. Jun Moxie declares that his revenge is against the Shao clan and that this battle will likely redefine the landscape of the pugilistic world, bringing about earth-shaking changes. He clenches his fist, a crimson glint in his eyes, ready to use the Shao clan as a stepping stone to challenge the formidable heroes of the realm. In the shadow of nightfall, Jun Wuyi gazes at the once grand Jun Manor. A heavy burden weighs on his heart. He recognizes the source of the Shao family's vendetta as his love and believes the Jun family is suffering as a result. Jun Moxie counters that the Jun family's years of warfare have also brought tragedy to countless households, a sin far greater than the Shao family's. He argues that Jun Wuyi should not carry the sole blame, as doing so would be a betrayal of the Jun family. Jun Moxie analyzes that if Jun Wuyi's logic were to be followed, the Jun family would be answerable to millions of fallen soldiers' families, a weight it cannot bear. In contrast, the Shao family's vendetta is rooted in personal grievance, a different nature entirely. Jun Moxie emphasizes that Jun Wuyi's self-burdening not only disrespects the Jun family but also himself. He reveals the tragic love between Jun Wuyi and Han Yan Yao, pointing out that Shao Han's retaliation is not unfounded but stems from the knowledge of his fiancée being taken. Jun Moxie argues that the conflict between the Shao and Jun families is not a matter of right and wrong but rather a difference in perspectives. He urges Jun Wuyi to shed the burden and prioritize the protection of the Jun family and his own well-being. Amidst a bloody conflict between the Shao and Jun families of Yin City, Shao Han's love for Jun Hanyan, a woman from the Jun family, leads him to slaughter 5 Jun generals from 2 generations in a fit of rage. The ensuing chaos ensnares Hanyan, Jun Wuyi, and both families, resulting in the deaths of innocent bystanders. Hanyan's reckless actions and Shao Han's indiscriminate involvement with innocents have sown the seeds of tragedy. Retaliation from the Jun family is inevitable. However, the roots of the conflict extend beyond family feuds. The Tianxiang imperial family secretly supports the Shaos to weaken the Jun's military power, while the Shao's own ambitions to usurp the Yin City throne fuel the conflict. Jun Wuyi and Hanyan become victims of the Shao family's power struggle and personal vendettas. Jun Moxie, recognizing Wuyi's guilt and its potential for extreme actions, decides to free him from his torment. Moxie reveals to Wuyi the true nature of worldly glory, wealth, and power. He argues that Wuyi's past achievements rest on the sacrifices of countless others, leaving an immeasurable burden of guilt. Overwhelmed by his guilt, Wuyi realizes his errors. He resolves to break free from his guilt and face the future, atoning for his past transgressions. Wuyi kneels before his deceased brother, his laughter echoing his newfound freedom as he vows to repay the younger's children. This laughter purges 10 years of pent-up anguish, liberating Wuyi from his inner chains. The elder Jun patriarch, watching Wuyi, is moved by Moxie's words on the evils of war. Moxie's wisdom not only heals Wuyi but also leads the patriarch to question the nature of war itself. At the south gate, Lord Chengde intercepted Tiger King and Bear King, who were carrying precious elixirs to Tianxiang, intending to seize the elixirs. Chengde had learned from the second prince that this batch of elixirs had miraculous longevity-enhancing effects, and the second prince had entrusted him to obtain them at all costs. Confident, Chengde reckoned that with his power and influence, he could easily coerce the Tiger King and Bear King into surrendering the elixirs. However, the Tiger King and Bear King were not lowly mortals. They had interacted with the ruler of the Tianxiang nation before and considered him an insect. The two sides faced off at the south gate. Chengde, relying on the support of the second prince, arrogantly commanded the Tiger King and Bear King to submit under duress. However, they were unafraid, having seen through Cheng Da's bluff and scorning the second prince's tyranny. A battle was about to break out. Cheng Da confidently commanded his palatial experts to surround the Tiger King and Bear King, hoping to crush them with their numerical superiority. However, the Tiger King and Bear King's strength far exceeded their expectations, and they effortlessly defeated the prince's palace experts. Cheng Da was horrified and hastily sought help from the second prince. The second prince intended to use his status as a prince to intimidate the Tiger King and Bear King, but he found that they did not care about him at all. The Tiger King even captured the second prince and seized all the elixirs he carried. Cheng Da and the second prince fled in disarray, while the Tiger King and Bear King swaggered away with the elixirs back to the Tianxiang capital. This battle shocked the entire city and brought great shame upon the second prince, who became a laughingstock. Jun Moxie and Cheng Dekao separately went to the south gate to greet the two beast kings, Xuanxuan and Hu Lai. Cheng Dekao pretended to be the second prince's guest and tried to buy the spirit medicine from the beast kings with profit. However, the beast kings refused flatly. Cheng Dekao was furious and ordered his men to encircle them. On the other hand, Jun Moxie anticipated that someone would obstruct the beast kings, so he rode a horse leisurely to greet them. He believed that with the strength of the beast kings, no bandits would succeed. The beast king Hu Lai was furious at Cheng Dekao's provocation. He believed that as the Tiger King, how could he submit to a humble human? In a fit of rage, Hu Lai bit Cheng Dekao to death. At this time, the second prince, Yang Ying, rushed over and tried to mediate, but Hu Lai was still furious and directly rejected his plea. Subsequently, the beast kings escorted the spirit medicine into Heavenly Fragrance City, while Cheng Dekao's plot was completely shattered. Outside the city of Heavenly Fragrance, Prince Chengdusao attempted to seize medicinal herbs by force, provoking the beast king, Hu Lai Nu. In a fit of animalistic rage, Hu Lai Nu bit Chengdusao to death, shocking the crowd. When the second prince witnessed this, he was enraged and ordered his guards to apprehend Hu Lai Nu and Xuanxuan. Unperturbed, Hu Lai Nu refuted the second prince's accusations, arguing that it was wrong to steal from others. Xuanxuan roared, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that knocked the guards back and caused the second prince to wet himself. Hu Lai Nu and Xuanxuan swaggered into the city but were met by Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie welcomed them in the name of his master, Feng Gao Ren, and ordered the guards to clean up the second prince's mess. As they walked, Hu Lai Nu marveled at the splendor of the city of Heavenly Fragrance, much to the annoyance of Xuanxuan, who tried to maintain a dignified demeanor. Xuanxuan scolded Hu Lai Nu, forbidding him from speaking further. However, Hu Lai Nu's exclamations ruined Xuanxuan's attempt to act cool, leaving him embarrassed. The group continued towards the Jun family estate, while the events outside the city of Heavenly Fragrance spread throughout the city, leaving the citizens both awestruck and terrified. Two beast kings, Bear King Xuanxuan and Tiger King Hu Li, visit Jun Moxie upon his request. Xuanxuan disciplines Hu Lai for offending Jun Moxie and exhibits gracious manners. Upon reaching Jun Moxie's courtyard, the beast kings sit in the cold and enjoy fragrant tea served by a little girl. Xuanxuan drinks the tea elegantly, while Hu Lai curiously swallows the tea leaves along with the liquid. Just then, Snake King Qinshun appears, inquiring about the beast king's intentions. Xuanxuan and Hu Lai stutter over the appropriate form of address and finally address her as Big Sister. Mei Shuiyan also approaches and asks about the purpose of their visit. Xuanxuan explains that with Feng Gaoren's help, they have leveled up, and Feng Gaoren has tasked them with collecting spirit herbs to send to the Jun family in order for medicines to be refined to enhance their abilities. The Snake King questions Feng Gaoren's capabilities, and Xuanxuan quickly backtracks, stating that Feng Gaoren is more powerful than the Snake King, displeasing her. Under Mei Shuiyan's questioning, the Bear King explains that he met Feng Weqing, who helped them break through the bottleneck and promised to refine pills. Mei Shuiyan is overjoyed to hear this series of good news. However, Mei Shuiyan suddenly becomes angry and questions Jun Moxie's previous lies about the difficulty of asking his master for help. Jun Moxie slyly changes the subject, teasing Mei Shuiyan about her assault on him. The Bear King and Hu Lai are stunned and can't believe it. Mei Shuiyan, furious, uses Heaven and Earth Cage to take Jun Moxie away. After the Bear King and Hu Lai come to their senses and learn that all this is true, they marvel at Jun Moxie's superb skills. After Jun Moxie returns, he continues to chat with the Bear King and Hu Lai. He complains that Mei Shuiyin is concerned about her identity as a profound beast and is unwilling to make their relationship public, which he believes is disrespectful to their love. The two Beast Kings are moved by Jun Moxie's deep feelings and express their support for their love. Jun Moxie declares that for Mei Shuiyin's happiness, he is willing to give up everything worldly and live in the heavenly punishment forest. The Bear King and Hu Lai admire Jun Moxie's spirit of sacrifice and decide to do everything they can to help them achieve this legendary love. To secure Mei Shuiyin's happiness, Shang Kaishan planned a private talk with her. But Jun Moxie vetoed his proposal, fearing Mei Shuiyin's sensitive nature could lead to an adverse outcome. After careful deliberation, Jun Moxie devised an ingenious plan to spread rumors in Heaven Punishment Forest that Mei Shuiyin had married him. Then construct a palace in the forest as their marriage chamber, thus demonstrating his resolve and compelling Mei Shuiyin's acceptance. Shang Kaishan and Hu Lai praised his plan and vowed to keep it a secret. Simultaneously, over 200 divine Profound Realm Masters and thousands of celestial Profound Realm Masters from prominent Profound Veins families arrived in Tianxiang City for a singular purpose: to bid for the Bone Refinement Pill. The auction was to be held at the Noble Hall, where Jun Moxie and the four beauties, including Mei Shuiyin, would be present. Tianxiang City was bustling with anticipation, the atmosphere thick with tension as various factions stirred. With the auction's commencement looming, the ultimate victor remained shrouded in uncertainty. Jun Moxie had prepared Shang Kaishan, Hu Lai, and other experts to act as security, while he himself exuded an air of eagerness, ready to make his mark at the auction. Meanwhile, the Dongmu and Sikong families' delegations arrived and took up residence in the Jun residence. Despite her unease, Guan Qinghan was persuaded by Jun Moxie to attend the auction, causing a stir and arousing Du Xiaoyi's jealousy. As the sun began to rise, Tianxiang City braced for an unforgettable auction that would leave an enduring mark on its history. As the grand auction of the Noble Hall was about to commence, undercurrents surged through fragrant Sky City. Tang Yuan, unable to withstand the pressure of the world's strongest cultivators, requested Jun Moxie to host the auction. Mei Shuiyin cautioned Jun Moxie to maintain a low profile, lest he provoke public anger and invite unforeseen consequences. At the auction's entrance, a motley crew gathered, representing various factions. Ning Wuqing, the three-star purple-gold guardian of the ethereal Sage Palace, emerged first, his presence sending shivers down spines. His fearsome reputation as a slaughterer was revealed by Mei Shuiyin. Ning Wuqing's piercing gaze, imbued with mental energy, struck Jun Moxie, serving as a stark warning. Next appeared Ma Zhongming from the paramount Golden City, nicknamed Full of Adversity, whose worn visage concealed formidable power. Mei Shuiyin recounted Ma Zhongming's turbulent past, highlighting his congenital full of adversity fate and his upbringing in a brothel. As the auction drew near, more and more factions arrived in fragrant Sky City, casting an air of palpable tension and anticipation. Mei Shuiyin expressed concern over the key to breaking the bottleneck for the profound beasts, while Jun Moxie teased the women with his own aspirations, earning their reprimands. Plum Snow Smoke slowly tells the story of a legendary figure, Ma Zhongming. Ma Zhongming once made a living selling aphrodisiacs, which gave him a bad reputation. However, through an unexpected encounter, he was taken as an apprentice by a sleazy customer and began his journey in martial arts. Ma Zhongming was naturally gifted and quickly made a name for himself, becoming known as the Supreme along with Ning Wuqing. He had an eccentric personality and strange behavior, resorting to murder and arson when provoked. Plum Snow Smoke warns everyone to stay away from Ma Zhongming due to his unpredictable temper and his penchant for killing. However, Jun Moxie makes a bold assumption: Ma Zhongming's master might have been cultivating a unique secret technique that required an opposite approach. Hence his choice of Ma Zhongming as an apprentice with a special physical constitution. Meanwhile, Ning Wuqing and Ma Zhongming appear in the conference hall, their presence creating a tense atmosphere as they confront each other. They had previously fought to a standstill, and now it seemed their battle was inevitable. As the tension thickens, Jun Moxie grows eager to exchange skills with these two supreme masters. He realizes that Ning Wuqing and Ma Zhongming are both at the peak of their abilities, possessing formidable swordsmanship that bears similarities to the sword style he learned in his previous life. In the prestigious hall, Guests from renowned families and the three Holy Lands gathered in an orderly fashion. As the auction commenced, the venue plunged into darkness before abruptly illuminating. Countless shimmering jewels reflected light, casting an ethereal glow upon the gathering. A youth clad in white, Jun Moxie, took to the stage and initiated the opening of the Marrow Refinement Pill auction. To demonstrate its efficacy, he produced 3 pills and invited Ning Wuqing, Ma Zhongming, and Hu Yansheng from the 3 Holy Lands to consume them. After ingesting the pills, Ning Wuqing and Ma Zhongming experienced intense itching and pain, but they concealed their discomfort. Hu Yansheng, being of weaker cultivation, broke out into a cold sweat, his eyes revealing his agony. Moments later, their bodies emitted a series of crackling sounds as their bones and joints underwent transformations. Inspecting their bodies, Ning Wuqing and Ma Zhongming discovered that the wounds on their bones had vanished, and their muscles and bones had realigned into an optimal state. Their eyes glittered with determination and gratitude towards Jun Moxie. Hu Yansheng, overwhelmed by the pain of suppressing the pill's effects, could barely prevent himself from losing composure. After the trial, Ning Wuqing, representing the 3 Holy Lands, attested to the extraordinary properties of the Marrow Refinement Pill. His declaration sparked an uproar throughout the hall, marking the official commencement of the auction. The auction hall was buzzing with excitement, and the crowd was abuzz with chatter. Zhao Bangfeng was furious to discover that among those who urged him to provoke Jun Moxie was his former friend. He angrily announced that the Zhao family could afford the medicinal pill. At that moment, the auction was about to begin. Jun Moxie cleverly used words to elevate the importance of the pill to the extent of a matter of life and death for the family, igniting the competitive spirit of the various families present. The bidding for the first bone-tempering pill began with a starting price of 100,000 taels of gold. The Supreme Gold City first bid 100,000 taels of gold and provocatively asked who would dare to try to take it from him. Ning Wuqing of the Hidden Immortal Palace countered with 100,001 taels, slapping the Supreme Gold City hard in the face. The two sides drew their swords. Hu Yanmiao, angered, raised the price to 300,000 taels of gold. Ning Wuqing sneered and said that such a price was barely acceptable. In the end, the first pill was won by the Hidden Immortal Palace. The second and third pills were won by the Hidden Immortal Palace and the Dream Blood Sea, respectively, with an average price of 300,000 taels of gold. Hu Yanmiao intentionally bid low, making things difficult for the other families. Only Hu Yanshao was relaxed, as most of the money he spent belonged to the Huang family. After the first round of bidding, Tang Yuan was responsible for counting the gold. Jun Moxie used pig hooves as an incentive to ask Tang Yuan to count the gold accurately, or he would lose his shares. Tang Yuan felt enormous pressure and began a weight loss journey. The bidding for the fourth pill began, and the Zhongdong Wei family was the first to bid, offering 350,000 taels of gold, which was a gesture of flattery for the Supreme Gold City. Mei Shuiyan labeled them as a staunch supporter of the Supreme Gold City. At this auction, Ma Zhongming, Hu Yanshu and other representatives from the 3 major holy sites confirmed the astonishing effectiveness of the bone-tempering pill, admitting that it can significantly increase the cultivation speed of its consumer. This news sent the entire venue into an uproar, causing the significance of the bone-tempering pill to skyrocket once more. Jun Moxie exposed the deeper purpose behind this auction to investigate the relationships between the major aristocratic families, and understand their strength and intentions. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan attempted to ascertain the direction of the relationship between the 3 holy sites. Jun Moxie announced that there were a total of 50 portions of the bone-tempering pill, with each portion containing 20 pills. He claimed that this pill could reduce cultivation time by 20 years, and pointed out its immense impact on the strength of a family. This statement caused a huge stir. However, some people questioned whether the quantity of bone-tempering pills was too small. Jun Moxie retorted by asking Zhao Bangfeng if he had ever consumed the bone-tempering pill or heard of anyone refining it. When Zhao Bangfeng denied it, Jun Moxie stated that the auction house followed the principle of highest bidder wins and that this allocation was made in consideration of the purchasing power of different parties. He suggested auctioning off all 50 portions of the bone-tempering pill in one go, soliciting opinions from the attendees. This remark ignited a competitive spirit in the crowd and they all expressed their agreement. Jun Moxie's auction strategy had successfully instigated fierce competition. And this auction was destined to become a feast for the elite. An auction is in full swing, with the rare elixir burning bone pill as the prize, sparking fierce competition among numerous clans. Initially, the head of the Sikong clan, Sikong Dark Knight, bids 500,000 taels of gold to escalate the price. However, a Lord Wei dismisses this, believing that the Sikong clan cannot afford such a sum. Sikong Dark Knight counters, claiming they have the means to pay. The bidding war intensifies as other clans from the Pingding Guan clan, Southwest Lu clan, and Northeast Shenyu clan join in, with the fourth elixir being auctioned. The price skyrockets to 800,000 taels of gold, eventually purchased by Gongsun Absolute Saber, the head of the Gongsun clan. Gongsun's purchase surprises everyone, indicating his exceptional foresight in acquiring the elixir at such a steep price. Mei Shuiyan and others commend him, considering him worthy of recruitment. In the subsequent auctions, the price of each elixir surpasses the previous one. Fueled by the atmosphere, the competition among the clans becomes increasingly fierce, escalating to an almost fever pitch. As the auction of the 12 elixirs concludes, the atmosphere remains electric. All parties are attentive to who ultimately acquires them. In order to strategize accordingly, Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi are tasked with recording and organizing the data. A demanding but critical task. This information will serve as a valuable guide for the future development of the Jun clan. Mei Shuiyan reflects on the auction's outcome, her concerns intensifying as she realizes that its impact will be far-reaching and unprecedented. Thousands of descendants of families gathered together to form a powerful force that could rival the three great holy lands if they were united. However, their complex relationships and centuries-old grudges made it difficult for them to cooperate. As the coordinator, Mei Shuiyan tried to sort out the grievances between the families, but she found that many old stories had been brought up, adding to the turmoil. Despite this, she still urged Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi to gather intelligence. Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi felt exhausted as Mei Shuiyan's authority made them unable to refuse her. They were amazed by the aura of overpowering emanating from Mei Shuiyan, which far surpassed that of any other authority figure they had met. Jun Moxie raised over 10 million taels of gold from the auction, setting an unprecedented record in Tianxiang City. This enormous fortune delighted everyone present, although the people from the three great holy lands were invited to the noble hall. The Snake Queen Qinshun was furious with Jun Moxie for serving the snake broth and kicked him several times. Young Master Tang was obsessed with counting the gold and fainted several times due to exhaustion, which Jun Moxie believed was beneficial for his weight loss. Sun Xiaomei left angrily due to Tang Yuan's frivolous remarks. Blinded by the allure of the gold, Tang Yuan was oblivious to the fact that he had offended his future wife. After feasting with the four ladies, Jun Moxie enthralls them with an emotional tale, The Legend of the White Snake. He depicts the white snake and the green snake as powerful mythical beasts, and their love story as an affair of twists and turns, deeply moving the listeners. King Serpent Qinshun gets engrossed and inquires with curiosity about the offspring of the White Lady, an infant or a serpent egg. Following the story, Jun Moxie sings a ballad about the white snake, the haunting melody and touching lyrics mesmerizing the gathering. Guan Qinghan then plays the song on her jade flute, the mellifluous melody of the flute painting a dreamlike world. While everyone is still immersed in the music, Hai Chenfeng knocks on the door and delivers a message, informing that seniors from the three sacred grounds seek parley. Jun Moxie speculates that it is about the news of the elixirs and the alchemist, but Mei Shuiyan warns him of the gravity of the issue, seeing in it the potential for a bloody conflict. She resolves to accompany Jun Moxie, lending her experience to help him handle the interrogation from the sacred grounds. Jun Moxie, though confident he won't incur losses, acknowledges that the news about the elixirs and alchemists is enough to spark a large-scale bloodshed. He worries that his strength may not suffice, leading to grave consequences. In this manner, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan set off to meet the venerable figures from the three sacred grounds. Jun Moxie feeling anxious about the demands they may put forth, while Mei Shuiyan remains composed, ready to offer counsel to Jun Moxie. Learning of the arrival of the characters from the hidden immortal palace, the Supreme Gold City, and dreamlike Blood Sea in Incense City, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan handle the situation with composure. Faced with pressure from the three factions' leaders, Jun Moxie remains calm and collected, crossing his legs nonchalantly and responding with politeness. He skillfully deflects their provocations through his words. Hu Yanxiao, the young faction leader of dreamlike Blood Sea, attempts to intimidate Jun Moxie but fails due to Jun Moxie's calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan discreetly assists, effortlessly neutralizing Hu Yanxiao's attacks. Hu Yanxiao brings up the topic of the spirit-burning pill and the whereabouts of its creator. Intending to use this as leverage against Jun Moxie, Jun Moxie responds with humility, emphasizing his insignificance and shifting the focus. Hu Yanxiao is enraged, and when he refers to himself as young faction leader, Jun Moxie's words cause him to stumble, drawing laughter from those present. Regarding Hu Yanxiao's inquiries about the spirit-burning pill, Jun Moxie remains enigmatic and evasive. Instead, he subtly insinuates dreamlike Blood Sea's covert interference in conflicts between the Huang and Jun families. The complexities within the three factions deepen, and the negotiation atmosphere grows tense. Jun Moxie's composure and Mei Shuiyan's covert assistance force the three factions to reconsider their positions. As Jun Moxie predicted, Hu Yanxiao aggressively interrogated Jun Moxie, attempting to exploit the opportunity to interrogate him. Jun Moxie dismissed him, believing Hu Yanxiao lacked the authority to do so. Ning Wuqing and Ma Zhongming learned of Huang Taiyang's death, and while shocked, they also became wary of the powerful forces behind the Jun family. Particularly when Mei Shuiyan unleashed her potent spiritual pressure. Ning Wuqing realized she posed a deadly threat to them. Changing his stance, Ning Wuqing stated that the secluded immortal palace only wished to obtain another divine pill to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Mei Shuiyan agreed, but demanded that the secluded immortal palace announce their intent before everyone and pay the highest price for it. Ma Zhongming made a similar request, which Mei Shuiyan also accepted. However, when Hu Yanxiao demanded the dreamy Blood Sea, Jun Moxie immediately refused, citing their existing feud with the dreamy Blood Sea. This exchange humiliated the 5 members of the dreamy Blood Sea, and Hu Yanxiao became furious, perceiving Jun Moxie's actions as an insult. Ning Wuqing implied that if Jun Moxie failed to protect the divine pill, the 3 Holy Lands would not hesitate to take action. Jun Moxie admired Mei Shuiyan's big-picture thinking but scorned the hypocrisy and selfishness of the 3 Holy Lands. Both sides remained deadlocked and tensions were high, but Mei Shuiyan's overwhelming presence prevented any immediate conflict. At the auction gala, Jun Moxie justified his decision to deny the sale of the divine pill to Dreamblood Sea. He accused Dreamblood Sea of its repeated attempts to pilfer the pill in its efforts to eliminate the Jun family under the threat of force. In an incident between the two parties, Dreamblood Sea's senior member, Huang Taiyang, was killed by the Jun family, further escalating the conflict. Jun Moxie denounced Dreamblood Sea's unfair tactics, including their attempt to monopolize the divine pill. He stressed that if the pill fell into their hands, they would inevitably use it to cultivate talents to counter the Jun family. Therefore, he would never help his enemy by allowing Dreamblood Sea to seize the divine pill. Confronted by Dreamblood Sea's young master, Hu Yanxiao, Jun Moxie retorted by questioning if gifting them the pill would spare his family's life. He mocked Hu Yanxiao's naivety, pointing out that once a desire for revenge takes root, no conditions could change it. Jun Moxie's stance was supported by other Holy Lands, the secluded immortal palaces, and the Supreme Golden City. They condemned Dreamblood Sea's despicable behavior, which disqualified them from receiving equal treatment. Enraged, Hu Yanxiao threatened to spare no mercy for the Jun family. However, Jun Moxie remained fearless, acknowledging that revenge was inevitable and that he was well prepared to confront Dreamblood Sea's retaliation. Jun Moxie further taunted Hu Yanxiao's lack of wit, fearing that the future generations of the Hu family would inherit such foolishness and bring disaster to their lineage. Fury consumed Hu Yanxiao, who resorted to the malevolent Blood Sea Bone Palm to ambush Jun Moxie. Unexpectedly, Mei Shuiyan intervened with lightning speed, sending Hu Yanxiao flying through the roof with a single blow. The Wanming Blood Sea disciples fled in terror. Ning Wuqing and Ma Zhongming were astounded by Mei Shuiyan's extraordinary speed. Ning Wuqing inquired about Mei Shuiyan's name and origins. She simply stated her surname as Mei, prompting Ning Wuqing to speculate that she might be the formidable Venerable Mei. Ning Wuqing cautioned Jun Moxie about Venerable Mei, whom he described as the Beast Emperor of the Divine Punishment Forest. A ruthless tyrant, she posed a grave threat to the world. Jun Moxie vowed to remain vigilant, Ning Wuqing and Ma Zhongming pondered the connection between the black-clad men in the Divine Punishment Forest and Venerable Mei. They surmised that the strength of the three Holy Lands had far surpassed its past, rendering them capable of withstanding foreign invasions without resorting to the Divine Punishment Beasts. Ning Wuqing proposed subduing the Divine Punishment Beast Kings as familiars to strengthen the Holy Land's power. Ma Zhongming marveled at Yun Bichen's remarkable ability, and under Ning Wuqing's guidance, they contemplated the possibility of acquiring similar familiars for themselves. In a secret chamber, Ma Zhongming and Ning Wuqing are plotting to counter Heaven Punishment Sect and the Jun family. They plan to gain the allegiance of the Lord of Paramount City, erase the shame of Heaven Punishment Sect, and plunder the alchemy secrets of the Jun family. They also boldly speculate that the Mei Shuiyin whom Jun Moxie knows may be the Venerable Mei, the Supreme Elder of Heaven Punishment, because her strength is too overwhelming and only a profound beast transformation can elevate one to such a high realm so quickly. To ensure foolproof success, they decide to deploy over 30 Supreme-level experts, borrow soldiers from the phantasmal Blood Sea, and exterminate Heaven Punishment Sect in one fell swoop. They also set their sights on the battle for control of Heaven, where the one who kills the most foreigners wins. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin learn of their conspiracy. Mei Shuiyin is shocked to hear that Ning Wuqing suspects her of being the Supreme Elder Mei. Jun Moxie realizes the gravity of the matter and takes Mei Shuiyin to Tang Yuan's conference room to prepare to face the upcoming crisis. Ning Wuqing assesses that the Supreme Elder Mei has not fully recovered but still holds formidable strength. Thus it is imperative to ensure absolute victory. He suspects a connection between Mei Shuiyin and Lei Wubei, and suspects Lei Wubei will also ally with Paramount City. Mei Shuiyin's actions aroused the suspicion of the three great Holy Lands, and Jun Moxie believed that they would definitely take action. Mei Shuiyin held that it was their due responsibility to cooperate with humans against the battle for seizing the heavens, and she hoped that both sides could put aside their prejudices despite the grievances between them. Jun Moxie was worried about Mei Shuiyin's safety and suggested that she return to the Forest of Heavenly Punishment. But Mei Shuiyin refused because she was concerned about Jun Moxie's safety. The auction continued, and the reclusive Immortal Palace and the Supreme Gold City still requested additional purchases of pills. But they only offered 5 more shares, which relieved the 5 great aristocratic families. Jun Moxie sold the remaining 2 pills for 1.4 million taels of gold, which obviously displeased the 3 great Holy Lands. Jun Moxie believed that the 3 great Holy Lands would become his enemies and didn't consider their attitudes as he continued the auction. Finally, all 50 shares of the pills were auctioned off, and Jun Moxie obtained a staggering 68 million taels of gold, which shocked and delighted him. However, he was still worried about Mei Shuiyin's safety and persuaded her to return to the Forest of Heavenly Punishment. But Mei Shuiyin refused for the sake of Jun Moxie's safety. Buried within the halls of the noble house, Tang Yuan's gargantuan vault is cloaked in darkness. Yet, when Jun Moxie arrives, he is greeted with an opulent display of golden splendor. Gold, piled high like towering mountains, radiates brilliance. The vault's owner, Tang Yuan, has transformed into a crazed money grubber, frolicking within the golden heaps, his eyes wide as saucers, shouting, "Gold! So much gold! I am rich!" Tang Yuan's physique noticeably lightens and sweat pours as he feverishly counts the gold. Neglecting sleep and food, his peculiar behavior concerns Jun Moxie, who lifts him and discovers that Tang Yuan has severely depleted his physical reserves and is barely conscious. Sun Xiaomei anxiously inquires about the cause, and Jun Moxie explains that it is due to overwork and hunger, requiring several days of recuperation. However, even in his unconscious state, Tang Yuan mutters about gold and good wife. Concerned, Sun Xiaomei offers to care for Tang Yuan personally, but Jun Moxie scolds her. He insists on a strict regimen of weight loss and recovery for Tang Yuan, prohibiting visitors or high-fat foods. When Song Shang learns of this, he secretly prepares a feast of meat and fish, intending to torment Tang Yuan. However, Tang Yuan has lost his appetite and can barely stomach a simple bun. Under the vigilant watch of Jun Moxie and Song Shang, Tang Yuan undergoes several days of fasting and exercise, shedding weight rapidly and gradually recovering his health. Jun Moxie devises an unforgettable weight loss program for him, ensuring his well-being and physical fitness. After 5 days of abstaining from meat and fish, Tong Yuan miraculously lost over 100 jin 132 pounds. Filling him with joy. However, danger lurked around the corner. 2 assassins invaded the Gizutong to hunt down Tong Yuan, forcing him to flee desperately. Unknowingly, Tong Yuan's limits were broken, and the strength in his legs gradually recovered. Eventually, he managed to escape the assassins' pursuit with the help of Jun Moxie and others. In the following 10 days, Tong Yuan continued to observe his fast. Losing another 100 jin, he went to visit Sun Xiaomei but was ambushed by a rival in love. At the critical moment, Hai Chenfeng came to his rescue, repelling the assassin. After 20 days of torment and training, Tong Yuan's weight had plummeted from 530 jin to 230 jin, achieving astounding weight loss results. However, after losing weight, he had adapted to a lighter diet and developed an aversion to greasy food. At the celebration party, Tong Yuan was surprised to discover that the assassins and his rival in love were all present. It turned out that this was all an elaborate test arranged by Jun Moxie to help Tong Yuan surpass his limits and overcome his dependence on meat and fish. With that, Tong Yuan's weight loss plan concluded successfully. He transformed from a sickly obese man to a healthy and handsome youth. After the turmoil caused by an auction, Jun Moxie feels overwhelmed by the pressure. The 3 sacred lands are like irresistible beasts, putting the Jun family in great danger. To protect himself, Jun Moxie tries his best to improve his strength by refining elixirs, breaking through bottlenecks, and tempering the blood of Yan and Huang. Finally, he raises his cultivation base to the level of divine profundity. Meanwhile, Shang Kaishan and Hu Lai got invited to stay in Tianxiang City. Jun Moxie asks them to buy everything they like, hoping that they will improve their strength when they return to face the crisis. However, the behavior of the 2 beast kings is hilarious. They buy a lot of useless things, such as women's clothes, cosmetics, and even foot-binding cloth. Just when the beast kings are being scolded by Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie arrives with the results of his recent efforts. He carries newly refined elixirs and tempered swords, and he wants to discuss with everyone how to deal with the upcoming crisis. In Yashang Shaoju, Jun Moxie explains in detail the current situation of the family and says that he will never give in to fate. Therefore, everyone works together to plan a strategy and they decide to unite to face the challenges together. One cold winter day, Shang Kaishan and Hu Lai complained about the cold. However, King Shang did not hibernate, which led to Mei Shuiyan scolding him. Jun Moxie appeared and brought up Mei Shuiyan's plan. Mei Shuiyan decided to only promote 10 beast kings to consolidate the authority of the heavenly punishment forest. Jun Moxie took out 10 Tong Yuan pills and suggested that King Tiger and King Shang take them immediately to improve their strength, since they might be intercepted by the 3 holy lands. After some consideration, Mei Shuiyan agreed and brought out 3 more pills. At this time, Jun Moxie took out 10 Tianyuan pills and suggested that they take the Tianyuan pills first to enhance their abilities, which would make the Tong Yuan pills more effective. Mei Shuiyan was deeply moved, realizing that Jun Moxie had her safety in mind and had carefully prepared the pills. For the first time, she felt protected and cared for, filling her with contentment and attachment. The 2 kings were overjoyed and decided to take the Tianyuan pills and Tong Yuan pills first to deal with possible ambushes. Mei Shuiyan decided to take the remaining pills back to the heavenly punishment forest for distribution. Jun Moxie's arrival fills Mei Shuiyan with content, realizing everything he did was for her. While Jun Moxie wryly states his actions were not only for her and the divine punishment beasts but also for himself. Following Jun Moxie's suggestion, Mei Shuiyan decides to take a spirit medicine to increase her power. Hu Lai Di and Shang Kaishan witness Mei Shuiyan's unusual gentle and submissive behavior, and are amazed by Jun Moxie's ways. On the sidelines, Guan Qinghan's heart is entangled with emotions as she remembers Jun Moxie taking her virginity. Yet finding that he hasn't approached her since, she gazes at Jun Moxie, but he comes up to her and unexpectedly teases her. Guan Qinghan is greatly embarrassed. Yet Jun Moxie ambushes her, causing her body to go weak. Taking advantage, Jun Moxie embraces Guan Qinghan and boldly declares to make her his wife tomorrow. Guan Qinghan is both furious and embarrassed, and runs away. Mei Shuiyan and Xian Shuan see this and appear indignant. Jun Moxie realizes his folly, and quickly changes the topic, persuading everyone to take the spirit medicine. Preoccupied with the responsibility for all under heaven as Jun Moxie stated, Mei Shuiyan takes the pill. Xuanxuan and Hu Lai Di also sit down and meditate. Powerful spiritual energy surging through their bodies. Jun Moxie sighs in relief, but deeply understands that he has offended the two beauties. He laments his fate, surrounded by stunning women yet not able to be intimate with them. Feeling a great sense of injustice. After finishing cultivating, three flowers converging atop the head energy gather atop Mei Shuiyan's head. Jun Moxie comprehends that all different martial arts lead to the same path when one reaches a high level of cultivation. Mei Shuiyan's 3 spirit flowers absorb Jun Moxie's heaven and earth spiritual qi, greatly increasing her yuanli by 50 years and significantly easing her injuries. Since suffering injuries in the previous war, Mei Shuiyan's wounds had never fully healed, and years of cultivation had yielded little effect. It was only after Jun Moxie healed her with heaven and earth spiritual qi that her condition began to improve. Jun Moxie's gift of the Tungyuan pill and Tianyuan pill brought her even closer to recovery, and even the possibility of a breakthrough. However, Mei Shuiyan's emotions were conflicted. She was grateful to Jun Moxie for saving her, but she was also ashamed of him for violating her. This contradictory mix of feelings tormented her. Mei Shuiyan understood the importance of recovering her strength, and Jun Moxie's heaven and earth spiritual qi was essential to her. But as the Beast Emperor of Heaven's punishment, she couldn't bring herself to ask him for help. Thus, she approached Jun Moxie, hoping to obtain his spiritual qi. Under Jun Moxie's persistent pursuit, Mei Shuiyan gradually fell for him, and their relationship deepened. However, Mei Shuiyan never found the courage to speak of her injuries. Despite his thick skin, Jun Moxie's concern for Mei Shuiyan was genuine. Sensing her hesitation, he offered to take her to the Jun family residence, where she could receive further treatment for her injuries. With both anticipation and trepidation, Mei Shuiyan accepted Jun Moxie's request. She was unsure whether her injuries would fully heal and uncertain of the future of her relationship with him. Jun Moxie ruthlessly criticized Mei Shuiyan, pointing out her recklessness and soft-heartedness, which often led to her sparing her enemies, leaving herself severely injured while her foes escaped unscathed. Mei Shuiyan felt anger and sadness, not understanding why allies in the battle of seizing the heavens would kill each other, as they had always fought for a common cause. Jun Moxie revealed the harsh truth: the pride and vanity of humans had caused the conflict between the Heaven's Punishment Forest and the 3 sacred grounds. He explained that the Heaven's Punishment Forest played a crucial role in the first battle of seizing the heavens. But humans felt humiliated because they believed it was the spirit beasts who had saved them. As they grew stronger, they believed they could face the battle of seizing the heavens alone. Seeing the Heaven's Punishment Forest as an eyesore, Jun Moxie asserted that even if the 3 sacred grounds succeeded in annihilating the Heaven's Punishment Forest, their downfall would be imminent. He explained that the 3 sacred grounds would suffer immense losses during the battle, and with only 1 sacred ground remaining, without the pressure of competition, it would inevitably collapse due to internal strife, leaving a lone sacred ground struggling to survive. Mei Shuiyan struggled to believe Jun Moxie's words, arguing that the 3 sacred grounds had ancestral teachings that forbade them from turning against each other. However, Jun Moxie pointed out that when faced with self-interest, ancestral teachings and oaths were meaningless, as history had repeatedly shown. He cited the infighting within the snowy city of Wind and the betrayal of the Jun family by the Tianxiang imperial family as examples of humanity's inherent selfishness and ruthlessness. Faced with the constant pressure of the 3 holy lands, Jun Moxie believed Mei Shuiyan's excessive tolerance would only fan their flames. He pointed out that Mei Shuiyan's past experiences had proven the cunning and treachery of the 3 holy lands, and believed Mei Shuiyan's tolerance had reached the point of indulgence, which instead would lead to the destruction of the heavenly punishment Zon Beast. Mei Shuiyan fell into contemplation, beginning to question her usual tolerant approach. Jun Moxie emphasized the importance of snatching the day's battle, but not to compromise blindly, and to dare to fight back when faced with threats. He believed that Mei Shuiyan's lack of courage had led to wrong decisions. Inspired by Jun Moxie's words, Mei Shuiyan finally realized that her tolerance was a mistake, and decided to change her attitude. Jun Moxie said that he did not mean for Mei Shuiyan to quit snatching the day's battle, but to save her own life and also protect the safety of the heavenly punishment Zon Beast. Mei Shuiyan promised to remember Jun Moxie's teaching, and took the elixir of Tungyuan to protect the 2 beast kings Xuanxuan and Hu Lai Di. During the protection, Mei Shuiyan and Snake King Qinshun found that Jun Moxie's divine sense was unusually strong. And he had a unique insight into the situation on the battlefield, even surpassing his own. Jun Moxie unintentionally mentioned how he had offended Mei Shuiyan in the past. And Mei Shuiyan recalled how Jun Moxie had teased her in the past. She was both shy and amused, but refused to reveal her true form. She was worried that once Jun Moxie knew her true form, he would understand why she had targeted him in the first place. And that would make their future relationship embarrassing. Mei Shuiyan recalled Jun Moxie's words with resentment. Jun Moxie described a little guy he met in the Celestial Punishment Forest, depicting its adorable appearance and fluffy butt, even mentioning he wanted to catch it and squeeze it repeatedly. Hearing this, Queen Serpent Qinshun gasped, finally realizing why Mei Shuiyan detested Jun Moxie. It turned out that Jun Moxie had once ruthlessly squeezed Mei Shuiyan's little guy, leaving her mortified and furious. Right after Jun Moxie finished his story, Xuanxuan excitedly jumped up, claiming his yuan force flow had accelerated, and his strength had significantly increased. Overjoyed, he asked Mei Shuiyan to spar with him. But Mei Shuiyan was still boiling with anger. She ruthlessly mocked Xuanxuan and proceeded to beat him up violently. Xuanxuan was outmatched in the spar, getting beaten senseless until he started calling himself by the wrong name. Facing Mei Shuiyan's relentless attacks, he begged for mercy, saying he didn't want to be any boss bear. However, Mei Shuiyan remained merciless, continuing to pummel him, venting her pent-up fury. Queen Serpent Qinshun watched, sympathizing with Xuanxuan but shaking her head. She told him he should have challenged Mei Shuiyan while she was provoked, as he would only end up humiliating himself. Meanwhile, King Tiger Hu Lai was astonished, watching Xuanxuan getting thrashed, finding it hard to believe his own eyes. Under the protection of Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie and the leaders of the demonic beasts have enjoyed several months of tranquility. However, Xuanxuan's growing strength had made him arrogant, leading him to challenge Mei Shuiyan's authority by attacking Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan retaliated by severely injuring Xuanxuan, restraining his movements with a cage of heaven and earth. Witnessing the ruthlessness of Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie secretly rejoiced that he had refrained from provoking her. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan's other subordinate, Hu Lai, tried to curry favor by flattering Mei Shuiyan and suggesting that Xuanxuan be punished severely as a warning. Mei Shuiyan expressed her appreciation for Hu Lai's loyalty. Mei Shuiyan revealed that after consuming foreign medicines, the capabilities of Xuanxuan and the Tiger King had significantly improved. But they still required time to adapt. She ordered the demonic beast clan to acquire the necessary medicine at all costs and appointed the Crane King for its safe delivery. Jun Moxie suggested that besides collecting medicines, it was more critical to expose the true nature of the three holy lands. He also gifted each leader with a Juyuan pill, capable of tripling their cultivation speed. The demonic beast leaders were overjoyed and consumed the pills. Despite the beating, Xuanxuan mocked Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie's relationship. Angered by his insolence, Mei Shuiyan once again imprisoned him with the cage of heaven and earth. Xuanxuan inadvertently angered Mei Shuiyan with a jest, causing both of them to be kicked out of the courtyard by Mei Shuiyan's use of the heaven and earth prison cage. Hu Li gloated, but his attempts to flatter her went awry, and he suffered the same fate. Even worse than Xuanxuan. The next day, the Jun family held a grand ceremony to accept a foster daughter, the scale of which was unprecedented. Royals, noble families, officials, and generals were all present, astonishing everyone. Among them, the unexpected visit of the Gale Sword God, Feng Jian, caused quite a stir. Feng Jian's cold demeanor kept the heads of the various families at bay. However, when the Prairie Eagle God, Ying Bakong, appeared, the situation changed. Ying Bakong's strength had grown tremendously, causing Feng Jian to feel wary. Feng Jian readily admitted defeat and no longer challenged Ying Bakong. Ying Bakong was resentful of his previous defeat at the hands of the Tiger King, Hu Li, but Feng Jian's surrender quelled his desire for battle. Inside the Jun Manor, on the joyous day of 3rd General Jun's adoption of a daughter, an unexpected sensation was caused. The first to appear was Supreme Being Feng Zhuanyan, who claimed to have consumed an immortal pill, increasing his cultivation dramatically. Following him was Supreme Being of Life and Death, Shi Chongxiao, who presented congratulatory gifts. To everyone's astonishment, Supreme Being of Cold-Bloodedness, Lei Wubei, also graced the occasion, bringing with him a precious saber. In an instant, the entire crowd was astounded, with 8 supreme beings descending upon the Jun manor one after another. All present could not help but be awed. Court officials and Zhanqi families all realized the formidable power of the Jun family, filling their hearts with reverence. Even His Majesty the Emperor was overcome with emotion, admitting his envy towards the Jun family, while the manor was brimming with joy. Third young master Jun Moxie was nowhere to be seen. Li Yuran's heart was filled with mixed emotions as he felt the gap between himself and Jun Moxie. He inquired with a servant and learned that Jun Moxie was receiving a guest in the rear courtyard, whose distinguished identity was apparently even higher than that of a supreme being. Li Yuran was baffled. How could Jun Moxie possibly have such capabilities? That even supreme beings would lower themselves to visit him. The servant's unwavering loyalty further puzzled him, as the conduct of the Jun family's servants was vastly different from those of other manors. At the same time, in the rear courtyard, Jun Moxie was conversing with the Bear King and Tiger King of the Heavenly Punishment Forest, delegating responsibilities. He was also surprised by the arrival of the supreme beings, speculating that Shi Chongxiao and Lei Wubei had other motives, the specifics of which remained unknown. Jun Moxie surmised that the 4 beast kings sent by Heavenly Punishment had 3 objectives: to inquire about the connection between Windy Snow Silver City, Heavenly Punishment, and the Jun family, and to obtain information about the alchemist and the elixirs. Although the beast kings were formidable, Jun Moxie dismissed them as mere vanguards and not worthy of concern. To enhance the beast king's capabilities, Jun Moxie decided to bestow upon them weapons. With great ceremony, he produced 2 precious swords of astounding weight and sharpness. Mei Shuiyan was astounded to discover that each sword weighed 100 caddies yet could be effortlessly embedded in a stone table. Shang Kaishan and Hu Lai were overjoyed, finding the swords perfectly suited to their hands. They demonstrated their swordsmanship, unleashing deafening roars and thunderclaps. However, Shang Kaishan shamelessly declared the swords to be his, provoking Mei Shuiyan's outrage. Jun Moxie intervened, asserting that gift-giving was a matter of course and that Mei Shuiyan should not be upset. Jun Moxie shamelessly claims to have already slept with Mei Shuiyan, forcing her to change the subject. Jun Moxie presents the 4 divine swords to the Beast Kings, with one of them, a flexible sword made of soft gold, being named the Serpent King Sword, custom-made for the Serpent King. Qinshun. The Beast Kings are overjoyed with the divine swords, while Mei Shuiyan receives the 4th sword from Jun Moxie, which has a slender blade, a grip that fits her hand perfectly, and an aura of regal authority. Although Mei Shuiyan verbally chastises Jun Moxie's shamelessness, her heart begins to waver. Jun Moxie's audacity and disrespectful words both anger and amuse her. The Beast Kings, filled with curiosity, speculate that Jun Moxie and Mei are about to kiss or embrace, while Mei inadvertently becomes infatuated with the divine sword Jun Moxie has gifted her, as if mesmerized by its allure. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Moxie once again confesses his feelings to her, and Mei's heart gradually falters, unable to resist Jun Moxie's persistence and brazenness. Upon his arrival at the Jun Manor in the Heavenly Fragrance Empire, Jun Moxie found the hall bustling with activity and excitement. Lord Jun and Jun Wu Yi sat in the seats of honor, while Guan Qinghan, dressed in splendid attire, formally kowtowed to Jun Wu Yi alongside Guan Donglu, marking her official acceptance as an adopted daughter of the Jun family. At that moment, the Serpent King Qian Shuan abruptly rebuked the Tiger King and Bear King, silencing them and creating a brief pause in the festivities. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan sat undisturbed to the side, enjoying the tranquility. A servant rushed in, informing Jun Moxie that the ceremony was about to commence and that the Grand Elder and Third Master urged him to join them. After instructing Mei Shuiyan to make arrangements for the Tiger King and Bear King, Jun Moxie left the courtyard. On his way to the hall, Jun Moxie learned that the Emperor of Heavenly Fragrance and Grand Tutor Li Yuran had requested an audience. However, knowing that he had nothing to say to the former and little to connect him to the latter, Jun Moxie focused his thoughts on Li Yuran, wondering about his intentions. Arriving at the hall, Jun Moxie, facing the Emperor's concealed fury and the attention of the crowd, declared the Jun family's protection over Guan Qinghan. He warned against any interference in her marriage, stating that such actions would incite the Jun family's unending retribution. Silence fell over the hall at Jun Moxie's bold declaration. The guests, including the four great venerables, were well aware of the Jun family's current strength and dared not provoke them. As the master of ceremonies, Song Shang announced the conclusion of the ceremony. A thunderous applause echoed through the hall, as Guan Qinghan wept with joy. Guan Qinghan, a former steward's daughter, miraculously becomes the only daughter of the Jun family. She excitedly searches for her lover in the crowd, her heart filled with mixed emotions. At the banquet, Li Yuran approaches Jun Moxie and claims to have a topic of interest to him. In the garden gazebo, Li Yuran confides his long-repressed past. He recalls being forcibly taken away by his grandfather at the age of 3 and subjected to rigorous training, enduring far more pressure than his other siblings. Nevertheless, he understands the weighty responsibilities he carries for his family and resolves to endure everything. His only solace is the monthly visits from his mother, and he trains diligently solely to see the joy on her face. Li Yuran turns his back to Jun Moxie, closes his eyes, and tears well up in the corners as he expresses his longing for his mother. Jun Moxie listens to his narrative with empathy, but sighs, unsure of how to respond. Li Yuran's arduous childhood has warped his personality but also forged his unwavering resilience. Li Yuran exhibited extraordinary talent since childhood, but he lacked motivation to study, seeking joy in meeting his mother once a month. However, at age 10, his grandfather began exposing him to harsh realities. During a hunt, he encountered the ruthless supreme being, Lei Wu Bai, who recognized his potential and took him as an apprentice. 2 years later, Li Yuran returned home to find his mother deceased. It turned out his father, disturbed by his wife's constant pleas to see her son, had struck her, causing her death. A grief-stricken Li Yuran learned the truth under severe interrogation. Unable to tolerate his father's actions, Li Yuran killed him at age 12. His grandfather ordered his elimination and declared his father's death as illness-related. From that point forward, Li Yuran became dark and ruthless. Returning to the mountains, Li Yuran continued his cultivation, becoming Lei Wu Bi's favored disciple. After 3 years, he descended and took control of the Li family's affairs. As revenge against his father, he severely punished corrupt family members. Unexpectedly, the Li family prospered under his rule. Li Yuran discovered a penchant for inflicting pain on others and derived pleasure from manipulating their lives. He indulged in unwarranted killings, while the Li family's power grew. Ultimately, his atrocities led to the manifestation of inner demons, setting him on a destructive path. Li Yuran has been ambitious for supreme power since he was a child, being willing to pay any price, even disregard family affection. His ruthlessness made him gradually embark on the path of the devil, becoming a selfish and power-hungry madman. One day, Li Yuran confided in Jun Moxie, recounting how he used his scheming and strategies to take control of the entire family, even killing his father. He believed that only by being ruthless and unrighteous could he achieve his goals. During his narration, Li Yuran also mentioned the battle for heaven and the selection of candidates for the Supreme Gold City. He frankly confessed that he faced a dilemma to give up his current pursuit of power and head to the Supreme Gold City to chase after greater power, or to remain in the mundane world and compete for the throne of the Heavenly Fragrance Empire. Li Yuran knew very well that Jun Moxie was at odds with the emperor. So he proposed that if Jun Moxie chose to stay out of it, he would give up on the Supreme Gold City and strive for the throne of the Heavenly Fragrance Empire with all his might. He believed that in this way, he could both help Jun Moxie and fulfill his own dream. Jun Moxie expressed his understanding of Li Yuran's choice, but he pointed out that Li Yuran had gone too far and could not turn back. Li Yuran helplessly accepted this fact, but he stated that as long as Jun Moxie did not become his enemy, he would swear to never go against the Jun family. In the end, Li Yuran chose to stay in the mundane world and compete for the throne of the Heavenly Fragrance Empire, while Jun Moxie remained neutral and did not interfere. Li Yuran reveals his ambition that he hopes Jun Moxie will support and help him to seize power. Jun Moxie believes Li Yuran's ambition, but thinks he lacks the demeanor of an emperor and is more suitable to be a subordinate. Disappointed, Li Yuran decides to seek opportunities in the Supreme Gold City. Before leaving, Li Yuran warns Jun Moxie of the threat of heavenly punishment and predicts his fate will be full of ups and downs. Jun Moxie sarcastically comments on Li Yuran's slickness, and predicts that even if Li Yuran climbs to a high position, he would not dare to oppose him. Li Yuran admits he has always been motivated by Jun Moxie, but understands that they can never be friends. Li Yuran's farewell gift carries great meaning. He speculates that the three Holy Lands will soon take action, and hopes that Jun Moxie will show mercy to the Li family when that dynasty changes. Jun Moxie realizes Li Yuran's intelligence and forbearance, and between a sigh and a laugh expresses his complicated feelings about Li Yuran. As the snow falls, it foreshadows an unpredictable future, with Li Yuran's departure and the threat of heavenly punishment to face. The wheels of destiny turn more rapidly for Jun Moxie. That night, supreme beings including Lei Wu Bei and Shi Chong Shao stayed at the Jun Manor. While heavy snow filled the sky, a large group of men in black secretly gathered around the manor, undetected even by the Jun Manor guards. At the same time, Mei Shui Yan sensed something amiss and leapt onto the top of the Jun Manor tower. Faced with hundreds of Grand Masters from the three Holy Lands, Mei Shui Yan displayed great presence and killing intent. The leader was Yu Yi Ban, the disabled Grand Chamberlain of the secluded Immortal Palace. He led the other Grand Masters, along with Ning Wu Qing and another immortal-looking Grand Master, to stand together with over 20 others. Their formation allowed them to attack or defend, displaying their excellent teamwork. On the left were the forces of the Supreme Golden City, with Ma Zhongming in attendance. On the right were the purple-robed men of the dreamlike Blood Sea. The three Holy Lands had mobilized a total of 60 Supreme-level Grand Masters and 30 Grand Masters who had transcended the Supreme level. A formidable lineup. Yu Yi Ban questioned Mei Shui Yan with sarcastic tone, but Mei Shui Yan coldly responded, demanding them to retreat. Faced with the joint forces of the three Holy Lands, Mei Shui Yan's aura did not waver, demonstrating her formidable profound art cultivation. The two sides confronted each other, tensions rising. Mei Shui Yan lamented that the tacit understanding once used against external enemies was now being used against their own people, causing her great sorrow. War seemed imminent, as a fierce confrontation appeared inevitable. As Mei Shuiyan descends from the sky to confront formidable foes, she realizes the dire peril facing the Jun family. Outmatched and outgunned, the Juns have no chance of victory, and Mei Shuiyan's only hope is to stall for time to allow them to escape. Yu Yiban of the three Holy Lands proposes a deal: divine pills and an alchemist in exchange for sparing the Juns. Mei Shuiyan refuses flatly, exposing the hypocrisy of the Holy Lands. Xi Jinghong of the dreamy Blood Sea threatens Mei Shuiyan to account for the Jun's killing of a Holy Land elder. Mei Shuiyan is trapped, but to her surprise, instead of retreating, the Jun family arrives to support her. They include Jun Zhantian, Jun Wuyi, Snake King Qinshun, Shang Kaishan, Hu Lai Di, Ying Bakong, Feng Wan Yun, and 300 members of the remnant Heaven Soul Devouring Team. Facing overwhelming odds, they choose to fight to the last man, knowing full well it is a suicide mission. Mei Shuiyan's heart sinks, and she hopes that Mo Xie and other key figures have escaped to preserve the Jun family's future. As battle is about to be joined, a thunderous roar signals the arrival of the 300 remnant Heaven Soul Devouring Team members. Despite their relative weakness, they fearlessly join the fray, vowing to stand or fall with the Jun family. Upon the towering castle walls, Hai Chenfeng, Song Shang, and Bai Li Loyan emerged, their swords gleaming with silver light. Hai Chenfeng laughed heroically, embracing the opportunity to fight alongside Song Shang against the Supreme Masters. Song Shang drank Hao Tong Kue Da, agreeing with Hai Chenfeng's sentiment. The two established a lifelong bond of brotherhood, vowing to continue it in the afterlife. Inspired by their camaraderie, Bai Li Loyan joined their ranks. Amidst the fierce battle, Snake Queen Qinshun faced the renowned Ma Zhongming. To everyone's surprise, Snake Queen exhibited astonishing speed and wielded a peerless weapon. Despite being a supreme master, Ma Zhongming was forced to retreat after several exchanges with Snake Queen. Xi Jinghong recognized Qinshun's identity and learned of her possession of 3 demonic beast cores. His greed was piqued, and he ordered the dreamy Blood Sea to seize the cores. Mei Shuiyan appeared, sternly questioning Xi Jinghong's motives. Xi Jinghong acknowledged his status as a cultivator, expressing his desire for the demonic beast cores. Mei Shuiyan denounced Xi Jinghong's audacity and uncovered his true identity. Xi Jinghong smugly admitted his assassination plan, stating that Mei Shuiyan's luck would not hold indefinitely. Yu Yiban insults Mei Shuiyan, who becomes enraged and is lured into a trap to fight against more than 30 supreme beings. With her powerful weapons and stunning sword energy, she heavily injures the attackers. Yu Yibin and the other leaders of the sacred grounds use all their force to resist. But Mei Shuiyan's old wounds flare up, damaging her internal organs. In the end, Mei Shuiyan sustains serious injuries, killing 9 arms and 3 feet, and flattening the ground and walls of the Jun family within 20 yards. Yu Yibin and the other leaders of the sacred grounds are also seriously injured, with Ma Zhongming even coughing up teeth. Facing Mei Shuiyan's earth-shattering power, everyone feels an involuntary sense of fear, as if a poisonous snake is coiled on their backs. Mei Shuiyan's old wounds worsen, but with the Jun family and the 3 beast kings in danger, she grits her teeth and continues her fierce battle with the sacred grounds masters. During the siege of Mei Shuiyan, everyone, including the ethereal immortal palace, was surprised to find that Venerable Mei had undergone earth-shattering changes in both strength and temperament compared to years ago. Mei Shuiyan was no longer the benevolent gentleman she once was. Her moves were fierce and decisive, determined to kill all her enemies. Even more shocking was that her speed and cultivation had also greatly improved, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Although the 3 sacred places had originally planned to eradicate the heavenly punishment forest, the strength that Mei Shuiyan displayed had left them unprepared. Mei Shuiyan's old injuries seemed to have fully recovered, and her progress was remarkable. Her speed was unimaginably fast. Despite being besieged by 30 supreme masters, Mei Shuiyan was still able to hold her own with her formidable strength. However, Yu Yibin claimed that Mei Shuiyan had suffered serious injuries and insisted on killing her. Just as the crowd was about to attack Mei Shuiyan all at once, her subordinates and the Jun family rushed forward desperately, trying to rescue her. Faced with powerful enemies, these people were willing to die. Their loyalty and fearlessness deeply moved the masters of the 3 sacred places. Witnesses to the desperate resistance of the Jun family, the powerhouses of the 3 sacred lands remained unmoved, awaiting their moment of triumph. Heartbroken, Jun Zhantian led his sons into a suicidal charge. However, just as the 2 sides were about to clash, an overwhelming force descended from the heavens, causing the world to tremble as if it were crumbling. Time seemed to stand still, with everyone frozen in midair. A voice reverberated through the air. 3 sacred lands. Is this how you protect the innocent? The crowd looked towards the source of the voice and beheld a man clad in a black robe standing atop the Jun family's tower. His presence radiated an awe-inspiring aura that suffocated the powerhouses present. Xi Jinghong respectfully asked the stranger's identity. The man in black introduced himself as Jun Moxie's master and the creator of the divine pill. He condemned the 3 sacred lands for their wanton slaughter of innocents, driven by their selfish desires, including their plan to capture him for his alchemy. Descending from the tower with unhurried steps that echoed through the void, the man in black displayed his incredible might. Astonishing the onlookers, he repeatedly emphasized his unrivaled power, capable of slaying countless Li Juetians. Terror washed over the powerhouses of the 3 sacred lands as they realized the gravity of the situation they had provoked. The arrival of the man in black has drastically altered the balance of power, casting a new light on the conflict between the Jun family and the sacred lands. Xi Jinghong leads experts from the 3 holy lands to seek help in obtaining the godly pill, a peerless elixir. From the black robe, he cleverly disguises their malicious actions as concern for the world's safety, claiming that the pill is essential for cultivators' survival and empowerment against the upcoming battle for heaven. The black robe's true identity is revealed, and he demonstrates his astonishing power by effortlessly melting the broken sword into silver liquid. Stunning everyone present, he declares that since the 3 holy lands are here for the battle for heaven, he will not harm them. Xi Jinghong, torn between his desire for the elixir and his fear of the black robe, pleads with him to contribute to the battle for heaven, arguing that the world will be eternally grateful. However, the black robe adamantly refuses, stating that the world's fate is not his concern and he will not sacrifice himself for others. He bluntly asserts that Xi Jinghong's request is delusional and mocks the 3 holy lands. The hot-tempered Yu Yibin becomes enraged and threatens the black robe. However, the black robe calmly announces that everyone may leave, but Yu Yibin must stay because he is a beast who does not deserve to live. The black robe's murderous aura spreads, revealing his true identity as Jun Moxie. He has been planning in anticipation of this crisis, using the power of the Hongjun Tower to enhance his mental strength in preparation for this life or death gamble. In a life-or-death gamble, Jun Moxie drained all his mental power to borrow the pure energy from the Hongjun Tower. Displaying earth-shattering deterrence, his golden power effortlessly melted divine weapons, stunning the entire scene. However, the appearance of Yu Yibin disrupted Jun Moxie's plan. The Cyclops insulted Mei Shuiyan, infuriating Jun Moxie. Faced with Yu Yibin's provocation, Jun Moxie decided to end the crisis with a decisive suppression. Jun Moxie's sudden disappearance caught Yu Yibin off guard. A moment later, Yu Yibin's one leg ignited in a pitch-black fire that rapidly consumed his flesh. Jun Moxie then reappeared, admitting that he intended to kill Yu Yibin. Ning Wuqing intervened to help by severing Yu Yibin's burning limb. But Jun Moxie deployed the primordial chaos fire again. 2 fire dragons roared forth, and Yu Yibin's body writhed and twitched in the flames, close to being reduced to ashes. Jun Moxie's fourth suppression technique shocked the audience into submission. He demanded everyone's withdrawal but emphasized that Yu Yibin must die. Faced with public outrage, Jun Moxie was too weak to act and had to use Yu Yibin's death to deter the crowd and prevent the annihilation of his entire clan. As the primordial chaos fire spread, Yu Yibin's life force waned. Ning Wuqing intervened again, but Jun Moxie stopped him, claiming that the person he was determined to kill must die, even as a cripple. In the end, Yu Yibin was reduced to cinders by the consuming flames. Jun Moxie's deterrence succeeded. The entire scene was awed by his power and ruthlessness, agreeing to withdraw. However, this life-or-death struggle also made Jun Moxie realize his shortcomings. Facing truly supreme beings, his strength was far from sufficient. Ning Wuqing was shocked to see Yu Yibin being consumed by a mysterious black flame, and he hurriedly retreated after discarding his sword. It turned out that the black flame had started burning his sword after he severed Yu Yibin's limbs, and it had been spreading quietly. His colleague's reminder filled Ning Wuqing with fear, and his beloved sword was also devoured by the black flame. The sight of Yu Yibin was horrifying. The black flame was rampaging through his body, from his limbs to his skull, consuming his life mercilessly. Although he had powerful profound arts, he still suffered greatly in the face of this all-consuming fire, and he was eventually reduced to ashes. The black-robed man retracted the black flame, leaving only an empty space in his hands. As Yu Yibin had not even left any remains, everyone present was shocked, including Zi Jinghong, who could not imagine that Yu Yibin would be so easily killed. Zi Jinghong realized the strange power of the black-robed man and was secretly alarmed. He had already prepared to retreat. The black-robed man called himself Feng Weqing, with the nickname Weqing Zhantian, and revealed that he had lived for more than 1,000 years. Zi Jinghong and the others hastily bid farewell, and Jun Moxie suppressed his great pain and released a powerful aura. Mei Shuiyan and the others felt this pressure. Their hearts filled with awe, and they almost knelt on the ground. As the powerful enemy left, Jun Moxie finally relaxed, but the enormous pressure of the Hongjun Tower had pushed him to his limit. Following a thrilling battle, the enemy masters withdraw, leaving the Jun family's courtyard in ruins and its occupants in shock. Jun Moxie deploys his extraordinary technique to vanquish a formidable foe but lets out a pained groan as his mental consciousness is shattered. He is then absorbed into the Hongjun Pagoda, his fate uncertain. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi experience a mix of elation and despair, grateful for their savior's presence but distraught as he swiftly vanishes. Everyone expresses relief at escaping the ordeal with minimal casualties. Mei Shuiyan picking up perceptively on Jun Moxie's faint moans. Doubts arose as she connected them to the words Jun Moxie had spoken before, leading her to surmise that this life-saving benefactor was none other than Jun Moxie himself. Mei Shuiyan, her concern mounting, frantically searches the Jun manor but fails to locate any sign of Jun Moxie. Recalling his earlier mention of exacting revenge, she suspects he may have resorted to a forbidden technique, paying a heavy price. Fury blazes in Mei Shuiyan's eyes as she berates Shang Keisha and Hu Lai for withholding their divine weapons. She then orders them to return to the Celestial Punishment Forest, inform the celestial beasts to enhance their powers, and prepare for action. She proclaims that should Jun Moxie perish, she will unleash a massacre upon the 3 major holy lands and countless mortals to appease his spirit. Mei Shuiyan's wrath sends shivers down the spines of those present, foreshadowing an impending catastrophe. As the aura of the Hongjun Tower erupted, Mei Shuiyan decisively ordered Shang Keishan and Hu Li to flee quickly, ensuring their safety in the critical moment. 3 days later, The experts from the three great holy lands returned outside the Xiantian area, planning an interception plan. They believed that Shang Kaishan and Hu Lid were healing at this time and would continue on their journey in a few days. However, Mei Shuiyan had foreseen this. The moment she gave the order was the safest moment. Although Shang Kaishan and Hu Lid were seriously injured, they had fled with all their might, and their pace was extremely fast. Once they recovered from their injuries, the interception plan would fail. On the other hand, the experts from the three great holy lands also realized the danger of the situation. The powerful strength of the mysterious black-robed man, Jun Moxie, made them fearful. Realizing that this was an old monster with divine powers, they decided to temporarily put aside the matter of Xiantian and focus on dealing with the Tiger King and Bear King of the Heavenly Punishment Forest. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiming carefully analyzed the situation, formulated an interception plan, and sent people to monitor the Jun family intersection. Once the Tiger King and Bear King went out, they would immediately take action to prevent them from escaping back to Xiantian. At the same time, they also considered recruiting the black-robed man and utilizing his alchemy skills. Zi Jinghong believed that as long as they bid according to the rules of the noble hall or sincerely asked for help, the black-robed man might not refuse, thus helping them refine medicinal pills and solving their urgent problems. Although this operation was full of risks, the experts from the three great holy lands were still confident. They believed that their strength was still strong enough to deal with various challenges. And the situation of the battle for the heavenly way was not yet clear. After executing the forbidden technique, Jun Moxie fell into a coma due to the backlash. He was covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, and he suffered unimaginable pain. The Hongjun Pagoda sucked Jun Moxie into the tower, and the energy of heaven and earth crazily surged into his body, repairing his injuries. After a long period of recovery, Jun Moxie finally regained consciousness. Although the pain had subsided, Jun Moxie's body was weak and powerless, and his internal energy was completely lost. He used his opening heavens creation technique, only to find that his dantian was empty. But as he continued to use the technique, waves of energy began to surge out of his body and gather in his dantian. As the airflow grew stronger, an illusory shadow of light appeared on Jun Moxie's forehead, gradually condensing into the shape of a seven-colored small pagoda, spinning non-stop and emitting 10,000 beams of light. Just when the energy of heaven and earth that Jun Moxie had absorbed reached its limit, the opening heavens creation technique in his meridians suddenly stopped running, and all the airflow exploded and piled up around him. The silver airflow turned into dust and disappeared, and Jun Moxie's body underwent earth-shaking changes. After enduring an intense explosion, Jun Moxie is shocked to find an earth-shattering roar erupting in his mind. The excruciating pain that follows feels like his meridians are being torn apart. When the pain subsides slightly, Jun Moxie discovers faint golden mist filling his meridians, gradually blocking their flow. Another thunderous boom later, the mist vanishes, replaced by a thin golden thread, shimmering like a stream of liquid gold coursing through his meridians. The vast energy contained within these meridians is dazzling, far surpassing the silver threads of spiritual energy in the previous third level. Just as Jun Moxie is overcome with joy, a cracking sound echoes from his forehead. The miniature pagoda formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth bursts apart, and a torrent of iridescent energy flows into his skull. Then, the Hongjun Pagoda trembles violently, and Jun Moxie is thrown into the air. Opening his eyes, Jun Moxie is stunned to see an iridescent gate before him, gateway to the fourth level of the Hongjun Pagoda. It turns out that his desperate breakthrough has unexpectedly promoted him to the fourth level. However, amidst his excitement, Jun Moxie can't help but lament how he almost lost his life to immense pain. Yet, he understands that this breakthrough was not a coincidence but the result of long-term accumulation. The Hongjun Pagoda, residing in his body, refused to let him perish from recklessness and protected him at the critical moment. The fourth level differs drastically from the previous three levels, filled with chaotic and primal energy containing various peculiar objects. Just as Jun Moxie is about to explore, a mantra suddenly appears in his mind, guiding him to continue enhancing his cultivation realm. With great anticipation, Jun Moxie steps into the fourth level of the Hongjun Pagoda, embarking on a new cultivation adventure, vowing to never risk his life so recklessly again. However, the Hongjun Pagoda can't resist a little slander, believing that he has already fallen deep into the cycle of life-threatening breakthroughs from which he will likely never escape. After a sharp pang in his spiritual consciousness, Jun Moxie comprehended the fourth level of the Genesis creation art. His naked body absorbed all the energy and spiritual essence within the fourth layer, rapidly expanding his meridians and dantian. As the amount of absorption increased, the meridians ceased to absorb, and the golden spiritual essence within the dantian condensed into a bead the size of an infant's fist. Finally, the spiritual essence bead shattered, revealing a rosy infant within the dantian, seemingly breathing. Jun Moxie was astonished, but then he received a vast amount of text informing him that the cultivation method he was practicing was actually an immortal cultivation method. Simultaneously, he comprehended the power of the 5 elements, allowing the powers of water, fire, earth, and metal to converge, forming the complete power of the 5 elements. Jun Moxie's strength ascended to the first stage of the sovereign realm. But upon learning that he was cultivating an immortal cultivation method, he began to worry about the lifespans of his loved ones. If he were to live an eternal life while his family members perished one by one, he would be unable to bear the pain of separation. Jun Moxie fell into contemplation, pondering how to change this situation. Meanwhile, the outside world was filled with anxiety as Jun Moxie had been missing for 3 days and 3 nights. Jun Wuyi and Mei Shuiyan searched everywhere but found no trace of him. Mei Shuiyan's heart was filled with despair. Her killing intent surged, and she looked at the people of Heavenly Fragrance City with murderous eyes. Amidst the celestial expanse, Mei Shuiyan shines like the ethereal moon, untainted and unparalleled. Even the divine emperor fails to catch her attention, as she yearns for solitary freedom. However, Jun Moxie disrupts her tranquility. Unbeknownst to Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie heals her meridians, eliciting both gratitude and resentment. Later, his subsequent offenses stir complex emotions within her. Despite his aid, his enigmatic and unrestrained nature puzzles her. Driven by the impending battle for heaven, Mei Shuiyan compels Jun Moxie to refine elixirs. As Jun Moxie's unwavering support grows, her heart begins to soften. She realizes his willingness to bear any burden for her, offering her hope and solace. Gradually, Mei Shuiyan becomes accustomed to his presence, even dependent on him. However, when Jun Moxie vanishes, Mei Shuiyan realizes the extent of her feelings. She yearns for his return, the world seeming lifeless without him. The 3 holy lands and the battle for heaven pale in significance, as she prays only for his survival. Mei Shuiyan's journey encompasses a tumultuous range of emotions: anger, shame, resentment, helplessness, uncertainty, trepidation, longing, worry, dependence, despair, and heartbreak. Jun Moxie's arrival shatters her solitude, fills her emptiness, and ultimately guides her towards finding her heart's anchor. Devastated after learning of Jun Moxie's supposed death, Mei Shuiyan vows revenge. However, the 3 great sacred lands deny his abduction, leading Mei Shuiyan to deduce Jun Moxie perished in the courtyard explosion. In despair, she resolves to join forces with the magical beasts of the heavenly punishment forest and wage a relentless battle against the sacred lands. Yet, just as Mei Shuiyan prepares for action, Jun Moxie suddenly reappears, ecstatic and relieved. Mei Shuiyan embraces him tightly. She questions his whereabouts, and Jun Moxie explains he was recuperating from injuries. Overjoyed at Jun Moxie's survival, Mei Shuiyan realizes her anger and despair stemmed from her deep concern for him. She secretly vows to follow his lead from now on. Meanwhile, Guan Qinghan and the Serpent Queen, Qin Shun, also encounter Jun Moxie. Guan Qinghan is heartbroken and withdraws discreetly. Mei Shuiyan suppresses her emotions, regaining her composure, and reprimands Jun Moxie for his recklessness. Amusement crosses Jun Moxie's face as he defends himself, but Mei Shuiyan has already forgiven him as long as he is alive. Nothing else matters. In Jun Moxie's arms, Mei Shuiyan became convinced that the man before her was the mysterious black robe, and she decided to keep this secret to herself. Jun Moxie then turned to Guan Qinghan, whose emotions were also recovering significantly. Guan Qinghan was melted by the warmth of his embrace and couldn't help but lean into his arms, temporarily forgetting the grievances in her heart. However, this brief moment of warmth was fleeting. As the two raised their heads from their embrace, Guan Qinghan shyly dodged his gaze, while Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan suddenly looked worried. Jun Moxie was puzzled, their rapid emotional changes leaving him bewildered. Mei Xuanian explained to Jun Moxie that the formidable power of the heavenly punishment forest was not just due to the number of profound beasts, but also because the previous generation of beast kings had collectively retired, leaving the stage for the younger generation. Mei Xuanian hinted at the changes in the heavenly punishment forest but did not elaborate. Jun Moxie noticed Mei Xuanian's grim expression and asked if she was injured. Mei Xuanian admitted to having an unhealed old wound but did not disclose the underlying cause. Jun Moxie confidently offered to treat her, but upon probing her meridians, Mei Xuanian was shocked to discover that Jun Moxie's cultivation had reached the supreme level. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" Jun Moxie is taken aback by Mei Xuanian's incredible rise in cultivation from the initial stage of Divine Profound Realm to the 6th rank of Emperor Profound Realm. It turns out that the attack she endured from the Blood Shadow Divine Palm left a lingering cold energy in her body, obstructing the healing of her injuries. Jun Moxie volunteers to heal Mei Xuanian and asks her to undress, claiming that it is to prevent backflow of the cold energy. Mei Xuanian grows suspicious and queries the necessity of undressing. Jun Moxie slips up and denies, but is seen through by Mei Xuanian. Infuriated, Mei Xuanian twists Jun Moxie's ear, demanding the truth. Helpless, Jun Moxie confesses his impure intentions, admitting, however, that undressing is not essential to the healing. Heeding Mei Xuanian's insistence, Jun Moxie regulates her meridians, expelling the cold energy and storing it in a small jade vial. After the treatment, Mei Xuanian falls into a deep sleep. Jun Moxie discreetly buries the vial and wipes away beads of sweat, relieved that he had restrained himself. He also admires Mei Xuanian's cleverness and resilience. Mei Xuanian is suffering from the lethal blood shadow palm poison, which is too potent even for her formidable martial arts skills. To resolve Mei Xuanian's injury, Jun Moxie calls for an elite training session with his trusted subordinates Jun Zhantian, Feng Wanyan, Hai Chenfeng, Song Shang, and Bai Li Loyan. The objective of this training session is clear: to enhance strength. Jun Moxie recognizes their insufficient strength and the urgent need to improve. He utilizes the precious Profound Origin Pill, Yuan Circulation Pill, and Elemental Accumulation Pill to assist Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang in boosting their energy. For Bai Li Loyan, Jun Moxie demands that he advance to the Heavenly Profound Realm within 10 days. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie orders all members of the Slaughter Heaven Devouring Team to elevate their realms, otherwise they will be deemed unqualified. Eagle Soaring in the Sky and Feng Wanyan, as supreme-ranked powerhouses, also participate in the training. Feng Wanyan initially underestimates Jun Moxie's abilities but realizes in the sparring match that Jun Moxie's energy is not inferior to his, if not slightly superior. Subsequently, Eagle Soaring in the Sky challenges Jun Moxie, resulting in a fierce battle of 500 moves with no clear winner. Snake King Qian Shuan also engages in combat with Jun Moxie, ending in a stalemate. Finally, Mei Xuanian, possessing supreme-ranked strength, appears and defeats Jun Moxie without resorting to netherworld escaping technique. During the training, Jun Moxie examines each participant's energy core, identifying the differentiation between supreme-ranked and divine profound-ranked practitioners. Supreme-ranked practitioners' energy cores manifest a state similar to breaking through the golden core, while divine profound-ranked practitioners' cores condense into profound cores. After 10 days of intensive training, the group's abilities have significantly improved. Bai Li Loyan successfully advances to the Heavenly Profound Realm, and Feng Wanyan and Eagle Soaring in the Sky have fortified their powers. Mei Xuanian's injury fully heals, accompanied by a marked increase in her energy. The time for Jun Moxie to visit his mother at the Eastern family draws near. With the dedicated training session complete, Jun Moxie sets off with his companions towards the Eastern family's territory. Jun Moxie embarked on a journey to find his mother Dongfang Wenqin, carrying a family feud and determined to hold the Emperor of Tianxiang responsible. However, before his departure, he was met with the refusal of Yi Guhan. Yi Guhan, who had been disabled for a long time, deduced Jun Moxie's feud with the royal family and hoped that Jun Moxie would take good care of Murong Shu. Jun Moxie and his group set off on their journey, heading straight to the Dongfang family. Along the way, they analyzed that the three holy lands would act separately and seize the opportunity to intercept them. In order to fight back, they decided to set up an ambush in a special terrain, striving to kill them in one fell swoop. At the same time, The three Holy Lands learned that Jun Moxie had left Tianxiang City and gathered troops to prepare for encirclement and suppression. After losing 3 of their top masters, they were eager to eliminate Jun Moxie and seize the profound pellet in Mei Shuiyan's belly. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan planned countermeasures as they traveled. They guessed that the first wave of attacks would happen the next night and decided to adjust their strategy based on the three Holy Lands' actions. They believed that the three Holy Lands appeared to be close but were secretly plotting against each other, all trying to reserve their own strength. Jun Moxie also teased Mei Shuiyan about the value of the profound pellet in her belly, which elicited Mei Shuiyan's whimsically stomped. With troops being mobilized on both sides, a bloody battle was about to unfold. Jun Moxie vowed to avenge his family, while the three Holy Lands intended to seize the profound pellet, and a desperate confrontation was inevitable. In the Heaven Punishment Forest, the mythical beast Mei Shuiyan lamented the greed of mankind. She explained that the essence of a mythical beast's life is condensed in its mystical core. Yet humans, despite limited absorption, continue to covet it. Jun Moxie interjected, pointing out the potential for an attack on the heavenly fragrance city by the three Holy Lands' secluded immortal palace, dreamlike Blood Sea, and Paragon Gold City. He analyzed their likelihood of attacking the following day. Mei Shuiyan believed that the secluded immortal palace would strike first, while Jun Moxie then hypothesized about a suitable mountain road for their operation. The three Holy Lands, after some deliberation, decided to determine the order of their attack by drawing lots. Xi Jinghong from the secluded immortal palace proposed a three-pronged approach. The first group would intercept, the second would ambush, and the third would repeat the ambush until Mei Shuiyan was killed. They drew lots fairly, but Xi Jinghong cheated, ensuring Xiao Weicheng from the Paragon Gold City would draw the first lot. Xiao Weicheng resented Xi Jinghong's deception, but for the sake of his holy land and reputation, he had to accept the task of the first assault. He led the forces of the Paragon Gold City to prepare for the ambush on Mei Shuiyan. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were hastily making their way to the mountain road, preparing to confront the three Holy Lands. Venturing deep into the mountain forests, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan felt a sense of belonging, as if they had returned home. Mei Shuiyan, with her nature as a spirit beast, had a natural affinity with nature, while Jun Moxie also appeared unusually at ease. Jun Moxie crafted a simple sleigh using natural materials, utilizing the momentum of sliding to conserve their energy. Mei Shuiyan initially fumbled and fell, but Jun Moxie patiently guided her, using the guise of concern to take advantage of their situation. Amidst a mixture of embarrassment and flirtatiousness, Mei Shuiyan lowered her guard and was gradually drawn to Jun Moxie's gentle attentiveness. As darkness descended, they realized the passage of time. Supporting each other, they pressed on through the dimness, fostering an unprecedented intimacy between them. Mei Shuiyan shed her identity as a revered martial artist, becoming a blissful woman nestled in Jun Moxie's embrace. Jun Moxie meticulously taught, while Mei Shuiyan diligently learned. In the harmonized atmosphere, they cherished the rare warmth and companionship. Deep within the tranquil mountain forests, they discarded external distractions, leaving only each other. An ear-splitting owl's call shattered the tranquility, and they regained their senses, their eyes brimming with love and passion. In that moment, no words were necessary. A mere glance or gesture conveyed everything. Jun Moxie's warm smile was laden with adoration, while Mei Shuiyan's blissful smile radiated contentment. They expressed their mutual affection and longing in the simplest manner, writing a romantic tale in the snowy mountain forests. Under Jun Moxie's careful guidance, Mei Shuiyan quickly mastered the ski technique. She was so excited that she dragged Jun Moxie to practice. The two of them crisscrossed in the snowy night, leaving trails of graceful trajectories. Jun Moxie used his magical powers to create an exquisite, closed space in the canyon, using piled snow as walls and sealing it all around. It became a warm shelter in the cold wind, ventilated with bamboo poles. Late at night, Jun Moxie took out 2 excellent white bear fur coats and prepared to sleep. But Mei Shuiyan realized there were only 2 clothes and asked about Jun Moxie's plan. Jun Moxie pretended to be generous and magnanimous, saying he was willing to bear the cold outside. Mei Shuiyan saw through his plot and refused. Jun Moxie pretended to shiver from the cold, wishing to gain sympathy, but Mei Shuiyan ignored him. Jun Moxie, treated coldly, could only hug his arms and stomp his feet. The cave was filled with the scent of Mei Shuiyan's fragrance. And Jun Moxie's lower abdomen was very hot. He was about to get into the coat when Mei Shuiyan sternly stopped him. Jun Moxie played dumb and insisted on entering. Mei Shuiyan was furious, but Jun Moxie smiled shamelessly, saying that if she didn't attack, he wouldn't give up. In the end, Jun Moxie succeeded and occupied Mei Shuiyan's chastity. Mei Shuiyan did not give in, but she could not withstand Jun Moxie's soft plea and tactics, and had to submit to reality. Mei Shuiyan was startled by Jun Moxie's sudden attack, her body feeling weak and powerless. But he had grasped her soft, towering breasts. Just as her breathing became rapid, Jun Moxie abruptly released her, asking whether she was willing. Mei Shuiyan was shy, but she was already feeling aroused and shyly nodded her head. However, Mei Shuiyan considered the current pursuit of the three great sacred grounds and reminded Jun Moxie that if they had intercourse now, her strength and moves would be affected. Jun Moxie then calmed down, realizing that this was not the time for lust. Jun Moxie changed the subject, asking Mei Shuiyan about the plan to ambush the three great sacred grounds. Mei Shuiyan guessed that the other party might choose a mountain pass in a nearby canyon as an ambush point. Jun Moxie said that they would indeed choose that place and plan to counter-ambush them there. They analyzed the strength and terrain of both sides, and Jun Moxie asked Mei Shuiyan to obey his commands during the operation. Mei Shuiyan, though worried, still agreed. Jun Moxie explained that they didn't need to work at night because even in heavy snow, their vision would be unobstructed. Mei Shuiyan agreed with this view. Jun Moxie took the opportunity to tease Mei Shuiyan, mentioning how her breast shook slightly when she wore tight clothes. Mei Shuiyan glared at him in annoyance, but Jun Moxie remained playful. Mei Shuiyan suddenly realized that she had unconsciously shown herself to be submissive in front of Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie took this opportunity to suggest staying in the snow cave for a few more days. But Mei Shuiyan denied being injured and angrily kicked him out. The next day, Jun Moxie emerged from the snow cave with dark circles under his eyes. Feeling extremely regretful that he hadn't succeeded last night, he made up his mind to subdue Mei Shuiyan after dealing with the ambush of the three great sacred grounds. Huling Pass is a dangerous mountain pass with towering cliffs on both sides and a small valley in the middle. The two ends are narrow and can only accommodate 3 horses riding side by side. Xiao Weikan and several top experts ambushed behind a large stone at the entrance of the valley, waiting for Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie's arrival. They believed that Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie were flirting and would not be going too fast. However, only a woman appeared on the distant road. It was Mei Shuiyan, but Jun Moxie was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was puzzled but did not mind, because their target was only Mei Shuiyan. As Mei Shuiyan approached, the atmosphere in the valley became heavy. Xiao Weikan and the others held their breaths, filled with nervous. They knew that once Mei Shuiyan entered the canyon, there would be a fierce decisive battle. Zun Jin Cheng had sent a total of 30 top experts. But to kill Mei Shuiyan, at least half of them would have to be dragged down with her. Mei Shuiyan had a terrifying speed. Once she caught her breath, everyone's disaster would begin. When Mei Shuiyan approached the canyon, she seemed to notice something. She stopped and looked towards the valley. Everyone immediately suppressed their aura and hid. Mei Shuiyan did not find anything unusual and continued forward. When she was only 8 feet away from the valley entrance, everyone almost stopped breathing, waiting for her to enter the canyon before attacking in groups. However, Mei Shuiyan suddenly stopped, looked back, and then walked a few steps forward. Finally, she sat down under a pine tree and looked at the road ahead. Everyone froze, not knowing what to do. They were being played with by Mei Shuiyan, and they were in great pain. At this moment, Jun Moxie was carrying out an assassination mission and was not here. In the dark canyon of the Otherworld, Jun Moxie, the king of killers, performs his most terrifying assassination technique, targeting 30 top experts from the Supreme Gold City. Facing a tightly knit triangular formation, Jun Moxie sneaks in quietly, concealing his aura, and the peerless sword Yan Wangzi Shui in his hand becomes dim. He arrives beneath the first target without a sound and strikes upwards with his sword. The tip of the sword pierces the soil and snow and silently enters the supreme expert's chest. Not an inch more or less, instantly destroying his heart and internal organs. The creation of the heavens skill simultaneously controls his brain and throat, preventing him from making any sound. Jun Moxie quickly retracts Yan Wangzi Shui, and there is no blood on the sword's blade, but it has a sense of excitement. He realizes that Yan Wangzi Shui resonates with his intentions, and its bloodthirsty nature is aroused by the supreme expert's heart's blood. He continues to move, silently assassinating the second target. The triangle formation's apex is the supreme above expert, who Jun Moxie decides to deal with later. Focusing on the other two helpers first, Jun Moxie concentrates, amassing all his energy, and silently strikes with a deadly sword technique with astonishing speed. After killing two supreme experts in 2 seconds, he breathes heavily, replenishing his energy and spirit. Outside the canyon, Mei Shuiyin waits anxiously, but the supreme Gold City experts dare not act rashly. Eventually, Mei Shuiyin approaches the canyon in a daze, but stops with a heavy heart and paces back and forth, refusing to take a step into the minefield. The supreme Gold City experts are anxious but dare not act impulsively. They are torn, wanting Mei Shuiyin to approach but also desperately hoping for her to stay away. They don't know where Jun Moxie has gone, but his assassinations are constantly weakening their forces. Amidst a pristine, snow-laden landscape, Mei Shuiyin stood gracefully on a snow-covered rock, reciting poetry in praise of the white plum flowers. However, her gaze lingered on a crimson plum tree blooming defiantly in the distance. Meanwhile, dozens of supremacy-level masters concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to assassinate Mei Shuiyin. Among them, the burly giant Xiao Weicheng was filled with anxiety, his internal organs damaged by Mei Shuiyin's overwhelming aura. He eagerly awaited the arrival of Jun Moxie, their only hope for salvation. Buried deep underground, Jun Moxie had steadied his condition, his eyes closed to avoid alerting the formidable experts above. Employing his creation and transformation technique, he moved surreptitiously, seeking his targets. Jun Moxie identified a powerful supremacy-level expert below and thrust his sword into the man's heart, seizing control of his body. However, as the man lay dying, he unleashed a formidable mental backlash. Jun Moxie narrowly escaped harm but sensed a growing unease. He discovered that within the Mons Zhantian resided not a golden core but a nebulous constellation. This anomaly defied his understanding of cultivation principles, leaving him perplexed and intrigued. Jun Moxie continued his silent hunt, stealthily assassinating two more supremacy-level masters. By comparing their bodies, he formulated a strategy for confronting supremacy-level opponents. Concurrently, Mei Shuiyin distracted the enemy's attention outside the valley. Jun Moxie lurked in the shadows, striking with precision. Their coordinated efforts yielded seamless results. After an hour of silent carnage, only Xiao Weicheng and 14 of his men remained. Suddenly, a deathly groan broke the silence. Xiao Weicheng's face paled, a grim premonition weighing on his mind. Leaping above ground, he discovered a sword wound piercing his own heart. Xiao Weicheng, your ambush from Supremacy Gold City ends here, Mei Shuiyin declared with a chilling smile. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Weicheng rallied his surviving companions. To his dismay, only 14 men responded. The realization struck him that 15 of their allies had vanished without a trace. Xiao Weicheng's face turned ghastly white. Consumed by panic, he witnessed his fellow assassins ejected from the ground, lifeless and broken. Despair and terror overwhelmed him. After a fierce battle, the 15 experts of the Supreme Golden City fell to the snow silently, their bodies stiff and their eyes wide with terror. Xiao Weicheng, the Triple Crown King, was furious and questioned who had secretly attacked them. In his rage, he recklessly accused Mei Shuiyin of being the mastermind. Mei Shuiyin snorted and denied her involvement, mocking Xiao Weicheng for his shamelessness. She pointed out that the Supreme Golden City had resorted to unscrupulous means against her, and that her retaliation was justified. Jun Moxie appeared at this moment, rebuking Xiao Weicheng for his sophistry and to point out that their own actions were despicable and malicious. He questioned whether Xiao Weicheng was using the pretext of saving the world to persecute the righteous. Xiao Weicheng stared at Mei Shuiyin and suddenly shouted, "Was it Chu Qihan who did this?" Mei Shuiyin and Jun Moxie were stunned, wondering how Chu Qihan became involved. Xiao Weicheng claimed that only Chu Qihan's autumn water shadowless sword and heartbreaking 5 poison palms could have caused the wounds on the bodies. He argued that no one but Chu Qihan could kill so many experts so silently. Mei Shuiyin denied Chu Qihan's involvement and again questioned why Xiao Weicheng had ambushed her. Xiao Weicheng insisted that someone had secretly intervened to disrupt the order of the battle for heaven, and that person was Chu Qihan. The three grand elders of the Supreme Gold City joined forces to ambush Mei Shuiyin. But they were killed instead. Jun Moxie accused the Supreme Gold City of falsely accusing Supreme Killer Chu Qihan, who had nothing to do with the incident. Mei Shuiyin sneered at the shallow insights of the Supreme Gold City and the stubbornness of Xiao Weicheng, vowing to be at odds with Chu Qihan. Despite Xiao Weisheng's obstruction, Mei Shuiyin forcefully killed two supreme experts, displaying an imposing aura that shook the heavens and made the ghosts cry. Xiao Weicheng and the others from the Supreme Gold City were terrified and dared not fight again. Mei Shuiyin warned Xiao Weicheng not to speak again, or she would wipe out his 13 people here. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin left easily, while the people from the Supreme Gold City watched their figures disappear, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Xiao Weicheng sighed and ordered his companions to collect the bodies. He left dejectedly. The three supreme kings of the Supreme Gold City instantly aged by dozens of years, lamenting the sacrifice of their brothers and their own mistakes. In a secluded canyon, a group of horsemen encounters the infamous assassin Chu Qihan and the alluring killer Mei Shuiyin, losing 17 of their top fighters to their deadly assault. Xiao Weicheng, the formidable Gold City king, orders the pursuit of Chu Qihan and hires assassins from across the realm. Enraged by the catastrophic losses, Gold City demands revenge. However, Xiao Weicheng, after careful consideration, realizes that engaging Mei and Chu in another confrontation would only weaken their forces, benefiting the two other sacred lands. He opts to endure the humiliation and use Mei and Chu to unsettle their rivals, creating a balance among the three factions. During their escape, Mei Shuiyin and Jun Moxie conclude that Xiao Weisheng's intent is to avoid confronting their formidable power, feigning submission while plotting to use them to weaken their adversaries. Mei Shuiyin concurs with this assessment and observes a newfound ruthlessness in Jun Moxie's demeanor. Jun Moxie confesses that the assassination incident triggered memories of his past life, reawakening within him a taste for killing. He acknowledges that killing not only releases his pent-up energy but is also an inescapable destiny. However, to protect his loved ones, he has learned to suppress his murderous impulses. Mei Shuiyin marvels at Jun Moxie's multifaceted personality and his ability to effortlessly shift between them. Noting that he is a complex and contradictory individual, Jun Moxie calmly responds that he merely adapts to different situations and makes appropriate adjustments. Jun Moxie, an amazing killer, masquerades as a noble son, maneuvering effortlessly through high-stakes situations. He believes that a true assassin must not only conceal their killing intent but also release tension casually. Achieving balance, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin travel together. Facing an ambush set by the Supreme Gold City, they choose to feign severe injuries, concealing the truth of Mei Shuiyin's wounds. Meanwhile, Ning Wuqing, leader of the secluded Immortal Palace, plots an ambush on Mei Shuiyin. He observes Jun Moxie's concern for Mei Shuiyin, assuming she must be badly injured. Ning Wuqing believes he has the upper hand, confidently awaiting Mei Shuiyin's arrival. However, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin come to an abrupt halt, Mei Shuiyin's calm gaze radiating killing intent, which Ning Wuqing senses as well. Jun Moxie steps forward, denouncing the Supreme Gold City's treachery while shielding Mei Shuiyin. Ning Wuqing reveals Mei Shuiyin's beastman identity, attempting to sow discord between Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin. Ning Wuqing orders his forces to ambush and besiege them, but Jun Moxie stands protectively before Mei Shuiyin, shielding her firmly. Ning Wuqing taunts Jun Moxie for being blinded by beauty, but Jun Moxie remains resolute. A tense confrontation unfolds, with an impending battle looming. The extent of Mei Shuiyin's true injuries remains a lingering mystery. Ning Wuqing attempts to divide Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin by using the logic of the divide between humans and beasts. He warns Jun Moxie that marrying Mei Shuiyin would tarnish the reputation of the Jun family, as she is essentially a black beast and their descendants would also be black beasts. These words deeply sting Mei Shuiyin. Initially shocked, Jun Moxie quickly recovers his composure. He mocks Ning Wuqing's claims and expresses his stance to Mei Shuiyin. Mei Shuiyin is moved to tears, realizing that Jun Moxie still loves her deeply. Jun Moxie goes on to state that he does not care about worldly opinions. He values true love and will fulfill his responsibilities as a father even if Mei Shuiyin gives birth to a black beast. Ning Wuqing continues to persuade Jun Moxie, arguing that it is ridiculous for him to marry a black beast and that it will bring shame upon the Jun family. Jun Moxie counters that Ning Wuqing is being hypocritical and that the three great holy lands are the ones guilty of despicable and shameless deeds. He would rather have a little black beast than raise someone like the three great holy lands. Mei Shuiyan's body still trembles, but her heart is finally at ease. She realizes that, no matter what, Jun Moxie will always stand by her side. Ning Wuqing furiously denounced Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan's union, claiming they tarnished the reputation of the Jun family. Jun Moxie retorted by highlighting Ning Wuqing's lack of authority to meddle in the affairs of others. Enraged, Ning Wuqing led a group of top exponents to surround Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan fought side by side, wielding the ultra-sharp king's sword. Mei Shuiyan skillfully parried the attacks of multiple opponents. Recognizing Mei Shuiyan's advantage, Ning Wuqing coordinated with Hu Munlong and his three sworn brothers to take turns in a coordinated offensive, aiming to drain Mei Shuiyan's stamina, discarding their swords for their bare hands. Hu Munlong and his companions launched a fierce onslaught. Though Mei Shuiyan possessed formidable strength, she faced immense pressure under the relentless assault of four top TA experts. Noticing Mei Shuiyan's predicament, Jun Moxie stealthily employed his movement technique to vanish into the crowd, seeking an opportunity for a surprise strike. Relying on her extraordinary agility and unwavering determination, Mei Shuiyan continued repelling her opponents. However, she found herself increasingly exhausted. Ning Wuqing seized the moment and devised a new strategy, instructing Hu Minglong's group to trade blows with Mei Shuiyan in an attempt to deplete her internal energy. Mei Shuiyan was cornered, but Jun Moxie intervened and unleashed his flaming emperor's blood, radiating blinding sword energy. The enemy experts faltered, giving Mei Shuiyan an opening to unleash a barrage of devastating attacks. Seeing their disadvantage, Ning Wuqing rallied the remaining experts to form an encirclement, preventing Mei Shuiyan's escape. In a climactic moment, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan stood back to back, resolute in their vow to defend each other to the death. Mei Shuiyan engages in a fierce battle with the members of the secluded immortal palace. Ning Wuqing uses underhanded tactics, employing a wheel battle, and preparing to ambush her with secret weapons. Mei Shuiyan mocks the secluded immortal palace for their despicable actions and forces back four opponents with her astounding swordsmanship. Ning Wuqing argues that he acts for the sake of the world, but Mei Shuiyan rebukes him for his lack of chivalry. Encouraged by Jun Moxie's telepathic suggestion, Mei Shuiyan continues to attack with her sword, gaining an absolute advantage. Ning Wuqing attempts to enrage Mei Shuiyan with words, but fails. The Hu Munlong brothers abandon their swords and fight with their palms. But Mei Shuiyan's divine sword proves superior in the fierce battle. The Hu Munlong brothers realize their mistake, but it's too late for them to recover. Ning Wuqing orders the Hu Munlong brothers and their companion to retreat. But Hu Munlong, driven by revenge, refuses. One of the brothers is severely wounded by Mei Shuiyan, and Hu Munlong, driven by anger, charges at her relentlessly. The gravely injured brother sacrifices himself to protect Hu Munlong, briefly delaying Mei Shuiyan's attack. Taking this opportunity, the opposing groups surround and attack Mei Shuiyan, setting the stage for an even more intense battle. After harshly rebuking the 7 martial arts masters, Mei Shuiyan unleashed her ultimate technique, celestial punishment and heavenly swordsmanship. With a silver-bright wall of light, she enveloped the 7 masters. Unable to evade, they could only fight back with all their might. Hu Munlong was the first to charge forward, but he was devoured by the silver-bright wall of light, his body gradually disappearing as he let out a piercing scream. Subsequently, the combined attack of the 6 other masters came into contact with the wall of light, unleashing a deafening explosion. As the light wall receded, the 7 masters were severely wounded, their flesh torn, and blood gushing from their wounds. They rolled around on the ground in agony, 3 of them dying on the spot. Mei Shuiyan was also slightly injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, another silver-bright sword light attacked from behind, silently yet overwhelmingly powerful, slashing towards the masters present. Even the supreme masters were injured by this sword light. Their waists cut open as blood spurted out. An eerie crimson circle formed around the 3 men, representing the shadow of death. Ning Wuqing was filled with grief and pain, his eyes bloodshot as he painfully cried out, "Brother!" The assassination continued, with their lives and deaths uncertain. Unbeknownst to the reclusive Xi'an Palace sect, one of the 3 supreme masters who was cut in half was Ning Wuqing's half-brother, Cheng Fenji. Ning Wuqing had devoted much effort to Cheng Fengyi's advancement. In the fierce battle, Cheng Fengyi was severely wounded and his body was severed. Ning Wuqing was grief-stricken and furiously accused his enemy, Jun Moxie. He regretted failing to anticipate the threat and prevent the tragedy. His anger and sorrow overwhelming. As Cheng Fengyi's life ebbed away, he finally mustered the courage to express his lifelong desire to his brother. He merely wished to be publicly acknowledged as a Ning and become a part of the Ning family. Ning Wuqing's heart shattered upon hearing this, and he shed tears of blood. He realized that his prejudice and stinginess towards his younger brother over the years had left Cheng Fengyi yearning for his recognition all his life. In that moment, Cheng Fengyi's content expression as he lay dying cut Ning Wuqing like a knife. Staring at Cheng Fengyi's lifeless body, Ning Wuqing's hair turned completely white, and he kneeled on the ground and let out a sorrowful cry. Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie witnessed this scene. Moved by the tenacity and genuine emotions of humanity, Jun Moxie emphasized that everyone has a sacred part within them, and even the wicked can reveal sincerity. While true emotions can bring blessings upon the world, they can also sow evil. Ning Wuqing's ruthlessness was an extreme manifestation of his intense emotions, but it had taken him to the abyss. Ning Fengyi's sorrow stemmed from excessive indulgence of his younger brother, Ning Wuqing, leading to Wuqing's innate cruelty and ultimate downfall. Wuqing, inherently kind, transformed to hatred due to love, causing his lifelong tragedy. Jun Moxie believed this tragedy was a familial one inflicted by love. In the face of such sorrow, one cannot afford mercy, for they had witnessed genuine affection and thus should cherish it more. Wuqing's misery was merely a matter of time, whereas Moxie and Mei Shuiyan remained unyielding due to their mutual love. Mei Shuiyan, witnessing Wuqing's deep sorrow, couldn't help but sigh. Moxie responded that the world was filled with countless tragedies and, to prevent one's own, one must inflict tragedy upon their enemies. This was life, composed of endless sorrows and sacrifices. Shuiyan was deeply moved by Moxie's words. At that moment, Moxie exuded an extraordinary aura that entranced her. Unexpectedly, Moxie asked Shuiyan about his true love. Moxie pondered, for he had many confidants, each eliciting different emotions. He owed and admired Guan Qinghan's purity and sacrifices. He cherished Dugu Xiaoyi's loyalty and innocence, and with Mei Shuiyan, he experienced heartfelt connection. Moxie realized he could not abandon any of them, as each held a unique place in his heart. His distress grew as he struggled to identify his true love. Suddenly, Wuqing appeared with his brother's corpse, his face aged and weary as a flickering flame. Meeting Wuqing's vengeful stare, Moxie calmly replied, "Jun Moxie, at your service." Ning Wuqing, his voice hoarse, declares his heart to be dead. Living only for revenge, he exhausts his Xuanli, including the strength of his bones and organs. Preparing to go Alan, Jun Moxie attempts to console him, but Ning Wuqing is out of his mind. Burning with rage, Jun Moxie mocks Ning Wuqing for making grievances his main focus, to which Ning Wuqing retorts, claiming that if he dies, Jun Moxie will not fare well either. Ning Wuqing regains his composure and remembers his former Yulong Fen Shui sword, and the premonition of his impending doom after it broke. He resolves to exchange his life for Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan's lives. The people of the hidden immortal palace pledge to live and die with Ning Wuqing. Ning Wuqing's momentum surges, reaching its peak, with sword energy overflowing and condensing around him. The broken sword tucked under his arm shatters, the sword energy returning, and he becomes one with the sword, achieving the realm of human sword unity. This breakthrough grants him the highest attainment in the way of the sword. At the brink of death, Ning Wuqing breaks through his limits, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship where he and his sword become one. His sword energy surges to unprecedented heights. He challenges Jun Moxie to a fair duel, intending to fight him and Mei Shuiyan with the combined might of 18 men. Jun Moxie is astonished by Ning Wuqing's breakthrough, but his divine sword, Yanwangji Shui, unsheaths itself and confronts Ning Wuqing's sword energy, demonstrating its own sentience. Jun Moxie realizes that true swordsmanship lies in pursuing perfection and embracing the depths of life and death. Jun Moxie engages in a fierce battle with Ning Wuqing. Ning Wuqing fights with all his might, surpassing the supreme realm and matching Mei Shuiyan's strength. However, Jun Moxie is no slouch either. He uses his elusive movements to dance around his opponent, eventually luring Ning Wuqing to a cliff's edge. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan battles 17 other masters, using her Heaven's Punishment sword technique to overwhelm them. Her goal is to finish quickly and give Jun Moxie an advantage. Just when Ning Wuqing thinks he has the upper hand, Jun Moxie uses earth energy to trigger a landslide, burying Ning Wuqing beneath. Yet, Ning Wuqing's formidable strength allows him to break free and continue the fight. The battle rages on, with Jun Moxie realizing that Ning Wuqing's post-breakthrough strength is still a formidable obstacle. Ning Wuqing, too, recognizes Jun Moxie's resilience, and the two remain locked in an intense stalemate. Ning Wuqing attempts to escape a rockslide area as Jun Moxie chases him. However, after he lands on a grassy area, a large hole suddenly appears beneath him and sucks him in. Jun Moxie follows closely and appears before the hole. Ning Wuqing uses his sword's counterforce to propel himself out of the cave, but finds Jun Moxie thrusting at him. Ning Wuqing manages to block, but falls into the cave. Lightning-like sword energy keeps striking from the cave's walls, making it difficult for Ning Wuqing to fight back or catch his breath. Even more strange, Ning Wuqing is seemingly falling downwards, but suddenly finds himself hanging upside down. He realizes that someone is manipulating the ground, making it impossible for him to steady himself. Ning Wuqing is at a disadvantage, his breathing constantly interrupted and unable to restore his qi. Eventually, Ning Wuqing falls hard to the ground, his head impaled on a hard rock, knocking him unconscious. Jun Moxie emerges and kicks Ning Wuqing's head off, declaring his victory. Awakening from his injuries, Ning Wuqing realizes that Jun Moxie possesses the ability to control the ground. He laments his foolishness but remains bitter at Jun Moxie's actions. He asks Jun Moxie to finish him off, so he can join his dead comrades and lover. After a sigh, Jun Moxie pierces Ning Wuqing's chest, ending his life. Amidst the fierce battle, Jun Moxie employed the power of the earth to trigger an avalanche, injuring his nemesis Ning Wuqing. He subsequently pursued him with the yin-yang evasion, ambushing him. Blinded by hatred, Ning Wuqing fell into a trap, significantly weakening his fighting prowess. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Jun Moxie unleashed a burst of earth power at the cost of his own spiritual energy, ultimately exhausting Ning Wuqing to the point of death and successfully slaying him. Upon completing the mission, Jun Moxie was overcome with a sense of melancholy and profound realization. He recognized the paramount importance of his loved one's safety, vowing to protect them from harm. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyin had also avenged her past grievances by eliminating enemy supreme masters with her heavenly punishment ultimate move. As Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin reunited, they found Mei Shuiyin injured but not fatally. Jun Moxie confided in her that he had found a solution to their inability to conceive after marriage, assuaging her worries. Following their brief conversation, Jun Moxie led Mei Shuiyin into the Hongjun Pagoda to rest and recuperate. In the midst of the fierce battle, Mei Shuiyin sustained grievous injuries, including 13 wounds from swords, palms, and kicks. Jun Moxie was deeply distressed and attended to her wounds himself. He applied medicinal herbs and used his powers to channel heaven and earth spiritual energy to aid her recovery, expending a vast amount of the precious spiritual energy of the Hongjun Tower, as he was determined to heal Mei Shuiyin at all costs. However, Mei Shuiyin was troubled by Jun Moxie's lavish use of the heaven and earth spiritual energy, as it was essential for her cultivation. Only then did Jun Moxie realize Mei Shuiyin's need, and he promptly demonstrated the immense heaven and earth spiritual energy contained within the Hongjun Tower. Mei Shuiyin was astounded but remained guarded and refused to ask Jun Moxie for help. Nevertheless, Mei Shuiyin's heart was torn, longing for the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Jun Moxie, seeing her distress, teased her that he would provide her with an endless supply if she satisfied him. Mei Shuiyin indignantly declined but secretly hoped that Jun Moxie would offer it willingly. Jun Moxie considerately draped a bearskin cloak over Mei Shuiyin, and they took a few days' respite to recuperate. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weikan were filled with anxiety, as there was still no news of the annihilated army of the Palace of Secluded Immortals. Leaving them uncertain of Mei Shuiyin's fate, Xiao Weikan speculated that the supreme assassin, Chu Qihun, may have been involved in the battle, making Zi Jinghong even more apprehensive, realizing that they could not afford to be complacent. Upon hearing of Chu Qihun's formidable power and Mei Zunjie's unobstructed passage through the first level, Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weikan became concerned. Zi Jinghong's scouts brought news of a fierce battle at the hidden Immortal Palace, They reported a wide area of carnage, with countless bloody traces, including internal organs. Shockingly, the scout mentioned consuming a corpse, describing its odor in repulsive detail. Go Buhan intervened, stating he detected no such smell, leading to an inference of mass casualties. Xi Jinghong, revolted by Go Bowen's nauseating account, beat him up. Go Buhan added that no corpses were found in the combat zone, suggesting they had been buried underground. Amidst his narrative, he inadvertently licked the blood from his lips, further enraging Xiao Weikan. As the chapter ends, Xiao Weikan reached his limit, turning away to avoid impulsively ripping out Go Bowen's tongue, risking conflict with Dreamblood C. Xi Jinghong was astonished by Go Bowen's investigation results. According to Go Buhan, they discovered a path in the dense forest that was cleared only by powerful sword energy. The neatly aligned, severed trees demonstrated astonishing swordsmanship. Subsequently, they encountered a steep cliff with loose soil, indicating a recent landslide. The landslide was massive and possibly man-made, but there were no bodies at the scene. Go Buhan speculated that either the hidden immortal palace had removed the fallen after the battle, or the enemy had destroyed the bodies. Xi Jinghong and Xiao Weikan were inclined towards the latter possibility. They believed that Ning Wuqing of the hidden immortal palace and his 29 subordinates might have been completely annihilated. However, Xi Jinghong still had doubts. He raised two questions. Firstly, why did Ning Wuqing abandon the excellent ambush point at the mountain pass and engage in a frontal battle? Secondly, Venerable Mei, who was known for showing mercy, had unusually brutally massacred everyone from the hidden immortal palace. They speculated that Venerable Mei must have been provoked by Ning Wuqing, and Jun Moxie was the key figure. Venerable Mei might have developed genuine feelings for him, causing her to act out of character. Xi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng speculate that Mei Shuiyan, in order to save Jun Moxie, has severely injured the reclusive immortal palace and is now heavily wounded and greatly weakened. They believe this is the perfect time to strike and kill Mei Shuiyan. However, they need to ensure Jun Moxie is still alive, so as to provoke Mei Shuiyan, making her act recklessly out of desperation for love. They deduce that Jun Moxie will head to Tiangan Ridge, where his father Jun Wuan is buried. Since Tiangan Ridge is guarded by Jun Wuan's 3,000 guards, Xi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng are unwilling to harm them. Therefore, they decide to ambush Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie after the guards descend the mountain. Xi Jinghong has once paid respects at Jun Wuan's tomb, and despite his sworn conflict with him and his wife Mei Shuiyan, he still holds great respect for the legendary military figure. He acknowledges that Jun Wuan's charisma was undeniable and his deeds worthy of praise. They decide that fighting at Jun Wuan's tomb would be disrespectful, and they also worry about the intervention of the guards. As such, they plan to ambush Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie after the guards descend the mountain, allowing them to avoid unnecessary bloodshed while still achieving their goal. Xi Jinghong expresses that even though he has sworn to kill Mei Shuiyan, he does not claim to be entirely heartless. He admits that the merits and demerits of the world are difficult to judge, with merits ultimately outweighing the faults. Upon hearing this, Xi Jinghong was astonished and went to Jun Wuhao's tomb to investigate. He found that the tomb was fully furnished like a military camp, with 3,000 imperial guards taking turns guarding it, as if Jun Wei was still alive. When Xiao Weikan learned of this, he also went to pay his respects, marveling at Jun Wuhao's legacy and the deep bond he shared with his brothers. In the depths of winter, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan visited Tianguan Ridge. Jun Moxie stood before his father's tomb, vowing that if anyone interfered, he would retaliate at all costs. On their way, they encountered a group of bare-chested men shoveling snow. The men were fervent, their movements akin to a sacred ritual. Jun Moxie realized that this was an army that had once followed Jun Wei. They were clearing a wide, clean path by Jun Wuhao's tomb to honor the legendary general. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they encountered a troop of disciplined soldiers led by a bearded warrior named Wang Meng. Upon learning that Jun Moxie was Jun Wuan's son, Wang Meng was deeply moved and granted them permission to ascend the mountain to pay their respects. These soldiers were former subordinates of Jun Wuan, who had faithfully guarded his tomb for a decade. Jun Moxie's arrival filled them with exhilaration, and their eyes brimmed with nostalgia for Jun Wuan and admiration for Jun Moxie. Wang Meng inquired if Jun Moxie had any family heirlooms. And Jun Moxie produced a jade pendant engraved with the character Jun and the words "Live with integrity. Remain unwavering." Wang Meng was overjoyed and knelt in homage, tearfully expressing the family's profound yearning for their lost patriarch. Jun Moxie was equally moved by the soldiers' sincerity and consoled and raised Wang Meng to his feet. The soldiers, upon learning that Mei Shuiyan was Jun Moxie's wife, showered her with praise and affection. Wang Meng led Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan to Jun Wuan's grave. To these soldiers, Jun Wuan never perished. His tent and standard eternally represented his presence. They greeted Jun Moxie with both joy and sorrow, acknowledging that they would never again behold their former commander in the flesh. Tianguan Ridge, the former garrison of the White Army General Jun Wuan, now welcomes his son, Jun Moxie, and daughter-in-law, Mei Shuiyan. As they approach, nearly 100 elite guards line up to bid farewell, their expressions brimming with both joy and nostalgia. A wave of bitterness washes over Jun Moxie as he recalls his father's weary disdain for war and his longing for retirement. He seethes with indignation, realizing the despicable actions of the Tianxiang Empire in persecuting his father. Upon reaching the summit, they are greeted by a magnificent military camp. General Jun Wuan's banner flutters in the wind, a testament to the enduring legacy of the White Army General. 8 patrol squads vigilantly guard the central command tent. General Wu Yang accuses Jun Moxie of filial impiety, having neglected to pay homage to his father for a decade. As Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan enter the command tent, they are awestruck by the sight that meets their eyes. It is a meticulously organized command center, adorned with weapons, military orders, and a ledger of achievements. In the seat of honor, a lifelike statue of Jun Wuan sits, his right hand lightly tapping the table, his left hand forming a fist, his expression resolute and unwavering, as if he were still contemplating matters of national importance. Outside the command tent, the guards kneel in unison, chanting, "Congratulations, Grand General, your legacy lives on. Heaven blesses the Jun family, ensuring its continuity." Their words carry a mix of sincerity and sorrow, expressing their reverence for Jun Wuan and their hopes for Jun Moxie's future. Jun Moxie enters the tent and stands silently before his father's statue. Reflecting on his accomplishments and aspirations, he resolves to assume the mantle of White Army Commander, honoring his father's legacy and fulfilling his own destiny. At the magnificent Tianguan Ridge, there stands a lifelike white jade statue of the Marshal of the White Army, Jun Wu Wei. The statue is so lifelike that it looks like a real person, with the following 8 characters engraved on it: "No regret, the hero of all time, and only you are honored in the heavens and the earth." Below these characters are 4 more commanding the rise and fall, illustrating the reputation of Jun Wu, who is prestige reaching far and wide. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan pay homage to Jun Wu Wei, and Jun Moxie vows to avenge his father, creating a solemn and dignified scene. At this time, the wind howls madly at Tianguan Ridge, the banners flap violently, and roars of anger come from the direction of the heavenly incense city. The spirit of the marshal is here. His soul has returned. It's as if Jun Wu Hua's soul is responding to the call from his descendants. After leaving Tianguan Ridge, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan are warmly welcomed by the guards along the way. These people are extremely loyal towards Jun Wu Wei and regard him as their own family, which greatly moves Jun Moxie. However, shortly after leaving Tianguan Ridge, the group is ambushed by the 3 sacred lands. Xi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng lead a group of 40 to 50 men and surround them, leading to the beginning of a fierce battle. Mei Shuiyan accuses Xiao Weicheng and Xi Jinghong of colluding to kill her. Xiao Weicheng explains that the Supreme Gold City was invited to come, not by them. Xi Jinghong says that they are just having a friendly contest, but Mei Shuiyan does not believe him. Jun Moxie warns Xi Jinghong not to underestimate his opponents, because an opponent is always an opponent. Xi Jinghong retorts to Jun Moxie, saying that he is not qualified to speak. Jun Moxie mocks that the 3rd sect master of the dreamlike blood sea does not deserve to call himself sect master, and reminds Go Buhan not to call himself this sect master but this 3rd sect master to avoid causing trouble. Go Buhan requests to eat Mei Shuiyan's body if he kills her, and Xi Jinghong agrees. Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie are furious. Jun Moxie mocks Go Buhan's appearance, and Go Buhan flies into a rage. Jun Moxie denies insulting him, but Go Buhan is ashamed and furious, accusing Jun Moxie of calling him a chicken, and he almost takes the bait. causing everyone to laugh. Go Buhan attacks Jun Moxie in anger. The three great sanctuaries allied to hunt down Jun Moxie, while Go Bu Huan was ridiculed by the crowd for eating human flesh. Enraged, Go Bu Huan pursued after Jun Moxie, but Jun Moxie's erratic movements allowed him to escape repeatedly. Utterly enraged, Go Bu Huan unleashed an attack, only to have Jun Moxie see through his trap and kick him to the ground, sending him skidding away. In that moment, the crowd spotted a conspicuous handprint on Go Bu Huan's bald head, its shape ambiguous, prompting an outburst of laughter. Go Bu Huan, red-faced and flustered, protested his defeat. At that moment, a mysterious figure clad in white appeared from afar, his light-footed movements escaping notice. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan keenly sensed the presence of this new arrival. They speculated that he possessed remarkable abilities and could be a scout from one of the three great sanctuaries or merely an observer. Jun Moxie chose to adapt his actions to the situation, taking advantage of this individual's presence to create a diversion at a crucial moment. However, as the man in white peered out, he was startled by the sight of the assembled masters from the three great sanctuaries. Realizing the possibility of an ambush, he broke out in a cold sweat and hastily retracted his head, unable to comprehend why he had become the target of such a pursuit. White-robed Chu Chihan, a supreme assassin, is relentlessly hunted for unknown reasons and must evade over 40 martial arts masters from the Supreme Gold City in the Dream Phantom Blood Sea. Led by Xi Jinghong from the Supreme Gold City, Chu Chihan is utterly bewildered, having never provoked the Supreme Gold City. While the relentless pursuit continues, he suspects that this is a hoax fabricated by the evil sovereign, Jun Moxie, who is trying to frame him. As the chase intensifies and even more powerful masters appear, Chu Chihan's suffering becomes unbearable. During one encounter, Chu Chihan stumbles into the deep mountains and inadvertently witnesses the Supreme Gold City's siege of Go Buhan. Go Buhan is filled with rage and accuses Jun Moxie of being despicable and shameless. Xi Jinghong intervenes, believing that Jun Moxie has humiliated Go Buhan excessively. Jun Moxie uses sophistry to justify his actions, accusing Xi Jinghong of being unreasonable and questioning why Go Buhan, as a senior, would hunt him. Jun Moxie further insults Go Buhan's appearance, claiming that it is wrong for him to flaunt himself. Xi Jinghong is furious, believing that Jun Moxie is belittling Go Buhan. Amidst the ongoing argument, Chu Chihan remains hidden, pondering the complex web of relationships and grudges that are driving this conflict. A fierce battle erupts on the mountain slope. Mei Shuiyan, wielding a long sword, single-handedly confronts 13 men led by Meng Huan Shuihe Xi Jinghong and 30 men led by Supreme Golden City leader Xiao Weicheng. Xiao Weicheng harbors a deep grudge against Mei Shuiyan and vows to eliminate her at all costs. Xi Jinghong, a cunning strategist, employs a tactic of attrition, dividing the allied forces into 7 groups, each taking turns to restrain Mei Shuiyan while recovering their strength. Despite 3 waves of attacks, Mei Shuiyan maintains a calm and collected demeanor, showing no signs of strain. Xi Jinghong realizes that Mei Shuiyan has not been affected by the battle at the Immortal Palace and is secretly horrified. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he orders his men to prioritize self-preservation and exhaust Mei Shuiyan's strength through a war of attrition. Meanwhile, the assassin supreme, Chu Chihan, observes the battle from a distance. He is awed by Mei Shuiyan's extraordinary skills and learns many practical skills from her. On another front, Jun Moxie leads Go Buhan to the back of the mountain slope. Enraged by Jun Moxie's previous trickery, Go Buhan gives chase, disappearing behind the rocks. Mei Shuiyan notices Jun Moxie's departure and understands his intent. Deciding to await his return, the battle continues, with the allied forces of the 2 sacred lands constantly shifting their formation to wear down Mei Shuiyan's stamina through skirmishing. Mei Shuiyan employs a bewildering array of swordsmanship, keeping her attackers off balance. Xi Jinghong senses that something is amiss and orders the next wave to prepare to take over. However, at that moment, Mei Shuiyan abruptly changes her swordsmanship, infusing her moves with multiple types of sword intent, causing chaos among the allied ranks. Mei Shuiyan let out a piercing cry. The 6 men just happened to swap positions with the previous 6 and took over their attack with one final strike while the replacements provided cover so they could retreat. Mei Shuiyan's brilliant and swift swordsmanship kept everyone on their toes. Seeing that they were in a stalemate, Mei Shuiyin switched up her sword technique to something more intricate and sustained, which surprised her opponents. However, thanks to their ample battle experience, the six managed to hold their ground and gradually regain the initiative. Unexpectedly, Mei Shuiyin's swordsmanship transformed again, like a heavy summer downpour, drenching the six men. 3 were injured, and 1 was seriously wounded. Xi Jinghong's face turned grave. She sent in another 6 men. Mei Shuiyin's swordsmanship was hard to predict. This time, it was like an autumn rains, light and desolate. The 6 men who had just joined the fray were confident at first, but they soon realized that the reality was far from their expectations. A slight difference could mean the difference between life and death, and they were forced into a steady retreat. Seeing that the situation was critical, Xi Jinghong called for reinforcements again, and Xiao Weicheng led 12 men in a combined effort to attack Mei Shuiyin. Although he managed to stabilize the situation for the moment, Mei Shuiyin was not afraid of their combined attack. She attacked with a flurry of sword strikes that seemed like an endless autumn rain. Xiao Weicheng charged forward and single-handedly resisted half of Mei Shuiyin's attacks, reducing the pressure on the others. However, Mei Shuiyin was skilled in her abilities. With one move, she pierced his meridians, causing him to fall to the ground with a serious injury. Xi Jinghong rescued the seriously wounded man, and Mei Shuiyin seized the opportunity to rise into the air, stepping on the blade of an approaching expert's sword. Her immense power pushed through the blade and meridians, striking his heart. The expert lay on the ground coughing up blood. His abilities were gone. Mei Shuiyin was everywhere at once. Her sword was like snow, like frost, and the wind was chilling. Xiao Weicheng was disheveled and covered in wounds. Mei Shuiyin was using the 4 seasons divine sword technique that Jun Moxie had taught her. It was ever-changing and incredibly powerful. Mei Shuiyin was naturally talented. In just 10 days, she had mastered the technique. She realized that as her swordsmanship progressed, it had the miraculous effect of elevating her mind, which made her ecstatic. At this moment, Mei Shuiyin was fighting more bravely than ever before. Xi Jinghong hoped that the continuous rotation of fighters could help her understand the situation. But Mei Shuiyin's swordsmanship was fierce and unpredictable, and as more and more experts were defeated, the situation became more and more urgent. Unbeknownst to Xi Jinghong, he helped Jun Moxie. While Mei Shuiyin was fiercely fighting, Jun Moxie had already secured victory on his side. Jun Moxie captured Go Buhan, a villain with strength no higher than a supreme. Go Buhan not only cruelly ate human flesh but also threatened to devour the flesh of Jun Moxie and his family. This enraged Jun Moxie, who decided to inflict ruthless torture upon him. The methods used by Jun Moxie to torment Go Buhan were extremely cruel. He used a sharp blade to cut his flesh and sprinkled salt and chili powder on the wounds, causing him unbearable pain. Afterward, he poured chili water into Go Buhan's stomach, making his insides burn. Go Buhan gritted his teeth and resisted with so-called backbone in the face of Jun Moxie's torture. But he eventually could not bear the terror of rats crawling over his body and wailed for mercy. However, Jun Moxie did not spare him and vowed to continue torturing him until he died, forcing him into complete submission. Go Buhan's pleas for mercy dissipated in the cold wind, while Jun Moxie's torture continued. He put snakes and rats into Go Buhan's pants and allowed the creatures to bite at Go Buhan's body, making him suffer the pain of flesh being torn apart. Under Jun Moxie's threats, the ruthless Go Buhan breaks down in fear of being eaten by rats. To save himself, he is forced to kowtow and beg for mercy. But Jun Moxie still decides to execute him. Jun Moxie believes that when facing an enemy with no escape route, it is best to end one's life immediately. And as a cannibal, Go Buhan's death is too easy for him. He initially planned to sever Go Buhan's limbs and let him experience the pain of living a life worse than death, but ultimately chooses to stab him to death. Elsewhere, Mei Shuiyin faces a relentless onslaught from the masters of illusory blood sea. Initially, she responds calmly, but as time goes on, illusory blood sea's men realize that Mei Shuiyin is using them as sword practice. To kill Mei Shuiyin, illusory blood sea employs the mutual destruction warfare, where 4 ultimate masters self-detonate together, forming a terrifying sword-light attack. Despite Mei Shuiyin's desperate resistance, she is severely injured. It is then that Mei Shuiyin realizes that illusory blood sea had been scheming against her all along, including during the previous 3 saints and 1 fiend operation, when they had intended to take action as well. Filled with grief and despair, she lets out a piercing scream, causing the world to tremble and triggering avalanches in all directions. Fueled by fury, Mei Shuiyin vowed revenge, while Xi Jinghong relentlessly commanded his men to launch a relentless assault. 3 assassins intercepted Mei Shuiyin from different directions, and another perched high above, poised to unleash a devastating explosion. However, the unexpected occurred. An unidentified assassin struck, piercing the heart of the airborne assailant, causing him to plummet and detonate. The blast's force engulfed the surroundings, including many masters, among them Xi Jinghong. Mei Shuiyin seized the opportunity to escape, and the mysterious assassin also swiftly disappeared, leaving behind Killer King Chu Qihan as the scapegoat. Enraged, Xi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng pursued Chu Qihan, but their hunt proved futile. Fleeing in panic, Chu Qihan realized he had become the fall guy for the 2 holy grounds. His escape led him to a secluded hideout, where Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin discovered him. Jun Moxie had deduced his identity based on Chu Qihan's distinct swordsmanship and stealth techniques. Impressed by Chu Qihan's stealth skills, Mei Shuiyin conceded that Jun Moxie's analysis was accurate. However, she questioned the morality of using Chu Qihan as a scapegoat, arguing that despite his exceptional agility, he was merely at the revered sovereign realm. Jun Moxie countered that as the Killer King, it was fair to exploit Chu Qihan. As Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin continue on their journey, they encounter and effortlessly defeat successive waves of assassins dispatched by the 3 great Holy Lands. While they revel in their triumphs, news arrives that the Holy Lands have issued a kill order against them in vengeance for Chu Qihan. Chu Qihan's fame echoes across the Xuanxuan Continent, establishing him as the greatest of all time. Single-handedly, he vanquished the 3 Holy Lands, eliminating countless experts and earning both formidable renown and the world's fear. His chronicle has spawned multiple versions, each offering a vivid rendering of the truth from diverse perspectives. Jun Moxie, however, remains oblivious to the storm surrounding him. On the brink of entering the territory of the Eastern family, an offhand jest unintentionally provokes Mei Shuiyin. In a flurry, Jun Moxie claims to have composed a poem for Mei Shuiyin as a distraction. Entitled If. This poem carries hidden meanings. It conveys both Jun Moxie's budding affection for Mei Shuiyin and cryptic allusions to the enigmatic identity of the assassin supreme, Chu Qihan. For now, Jun Moxie's eloquence appeases Mei Shuiyin, and they resume their journey, unaware of the challenges that lie ahead. In the heart of a deep forest, Jun Moxie expressed his love for Mei Shuiyin through a poem titled If, conveying his tender affection, yet leaving Mei Shuiyin perplexed. At this moment, Jun Moxie's maternal uncle, Dongfang Wenda, arrived with news from his grandmother, who had been eagerly awaiting his return. The Dongfang family residence was a humble abode, resembling an ordinary village house. Upon seeing Jun Moxie, his grandmother, Dongfang Furan, burst into joyful tears. Years ago, her daughter, Dongfang Wenqin, had met with misfortune after her marriage, causing Dongfang Furan to age prematurely overnight, her hair turning white in grief. Jun Moxie was moved by his grandmother's sacrifices for her children. In the past, Dongfang Furan had been willing to risk the Dongfang family to avenge her daughter, but she was ultimately forced to make a vow to withdraw from the world. Now, the Dongfang family faced a crisis that endangered their existence. Dongfang Furan carried the burden of guilt towards her daughter and responsibility for her clan. Enduring enormous pressure, Jun Moxie developed deep respect and sympathy for his grandmother, secretly resolving to free her from her shackles and restore the Dongfang family to their former glory. In the Eastern Matriarch's residence, Jun Moxie received a warm welcome. The matriarch caressed his face, reminiscing about his childhood resemblance, and tearfully told him about his father's untimely death at 7 and his mother's departure at 8. Jun Moxie was touched, feeling the warmth of familial affection. The matriarch held some resentment towards Jun Moxie's grandfather, Jun Zhantian, blaming his violent temperament and ineffective teachings. Jun Moxie's mother, Mei Shuiyin, was also favored by the matriarch, praised as an ethereal beauty, and gifted with a priceless jade hairpin named Phoenix, illuminating the world as a token of affection. The matriarch's 3 uncles and her beloved grandson, Dongfang Shalwai, also presented him with gifts. The precocious and adorable Dongfang Shalwai was dissatisfied with his name, and Jun Moxie, with quick wit, named him Dongfang Bubai. bestowing a resounding slogan upon him: the sun rises in the east, only I remain undefeated. The name not only elated Dongfang Shalwai but also garnered admiration from the Eastern family, who saw it as embodying their indomitable spirit. Dongfang Wenqing resolved to have the 8 characters engraved on a stone tablet, to forever adorn their ancestral hall. At a young age, Jun Moxie visited his relatives and was astounded by the vastness of his Eastern family, especially since his granduncles had dozens of concubines, but no sons of their own. The old grand dame mentioned Jun Moxie's mother with a glum expression on her face. As it turned out, Jun Moxie's mother had been deeply in love with his father, Jun Wu Wei. They had pledged to live and die together. But when Jun Wu Wei unfortunately passed away, she was overcome with grief and chose to close her heart, falling into a deep sleep. The Eastern family invited famous doctors and searched for all kinds of elixirs for her, but they could not revive her. The old grand dame was heartbroken and accused her of being selfish and disregarding her family ties by immersing herself in grief. Even though the old grand dame felt anger, she could not bring herself to end her daughter's life. In desperation, they could only maintain her in her sleeping state, clinging to life with the vital energy of the exquisite jade tree. Now, the exquisite jade tree was about to wither and Jun Moxie's mother's life was drawing to a close. The old grand dame could finally heave a sigh of relief and allow her grandson to see his mother one last time. Dongfang Wen Dao and Dongfang Wen Jian recalled the past and lamented their sister's stubbornness and deep affection. Seeing the similarities between her choice and the one made by the old grand dame after their father passed away, the old grand dame stated that her husband had been an unrivaled hero, unlike Jun Wu Wei, but she believed that in her daughter's heart, Jun Wu Wei had replaced her father. The matriarch of the Eastern family laments the tragic fates of the Eastern family women, who often bring misfortune upon themselves by marrying heroes. She prefers her daughter to marry an ordinary man. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin go to Dongfang Wenqing's courtyard and find it warm and welcoming throughout the seasons. The matriarch, overcome with grief, does not accompany them. Dongfang Wenqing tells the tragic story of Dongfang Wenqin. When Jun Wuwei died in battle, Dongfang Wenqin fell into a state of despair and slumber. The matriarch spent a fortune on warm jade and warm stones to surround Dongfang Wenqin's bed, hoping to speed her recovery. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin enter Dongfang Wenqin's bedroom and find it sparely furnished, containing only Dongfang Wenqin's bed. The walls are adorned with portraits of Jun Wuwei, each one painted with lifelike emotion. Dongfang Wenqing recounts how Dongfang Wenqin painted these portraits before she fell into a coma and how she briefly woke to recite a few lines of poetry before closing her eyes again. Jun Moxie is deeply moved by the love between Dongfang Wenqin and Jun Wuwei, and he gains a deep appreciation for what true love is: undying and inseparable. Dongfang Wenqing leaves in tears, and Mei Shuiyin leans on Jun Moxie's shoulder, sobbing. Jun Moxie faces a dilemma: he has the ability to wake Dongfang Wenqin, but his mother has already lost her beloved. Waking her would cause her great pain. Jun Moxie kneels by Dongfang Wenqin's bedside, seeking his mother's guidance, and sheds tears of anguish. Unable to make a choice, Jun Moxie discovers his mother, Dongfang Wenqin, sleeping under the sacred tree, and his heart overflows with emotions. As an evil sovereign who has always lived for himself, he hesitates if he should wake his mother and expose her to the harsh realities of life. His mother is a broken soul, and to wake her means exposing her to the pain of having lost her husband and 2 out of 3 sons. The suffering the Dongfang family has endured because of her slumber, and the guilt and blame she carries for her husband's untimely death. Mei Shuiyin witnesses Jun Moxie's inner struggle and is astonished to see him use an ability he had never displayed before: the power of wood, which revitalizes the withered sacred tree and extends Dongfang Wenqin's life for another 100 years. Jun Moxie pours his heart into it, healing his mother's meridians, but dares not touch the shadow in her heart, which is the cause of her slumber. Jun Moxie seeks Mei Shuiyin's advice, but she too cannot make a decision. She believes his mother is reunited with his father in her dreams and is reluctant to wake her to the suffering of the mortal world. However, the old matriarch of the Dongfang family appears and resolutely orders Jun Moxie to wake Dongfang Wenqin, believing that regardless of the outcome, everyone has responsibilities they must face. Jun Moxie's mother, as the head of the Dongfang family, carries the fate of her family on her shoulders, and has responsibilities to her husband and sons. Even in the face of cruel reality, it is her duty to bear the burden. With the old matriarch's insistence, Jun Moxie resolves to wake his mother and let her face the trials of life. Jun Moxie is astounded to learn that his mother's identity extends beyond that of a mother, including daughter, sister, wife, and daughter-in-law. Old Madame Donfang tearfully accuses her of only indulging in the identity of wife, neglecting the responsibilities and pains incurred towards her other relatives. Jun Moxie realizes his excessive concern is the ultimate selfishness towards his mother. So Mei Shuiyan suggests a clever plan to have Jun Moxie intentionally suffer a grave injury, leading to unconsciousness, such that his mother will focus entirely on caring for her son and have no time to worry about other matters. Despite being deceitful, they agree to the plan for the sake of his mother's recovery. The old madam is initially hesitant, but after hearing Mei Shuiyan's explanation and witnessing Jun Moxie's extraordinary abilities, she is both surprised and delighted. Jun Moxie candidly reveals his cultivation has reached divine profound 8th grade in supreme 4th stage, causing the old madam to faint. Mei Shuiyan jokingly implies her strength slightly exceeds Jun Moxie's, further astonishing the old madam. Ultimately, to awaken the comatose mother, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan decide to embark on this risky plan. Confident that Jun Moxie's formidable recuperative abilities will prevent any life-threatening danger, they hope through this method to subliminally lead the mother to assume her responsibilities and gradually emerge from the depths of grief. After sleeping for 10 years, Donfang Wenqin awakes with the help of Jun Moxie. However, her awakening is accompanied by the painful news of her husband Wu Hui's passing in the sacrifice of her 2 sons. The noblewoman is both overjoyed and concerned, worried that Wenqin will not be able to bear these cruel truths. Jun Moxie does everything he can to transfer his energy to help his mother dispel the darkness in her heart. When only a small amount of darkness remains in Donfang Wenqin, she forcefully resists the pain of being pulled out of her dream. The noblewoman tightly grasps her daughter's hand, her heart aching as she anticipates the tragic news she will soon face. Finally, Donfang Wenqin sits up in pain, crying out Wu Wei. Jun Moxie's energy is reversed, causing him to be seriously injured and vomiting blood. Donfang Wenqin is shocked to see her mother's aged appearance. The noblewoman cries and informs her of her son's condition. Donfang Wenqin sees Jun Moxie's pale face as he lies on her and her heart breaks. She realizes that he saved her. The noblewoman reprimands Wenqin for being consumed by her own sorrow and ignoring her son's sacrifice. Wenqin is heartbroken and overwhelmed by the knowledge that she has been asleep for 10 years and that her husband has been gone for 10 years. The noblewoman sighs and says that Jun Moxie has suffered serious damage and is in critical condition. Donfang Wenqin urges the noblewoman to save him and blames herself for her sons sacrificing their lives for her. The noblewoman accuses Wenqin of being selfish and causing her children to suffer. Wenqin gets out of bed, hugs Jun Moxie, and cries loudly. Realizing her unfilial behavior, the noblewoman reminds them to take care of the child first. Donfang Wenqin walks in with a sigh, intending to reprimand her sister, but she cannot speak due to her emotions. The noblewoman sighs sadly, saying that Wenqin's actions for her children are touching, but her mother has grown old and haggard overnight because of her. As a white shadow flitted in, Mei Shuiyan broke into the room to see Donfang Wenqin awake. While delighted, she also worried about Jun Moxie, who had been seriously injured and was now unconscious. She knew how severe Jun Moxie's wounds were and could not help but blame herself for making the play's heavy injuries so realistic. Upon waking, Donfang Wenqin saw Jun Moxie unconscious and asked Mei Shuiyan's identity. After learning that she was Jun Moxie's wife, Donfang Wenqin was very pleased and happily acknowledged Mei Shuiyan as her daughter-in-law. Donfang Wenqin basked in the joy of the reunion, recalling how she had met Jun Moxie's father and fell in love with him. Nevertheless, she did not mention anything about Jun Moan and Jun Maocho, Jun Moxie's brothers, which puzzled Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan unknowingly revealed Donfang Wenqin's inner turmoil, so Jun Moxie decided to expose the truth. He had discovered Donfang Wenqin's worries and wanted to protect her from carrying her pain alone. Under Donfang Wenqin's care, Jun Moxie relished the long-lost maternal love. Immersed in happiness and dependence, he poured out his past experiences to his mother, embracing her scolding and care. Donfang Wenqin tried to hide her sadness, focusing on caring for her son, but her anxiety and ominous premonitions intensified. Jun Moxie determined to reveal the truth, giving Dongfang Wenqin an opportunity to cry and possibly ease her suffering. Jun Moxie decides to lie to his mother, Dongfang Wuxin, claiming that he has received an immortal's teachings and can resurrect her husband and 2 sons. He uses his wood power to stimulate a rose seed and magically grows it into a flower tree in front of Dongfang Wuxin, proving his extraordinary abilities. Dongfang Wuxin is shocked by this miracle but remains doubtful in her grief. Jun Moxie explains that his power is still weak, and he can only bring plants back to life. However, he believes that as his power increases, he will be able to resurrect his father and brothers. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie tells Dongfang Wuxin that she must pull herself together or his efforts will be in vain. He uses his divine power to keep Dongfang Wuxin eternally youthful but stresses the importance of her state of mind. If Dongfang Wuxin loses hope or dies before her loved ones are resurrected, his divine power will be useless. Dongfang Wuxin is moved by Jun Moxie's lies and unwavering determination and believes in her son's abilities. She caresses the rose tree and murmurs to herself, as if she can already touch the miracle. Dongfang Wuxin realizes that her son's mysterious powers have yet to be fully discovered, and anything is possible. At that moment, the small tree that had previously sustained Dongfang Wuxin's life suddenly flies from her chest to Jun Moxie and merges into the Hongjun Pagoda within him. Jun Moxie is taken aback but can no longer separate the small tree from himself. Dongfang Wuxin's premonition comes true, and she realizes that her eldest son, Jun Woyi, and her twin sons, Jun Moyu and Jun Maocho, may also be saved by her son. The conversation between mother and son is filled with hope and sorrow, anticipation of the future, and remembrance of the past. Dongfang Wenqin awakens from despair, determined to avenge her husband's death and raise her son, Jun Moxie. Upon learning that the Shao family killed his father, Jun Moxie prepares to march on Wind Snow Silver City in anger. Dongfang Wenqin worries about her son's safety but supports his decision regardless. Meanwhile, in the Dongfang family's hall, the matriarch announces several important messages. Among them, the news regarding the 3 Holy Lands encirclement of the heavenly punishment's most prominent figure, Mei Zunj, garners attention. The matriarch warns the Dongfang family members against provoking the 3 Holy Lands due to their unimaginable power. Jun Moxie realizes that Mei Zunj is his wife, Mei Shuiyan, and he himself is the unrevealed target of the encirclement. He inwardly laments the intelligence service's miscalculation. The matriarch also expresses concern that the Dongfang family's vow to cause Sword Peak to collapse cannot be fulfilled. Jun Moxie optimistically suggests that Sword Peak may collapse soon, but the matriarch believes it to be an arduous task. Dongfang Wenqin gently reminds Jun Moxie to refrain from interrupting adults' conversations, accidentally revealing his identity, which stuns both Jun Moxie and the matriarch. The novel ends on a cliffhanger. The old madam blamed Dongfang Wenqin for spoiling Jun Moxie too much, deeming that despite Jun Moxie's high cultivation, he should be disciplined strictly. Jun Moxie inspected the reports about the 3 Holy Lands encircling Venerable Mei and found that the reports made no mention of him. Realizing that the 3 Holy Lands might have omitted his name to avoid angering Jun Moxie's master. In order to support Jun Moxie's revenge plan, the Dongfang family planned to develop their assassin force, but the process was slow. Mei Shuiyan took out the divine pills refined by Jun Moxie's master, including the magic pills that enhance profound force, alter constitution, and elevate the speed of cultivating, resolving the Dongfang family's difficulties. Dongfang Wenqin was surprised and gratified by her son's miraculous legendary feat. Thinking that he might indeed possess magical powers, Jun Moxie expressed that his revenge plan for the Silver City of Snow and Wind was very simple, which was to destroy the Sword Peak and execute the Shao family. The old madam reminded him to plan his strategy before taking action and avoid impulsive decisions. Jun Moxie suggested going to the Jun mansion to prepare for the revenge, and Dongfang Wenqin also decided to go back with her son to pay her respects. The old madam, despite her reluctance, agreed to her decision, requiring her to always remember her responsibilities. In the afternoon, Jun Moxie visited the Dongfang family's training base, offered suggestions for improvement, and aided the Dongfang family in formulating training plans, enhancing their training level. In the evening, a banquet was held in the Dongfang family, and Jun Moxie requested the little tree from the old madam, as it was unable to exit his body after drilling into it. Amidst an aura of joy and harmony, Jun Moxie obtains a precious celestial treasure. Although the dowager lightly dismisses its importance, Jun Moxie knows better, as the Hongjun Tower would only recognize something extraordinary. Jun Moxie notices the troubled expressions of Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian and discreetly inquires. Dongfang Wenqing confides in him about their infertility, and Jun Moxie confidently assures them of a solution. Half believing at first, Dongfang Wenqing eventually accepts his help. Using celestial spiritual energy, Jun Moxie carefully examines her body and detects problems in both her and her husband. He provides her with a vial of medicine, claiming it will bear fruit in half a month. But Jun Moxie then reveals certain actions and incantations that must accompany the treatment. Dongfang Wenqing probes warily about the conditions. Jun Moxie feigns reluctance before revealing some rather absurd instructions. Dongfang Wenqing solemnly commits the secrets to memory and departs in a hurry. Jun Moxie chuckles with amusement, intending to tease his uncle about it later. The dowager overhears the conversation between Jun Moxie and Dongfang Wenqing and immediately bursts into a fit of rage. Jun Moxie realizes she has apprehended his mischief and swiftly attempts to appease her. Dongfang Wenqing's heart goes out to his son, and he cannot bring himself to punish him. The dowager, fully aware of Jun Moxie's antics, is nevertheless helpless. Years later, Dongfang Wenjian discovers his elder brother performing some peculiar actions in the garden and inquires in bewilderment. Dongfang Wenqing explains that he is practicing to strengthen his waist and asks how many children his younger brother has conceived. It turns out that the latter couple is also undergoing Jun Moxie's treatment. The brothers of the Eastern family were overjoyed when they learned that their wives and concubines were pregnant. Dongfang Wenqing was furious when he heard that his younger brother, Dongfang Wenjian, had only taken medicine instead of following the secret technique of Dr. Moxie. It turned out that Moxie's secret technique required the cooperation of the biological father. Using specific techniques and spells to effectively facilitate childbirth, Dongfang Wenqing was furious upon discovering that he had been kept in the dark and chased after Dongfang Wenjian, berating him and destroying the entire garden. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan set out on their return journey. The legend of Chu Qihan was rampant in the martial arts world, with his heroic deeds being turned into folk songs. His reputation was at its peak. Jun Moxie and his companions disguised themselves to travel incognito. On their way, they encountered a heavy snowstorm and took shelter in a remote tavern. At that time, the influence of Chu Qihan had led to a surge in traffic in the martial arts world, which boosted business for the tavern. Jun Moxie noticed that rumors and anecdotes about Chu Qihan were flying around the martial arts world, such as his feud with the Three Holy Lands and the confidants who supported him. These rumors were spreading like wildfire, stirring up the entire martial arts world. During a snowy winter, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, and Dongfang Wenqing take shelter in a secluded tavern. Despite its remote location, the tavern is packed, mostly with martial artists. The two innkeepers are skilled fighters, and various renowned martial artists gather around. Jun Moxie senses something amiss and speculates that Chu Qihan is hiding nearby. The Three Holy Lands, aiming to restore their authority, plan to eliminate Chu Qihan. Thus, they intentionally spread rumors to attract numerous martial artists and assassinate Chu Qihan publicly. Jun Moxie intimidates guests at a table with a silver note and a knife, taking the best seats. Other guests, upon witnessing this, behave cautiously and avoid approaching Jun Moxie. A group discusses Chu Qihan, admiring his fearlessness. Jun Moxie praises him, while the innkeepers comment idiots. Dongfang Wenqing fails to understand why Chu Qihan, the supreme assassin, is considered amusing by Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. Jun Moxie anticipates that the Three Holy Lands' actions will disrupt his plan and expresses dissatisfaction with their response. The tavern bustles with conversations and rumors, providing Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan with information about Chu Qihan. They resolve to stay an extra night to gather more intelligence and await the opportune moment. Upon overhearing rumors about the assassin Chu Qihan, Dongfang Wenqing found that the rumors did not match people's mockery, so he decided to investigate further. Just as Dongfang Wenqing was about to explain to his mother, a sudden gust of wind and snow swept through the tavern. Three mysterious men in purple robes appeared, their eyes as piercing as ice as they scanned the place before walking over to the brazier. From the way they looked at people and asked the guests to make way for them, Everyone realized that they were powerful experts from the Dream Blood Sea. The tavern became instantly quiet as everyone held their breath, afraid of offending them. At this moment, a coughing and shuffling sound came from outside. A lame man with a battered body struggled into the tavern, requesting a humble dinner. The three men from the Dream Blood Sea expressed sympathy for the lame man's plight and inquired about the details of his robbery. The lame man claimed that the robbers were clothed in white like snowmen. And after one of his legs was broken, he fell unconscious and was unable to see the robbers' faces. Dongfang Wenqin sighed upon hearing this and suggested that Jun Moxie help the man. However, Jun Moxie believed that the lame man was not a genuine cripple and said with deep meaning, "Maybe someone will not be walking tomorrow anymore." Mei Shuiyan also suspected that something was amiss with the lame man, pointing out that the experts from the Dream Blood Sea usually paid no attention to others. So why would they show such concern for the lame man? Based on their keen intuition, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan deduced that the lame man was likely the supreme assassin. Chu Qihan. In the midst of a bustling tavern, the trio from Dreamy Blood Ocean senses something amiss about a crippled man. But their inquiries yield no result. The enigmatic maiden, Mei Suyan, and Jun Moxie notice the man's peculiar behavior and suspect him to be the legendary assassin king. Chu Qihan. Unbeknownst to them, two mysterious old men have also taken note of the trio and the crippled man. As the speculations fly, Jun Moxie suddenly unleashes a torrent of curses towards Chu Qihan, forcing him beneath the Dreamy Blood Ocean trio's table. As three men in purple robes attempt to retaliate against Jun Moxie, Chu Qihan emerges from the shadows, a blinding radiance erupting from beneath the table. A scream echoes through the air, followed by a spray of crimson. Pandemonium breaks loose as Jun Moxie kicks over the table, giving Chu Qihan an opening to strike with his autumn water shadowless sword. Beams of radiant light pierce the trio's vitals, and to the astonishment of all present, the supremes of Dreamy Blood Ocean lie lifeless on the floor. The two old men's expressions change as they realize Chu Qihan's true identity. But it is too late. Chu Qihan's swift counterattack and Jun Moxie's astute maneuvers have culminated in a shocking assassination. Jun Moxie's seemingly reckless plan has served to conceal Chu Qihan's actions, enabling the Assassin King to exact his revenge. Inside a lively tavern, King of Killers Chu Qihan launched his attack. His sword flashed, instantly severing the legs of three purple-robed exalted-level individuals. Two of them were pierced through the chest by the sword energy and fell to the ground with miserable screams. The only surviving exalted-level expert, Han Shenchong, engaged in a fierce battle with Chu Qihan. Chu Qihan's footwork was bizarre, and his sword light was dreamlike. Although Han Shenchong was severely injured, he fought vigorously, just as Chu Qihan prepared to finish off Han Shenchong. The latter suddenly roared and channeled his profound energy into the sword, shattering the tavern's wall. Snow was caught in the air currents, forming a huge vortex. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qihan's figure vanished. Just as Han Shenchong was about to fight back, he felt a deadly sword wind behind him. He turned and retreated, his hands ready to strike and fight Chu Qihan to the death. However, at the most critical moment, Chu Qihan's form disappeared again. He had already used the recoil force to escape the tavern, disappearing into the snowfall. At this point, the tavern had become a scene of carnage. Blood flowed freely, and blood stained the food and drinks. The onlookers were stunned, while Han Shenchong fell to the ground with regret, questioning Jun Moxie's identity with his dying breath. Jun Moxie feigned panic and cried out for murder, causing chaos. Meanwhile, before fleeing, Chu Qihan gave Jun Moxie a deep look that contained gratitude, resentment, doubt, and amazement. He realized that Jun Moxie's seemingly unintentional actions had created a perfect assassination opportunity for him. His calculated moves had ultimately led to the deaths of the three purple-robed exalted-level individuals. In the silence of an inn, an elaborate assassination is carried out. The skilled assassin Chu Qihan successfully kills his target in an instant. However, Jun Moxie, the mastermind behind the murder, has foreseen everything and kills his target Han Shenchong after Chu Qihan's departure. As Han Shenchong falls, two elders concealed within the inn reveal themselves as Ren Pingsheng and Yi Zhu Kuang. Once the mightiest warriors roaming the martial world, they suspect Jun Moxie's identity. But Jun Moxie cunningly shifts the blame for Han Shanchang's murder onto Chu Qihan. As Jun Moxie prepares to leave, Mei Shuiyan appears, threatening Ren Pingsheng and Yi Ju Kuang with the secret to the entrance of the illusory mist mansion, demanding that they inform the mansion to dispel the mist surrounding it and restore the heritage of the heaven-punishing Beast King. Ren Pingsheng and Yi Ju Kuang fall into a difficult position. Unable to disobey the illusory mist mansion's orders yet compassionate towards the Beast King's plight, Mei Shuiyan inquires about Yun Bichen's whereabouts before departing, learning that he has declined the illusory mist mansion's invitation. In the end, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, and Dongfang Wenqin vanish into the snowy wind, leaving Ren Pingsheng and Yi Ju Kuang in frustration as they realize they have been caught in a treacherous game. Amidst the snow, Sirius Kai and Ren Pingsheng rue their predicament and reminisce about past events, including the existence of the Phantom Palace. Suddenly, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, and Dongfang Wenqin glide forth through the storm. Jun Moxie inquires about the Phantom Palace's secret, but Mei Shuiyan evades, piquing his curiosity. Abruptly, Jun Moxie senses Chu Chohan approaching. Faced with Chu Chohan's accusations, Jun Moxie calmly explains that he does not wish to see the renowned assassin prematurely perish. Chu Chohan's skepticism leads to Jun Moxie's sharp retort, claiming himself to be the true supreme assassin. Chu Chohan icily asserts his status as the sole supreme assassin, dismissing Jun Moxie's potent killing intent as mere sharpness while his own remains truly devoid of emotions. Jun Moxie counters, suggesting Chu Chohan's unwillingness to engage in combat as evidence of his weakness, conveniently hidden behind the rules of assassins. Chu Chohan refutes Jun Moxie's claim, emphasizing that the title of Supreme Assassin is not merely a name but must be proven through swordsmanship and bloodshed. Their animosity intensifies, their powerful auras clashing as they inch closer to a confrontation over the title. However, just as tensions reach their peak, Chu Chohan abruptly steps back, lacking absolute confidence and unwilling to risk provoking the ire of the three Holy Lands. Prioritizing monetary gains instead, Jun Moxie seizes this moment to ridicule Chu Chohan's lack of courage, asserting his own claim to the title of Supreme Assassin. Chu Chohan, angered, reiterates that the title of Assassin King is earned through sword and slaughter. Deeming Jun Moxie's words as mere posturing, the atmosphere becomes thick with tension once more, as the inevitable clash between Divine Sovereign, the first assassin in the Divine Province, and Jun Moxie, the supreme assassin from another world, looms ever closer. Chu Wuhun, the king of assassins, and Jun Moxie, the evil lord, met and clashed secretly upon first sight. A strong bloodlust emerged from Jun Moxie, while Chu Wuhun released a startling battle intent, declaring himself the master of assassins. Not to be outdone, Jun Moxie proposed a fair fight with Chu Wuhun, transcending all worldly glory. Although surprised, Chu Wuhun recognized Jun Moxie as no ordinary individual, but the highest realm only a top assassin could understand. They agreed to find a suitable duel location. Jun Moxie took the lead, his body moving gracefully like a celestial. Chu Wuhun followed closely, his light movements unpredictable. As they raced, they discovered their movements were remarkably similar, each positioning themselves for the best angle of attack, ready to strike with deadly force. Respect grew between them as they continued their flight. They realized that atop the world, besides themselves, stood another master. This thought filled them with both pride and relief. Eventually, a shared idea emerged in both Jun Moxie and Chu Wuhan's minds regardless of victory or defeat. They would win with honor and lose with conviction. They resolved to fight for the supreme glory of assassins, setting the stage for a titanic showdown. Amid a raging blizzard in the desolate mountains, Jun Moxie, Chu Chi-hun, and Mei Shuiyan struggled through the storm. Mei Shuiyan, carrying Dongfang Wenqin, displayed incredible aerial skills, moving with astonishing speed despite the harsh conditions. Spotting a steep ravine ahead, Jun Moxie leapt down first, followed closely by Chu Chi-hun. The two raced each other with unmatched agility and martial prowess, their fists and kicks clashing with equal force. Their battle took to the air, their figures disappearing momentarily, leaving only swirling snowflakes and howling winds. Jun Moxie emerged first, launching a palm strike that Chu Chi-hun deflected with his right arm while countering with a fist aimed at Jun Moxie's temple. Jun Moxie dodged the blow and retaliated with 3 consecutive kicks at Chu Chi-hun's vital points. Chu Chi-hun responded with 3 kicks of his own, entangling all 4 fighters in an intense aerial dance. displaying extraordinary martial arts and elusive maneuvers. They fought relentlessly. Chu Chi-han ultimately let out a groan. His clothes torn, revealing 3 distinct handprints. Taking the initiative, Chu Chi-han transformed into a whirlwind, whipping snow around him as he launched a furious assault. Jun Moxie pivoted and dodged, utilizing various techniques to deflect Chu Chi-han's attacks. A full-force strike from Chu Chi-han sent Jun Moxie flying back 10 meters. Yet Jun Moxie sustained only minor shoulder and leg injuries, ultimately emerging victorious. Chu Chi-han, impressed, acknowledged Jun Moxie's superior martial skills. Jun Moxie, in turn, recognized that Chu Chi-han had held back due to their pact to fight to the death. The victor survives. The loser perishes. Chu Chi-han drew his autumn water shadowless sword, ready to face Jun Moxie in a life-or-death duel. Jun Moxie unsheathed his own long sword, its silver blade gleaming and pulsating with an indefinable aura that seemed to suppress the autumn water shadowless sword in Chu Chi-han's hand. It was the oppressive power of a king over a vassal, the unyielding pride of the divine sword. Yan Huang's blood. As the Yanhuang blood spear was unsheathed, Chu Chi-han was shocked to discover that he had lost connection with his autumn water sword. This divine weapon, which had always been inseparable from him and shared his thoughts, had submitted to Jun Moxie's Yanhuang blood spear, becoming faint-hearted before the battle had even begun. Chu Chi-han felt his fighting spirit vanish, and he understood Jun Moxie's words. The autumn water sword was wiser than him and had chosen to protect itself. Jun Moxie also did not wish to kill Chu Chi-han or destroy this spiritual sword. So he proposed to end the duel. Although Chu Chi-han was unwilling, he knew that continuing the fight would only lead to his own death. He asked to see the Yanhuang blood spear to resolve the doubts in his heart. Jun Moxie agreed and let the Yanhuang blood spear demonstrate its power to Chu Chi-han. Chu Chi-han was awed by the Yanhuang blood spear's unrivaled sharpness and admitted that his defeat was not unjust. He caressed the autumn water sword, feeling its comfort and excitement. At that moment, he realized that his sword also possessed a spirit. Jun Moxie retracted the Yanhuang blood spear, and Mei Shuiyin and Dongfang Wenqin approached. Surprised to see Chu Chi-han standing unguardedly beside Jun Moxie, they marveled at the unpredictability of life, as 2 people who had been fighting for their lives were now like children. Curiously admiring the divine weapons, Chu Chi-han took a few steps back and gazed up at the sky. Filled with reflected on, he understood that there was still much in the world that he did not know. While the autumn water sword may not be as powerful as the Yanhuang blood spear, it was still his most loyal companion, irreplaceable. In a snowy canyon, the sole surviving venerable of the assassins Chu Chi-han concludes a truce with the enigmatic Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie questions Chu's affiliation with the Blood Sword Hall, which the latter denies and dismisses. Chu reveals that he is besieged by 3 major sects, leaving him without hope of survival. He queries Jun about the cause of his troubles and, discovering the similarity of their movement techniques, frames him for the killings. Jun, unwilling to accept the title of Venerable of Assassins, proposes to win it by slaying their attackers. Chu agrees, confessing his unwillingness to lose. Suddenly, 8 masters arrive, including Venerable Jin Cheng, masters from the Hermit Immortal Palace, and the dreamlike Blood Sea. They detect traces of a battle and a woman's scent. Suspecting the presence of Venerable Mei, Chu and Jun vanish instantly, preparing to engage in a deadly contest for the honor of becoming the Venerable of Assassins. Mei Shuiyin and Dongfang Wenqin hide within a snow wall, while the masters from the 3 sects search the canyon, anticipating a bloody confrontation. On a killing ground filled with animosity, 3 men clad in purple robes engaged in a fierce argument. Brothers Ruan Yin and Ruan Yang accused Ma Zhongming of a surprise attack, and they charged at him. Ma Zhongming proclaimed his innocence, but the conflict escalated into a brutal battle. Meanwhile, the assassins Chu Chi-han and Jun Moxie lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Jun Moxie launched an attack with ice needles, disrupting the Ruan brothers' assault and giving Ma Zhongming a temporary advantage. However, the Ruan brothers' killing intent surged, and they unleashed their formidable combat prowess. Ruan Yang's chrysanthemum was pierced by the needles, causing him unbearable pain and infuriating the brothers. Their bloodlust soared as they vowed to fight Ma Zhongming to the death. This minor skirmish had escalated into a life-or-death confrontation. Bai Wuxin, the team's provisional leader, attempted to mediate but failed. The trio was fully absorbed in the battle, oblivious to his presence. Chu Qihun and Jun Moxie also abandoned their concealment, ready to strike at any moment and seize the opportunity to kill them. The intense battle raged on, the internal strife between the three supreme powerhouses growing fiercer, as a potent killing intent filled the air, astonishing all who witnessed it. Amidst the raging snowstorm on the battlefield, brothers Ruan Yang and Ruan Yinsheng engaged in a fierce battle with Ma Zhongming. However, the situation took an abrupt turn. Jun Moxie's secret machinations ignited Ruan Yang's fury, driving him into a state of frenzy and reckless abandon. Ma Zhongming faced the onslaught of the Ruan brothers and was gradually overwhelmed. Ruan Yang's sword energy surged like a rainbow, culminating in a body-sword union, transforming into a dazzling lightning dragon that struck Ma Zhongming violently. Ruan Yinsheng, not to be outdone, followed suit, also deploying a body-sword union. Pressing the advantage, Ma Zhongming, cornered, resorted to his trump card, the soul-chasing, life-taking shadowless needle, engaging the Ruan brothers in a deadly struggle. As the three remained locked in stalemate, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A cold gleam flashed, and a transcendent master from the reclusive immortal palace was instantly killed. Two more cold gleams followed, and another transcendent master was cut in half. Bai Wuxin, serving as the provisional commander, also faced a life-threatening situation. A sharp sword suddenly pierced his neck, leaving a deep gash. Another ethereal light flashed simultaneously, its murderous intent palpable. Two King of Assassins emerged at the most critical moment, launching a deadly attack on all the masters present. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, with life and death hanging in the balance as the battle reached new heights of ferocity. Two supreme masters of the Supreme Gold City were assassinated by two assassin kings. They were badly wounded and suffered a miserable death. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Ma Zhongming and the Nguyen brothers reached its climax. Both sides were badly wounded and the outcome was uncertain. However, an accident occurred. The assassin king Chu Qihun suddenly appeared and pierced Ruan Yin's chest with a sword, killing him. When Nguyen Yang saw this, he was grief-stricken, but he was powerless to do anything. He was stabbed in the chest by Jun Moxie and died. Ma Zhongming was badly wounded and weak, but he still managed to stand and face Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie exposed his disguise, pointing out that his injury was not serious. Ma Zhongming knew that he could not escape death. He sighed sadly and asked about Jun Moxie's concubine. Jun Moxie replied coldly that Ma Zhongming's carefully disguised weakness was just a cover-up. The fierce battle between the three ended here. The Nguyen brothers were killed. Ma Zhongming was seriously injured and died, and only Jun Moxie survived. However, behind this bloody battle, there was an unspeakable complexity, which shocked and angered these top masters. Across the snow-covered wilderness, a fierce battle raged. Ma Zhongming, consumed by fury, accused Jun Moxie of treachery and deceit, claiming he was responsible for the deaths of his brothers. Jun Moxie mocked Ma Zhongming's naivety and thrust his sword towards his opponent's vital point. To everyone's astonishment, Ma Zhongming emerged unscathed, eerily castrating Jun Moxie. However, it was all an illusion. Jun Moxie's figure abruptly disappeared, only to reappear behind Ma Zhongming and pierce him with his sword. Just when Jun Moxie believed victory was his, Ma Zhongming seemed to lose all sensation of pain and counterattacked, inflicting grievous injuries on Jun Moxie. To Jun Moxie's astonishment, he realized that Ma Zhongming possessed no genitals, depriving him of the capacity to withstand such trauma and allowing him to retaliate. In the midst of the battle, Jun Moxie employed another ingenious technique, inexplicably vanishing and unleashing a barrage of attacks on Ma Zhongming's groin. Ma Zhongming howled in agony, receiving over 200 blows that sent him soaring into the air. As Jun Moxie reveled in his triumph, he noticed the reinforcements from the three sacred grounds approaching, making it impossible for him to resist their might. He took Chu Qihun and retreated into a snow cave, invoking the power of water to vanish into an abyss. Upon reaching the scene, the three sacred grounds forces witnessed the gruesome aftermath of the battle with growing rage. The second master of the secluded immortal palace let out a pitiful sigh, while Xi Jinghong was overwhelmed with grief and vowed to have Chu Qihun executed by a slow and painful death. Beneath the second master's gentle demeanor lay an air of formidable authority that left Xi Jinghong secretly terrified. The secluded Immortal Palace's decision to send the second master to deal with this matter signaled their unwavering determination to exact retribution upon Chu Qihun. Upon a snowy expanse, two formidable factions, the Paramount Gold Castle and the secluded Immortal Palace, stand in confrontation. They have assembled to pursue the nefarious Dream Blood Sea. However, a misfire from the Paramount Gold Castle's Duju accidentally injures their own master, Ma Zhongming. In stark contrast, the secluded Immortal Palace's Jun Xie expresses his condolences with apparent indifference. Despite his self-righteous demeanor, Jun Xie's ruthless and cruel nature, known as the Bloody Gentleman, is an open secret. Du Ju and Jun Xie, revered masters from their respective factions, both suspect hidden secrets beneath the snowy ground. With their followers, they clear away the snow, revealing jet-black soil under the immense weight. As the excavation progresses, Bai Wuxin recounts his encounter with Chu Wuhun. The group, however, remains skeptical of Chu Wuhan's ability to single-handedly defeat 7 masters and critically injure a supreme being. Du Ju and Jun Xie surmise that there must be more to the mystery beneath the snow than meets the eye. They resolve to continue their excavation and uncover the truth that lies beneath. Under Bai Wuxin's account, the 3 giants learned the truth of the fight between the Ruan brothers and Ma Zhongming. Ma Zhongming used the ghostly life-reaping shadow needles to strike Ruan Yang, piercing his 20-plus vital points, which infuriated Ruan Yang and led to a fierce battle. After Ruan Yang was severely injured in the rear, the 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle that left no room for survivors. In the end, Ma Zhongming was kicked into the air hundreds of meters and his organs were shattered. However, Ma Zhongming's lower body mysteriously disappeared. The giants analyzed that Eagle King, Crane King, and other flying beast kings might have participated in the battle, using their superb lightness skills to kick Ma Zhongming and continuously attack him. In addition, at least 2 assassins with the strength of Chu Qihun were hiding in the dark, launching a sneak attack that caused heavy casualties to the people of the hidden Immortal Palace and the Supreme Gold City. Bai Wuxin's report was questioned as false, and he was accused of being afraid of death and misleading others. The giant Jun Xie decided to kill Bai Wuxin to atone for his sins. Bai Wuxin was deeply saddened and indignant, knowing that he was innocent, and he fought a life-and-death battle with Jun Xie. Facing Jun Xie's cage of heaven and earth force, Bai Wuxin was imprisoned and unable to move. His life hung in the balance, and it was unknown whether he could escape this disaster. In the chaos, Jun Xie ruthlessly killed Bai Wuxin, his head severed into 4 pieces. All were shocked into silence. Suddenly, a massive cave appeared in the mountain wall. Jun Xie and Du Ju cautiously approached to investigate. In the meantime, in the basement, Chu Qihun admitted defeat to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie, through situational finesse, had just annihilated 8 masters. Chu Qihun came to realize that in addition to capitalizing on opportunities, the true king of assassins must actively create them. Jun Moxie confided his identity and that of his mother, Dongfang Wenqin, and his wife. Chu Qihun learned with astonishment that Jun Moxie's father was the well-known general Jun Woi, and praised Dongfang Wenqin's devotion. Chu Qihun revealed that Fei Menchen, the grand tutor of the Tianxiang Empire, had hired him to assassinate Jun Woi, but that out of respect for Jun Woi, he had given up the mission. Mei Shuiyin questioned Chu Qihun's movement technique and asked what he knew of the battle for the heaven-seizing treasure. Chu Qihun explained that his master had been gravely injured while researching the aliens' movement style and spent the rest of his life trying to decode their invisibility technique. Faced with an unknown enemy, Chu Qihun sighed. The enigma that had troubled his master for over a century was finally solved by referencing foreign techniques, allowing Jun Moxie to execute the foreign hidden assassination technique. Suddenly, a man-made cavern appeared on the ground. Surprising the 4, Jun Moxie activated the stealth technique and descended with the others, intending to lure their enemies into a trap. Meanwhile, Xi Jinghong and the others discovered this seemingly bottomless cavern and discussed sending someone down to investigate. Jun Xie and Du Ju, acting in their own interests, ordered the Blood Sea and the solitary Celestial Palace factions to serve as the first and second batches of bait. 8 supreme experts slowly descended. Upon reaching the bottom of the cavern, they found it dry and devoid of water, and the others had vanished. At that moment, Jun Moxie emerged from the earth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He clasped his hands together, releasing a swirling yellow light and intending to bury his enemies alive with the power of the earth. While the trio from the dreamland Blood Sea searched fruitlessly, the 5 from the secluded immortal palace arrived, equally astounded by the empty cave. Despite extensive examination, one of them sensed an anomaly and their words were barely out when a gusher of spring water erupted. The group was horrified, realizing that the cave was about to collapse. The 8 Supremacy Realm experts scrambled to climb, but were met with violent shaking of the cave walls. Earth and stones crashed down, burying them 50 jong underground. The experts from the 3 holy lands above ground also felt the tremors and witnessed the cave entrance collapse. Recognizing it as a meticulously planned trap, Jun Xie was consumed by rage, cursing the architect of the trap, Chu Qihun, while Zi Jinghong was overcome with grief. Du Ju offered empty words of comfort while secretly gloating. Deep underground, Jun Moxie unleashed a yellow-brown glow, shaking the surrounding earth and preparing to trigger a landslide. On the surface, as the 3 holy lands prepared to excavate and rescue the trapped, another violent tremor struck, causing the peaks on both sides of the ravine to collapse, forming a crushing pile. Over 100 experts fled in panic, but a dozen were buried under the boulders. Jun Xie was torn with anguish, condemning the others for their inaction. 7 days later, the 3 holy lands rescued the 8 buried individuals, all of whom were severely injured. The 8 had nearly perished from the collapse and lack of oxygen, having narrowly escaped death. Trapped underground, 8 individuals are cut off from oxygen and forced to drink sewage to survive. 7 survive but are severely injured and unconscious, while 1 becomes a skeleton and the sustenance of their comrades. After being rescued, they are haunted by fear and the memory of cannibalism. Jun Moxie exhausts his spiritual power to trigger a mountain collapse and walks forward with Chu Qihun as his support. While Chu Qihun relishes in Jun Moxie's predicament, he remains grateful and carries him to the Jun family. Before leaving, Chu Qihun confesses his solitude as a killer and his inability to accompany Jun Moxie. He leaves behind his disciple, instructs Jun Moxie to let bygones be bygones, and provides him with medicinal pills. Chu Qihun expresses disdain for the assassins pursuing him, believing he will not die peacefully but rather avenge himself in battle. He departs from the Jun family and continues his nomadic existence, leaving Jun Moxie in awe of his carefree spirit. Mei Suyan also bids farewell to Jun Moxie and returns to Tianfa to prepare for war, taking Jun Moxie's medicinal pills with her. Jun Moxie vows revenge for the Jun family and sets out for Yin City. He aims to strike swiftly and decisively, shaking the world and breaking the oath of the Eastern family. Dongfang Wenqin returns and resolves the Jun family's conflicts, while Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi become the future daughters-in-law of the Jun family. Adding to the joyous atmosphere, Jun Moxie patiently waits for the arrival of Chu Qihun's disciple, anticipating his potential to surpass his master. Meanwhile, the Jun family trains Tianxiang with all their might, resulting in an astounding increase in his strength. Jun Moxie relishes the tranquility, but he knows deep down that it's merely the calm before the storm. Despite intelligence indicating that the Blood Sword Alliance has disappeared, Jun Moxie refuses to believe it. He suspects they have taken drastic measures to erase all traces of their existence. Regardless, he gazes upon the imperial palace every night, speculating about the emperor's knowledge. He refrains from direct confrontation, as he intends to make the emperor pay dearly. One day, Jun Moxie visits Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yanming. Upon witnessing Guan Qinghan composing a piece to commemorate her parents' love, a spark of inspiration ignites within him. He finds Guan Qinghan's composition overly sorrowful, failing to capture the true essence of her parents' affection. Thus, he takes it upon himself to compose a new melody, entitled Woi Wenqin Ku. As Guan Qinghan plays Jun Moxie's melody, its enchanting notes mesmerize them all. Jun Moxie adds lyrics to the composition, profoundly touching the quartet. They recite in unison in the mortal realm. There are those driven by passion. Do not mock the depth of their affection, without enduring the bitter cold. How can one appreciate the fragrant blossoms of the plum tree? In the courtyard, Dugu Xiaoyi and Guan Qinghan's Qin and Xiao duet lingered in the air, immersing the audience. Dongfang Wenqin was moved to tears, muttering, "What is love? Is it just a torment to people?" Jun Moxie recited farewell poem, and Dongfang Wenqin was entranced, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She cried out in anguish, "You leave me alone. How can I face the storms of this world?" Guan Qinghan was concerned about Dongfang Wenqin's condition, and Jun Mohe explained that she had been suppressing her grief, and crying could help her feel better. In another courtyard, Yi Guhan listened to the music with a mournful expression, whispering, "Shusho, how are you?" As Jun Mohe prepared to leave the courtyard, Han Yanmeng asked when he would seek revenge in Yin City. Jun Mohe replied that since the Shao family and the Han family were enemies, he should wait until their battle was over before rescuing his third uncle. Han Yanmeng accused Jun Mohe of being heartless, but he countered that Yin City had colluded with the Shao family, leading to the deaths of his loved ones. He asked Han Yanmeng to kidnap a suitable woman to be his concubine if she could find one of equal status to his third aunt. Han Yanmeng solemnly promised to send Jun Mohe a suitable woman if she found one. They made a pact, and the matter was settled. Jun Moxie has a pleasant conversation with Han Yanmeng, who surprisingly agrees to be the suitable person Jun is looking for. While Jun is proud, Han suddenly realizes that she meets the criteria too, changes her face, and flees in a panic. Jun Wuyi shows up and praises Jun for his quick-wittedness, which left Han speechless. Jun denies having feelings for Han, but Jun Wuyi points out the difference in their seniority. Then, Chu Chi Hun's disciple, Leng Ao, comes to visit. Jun exudes a powerful force, causing Leng to bow down. But Leng refuses to tell the client who requested Jun's assassination. Jun sets a test, demanding Leng to find the Liuyan assassin and Tianxiang DK within 5 days, and promises to give him what Chu Chi Han wanted to give. Leng accepts the test. Jun discovers that Leng's skill is different from Chu's, as he prioritizes speed. After examining Leng, he believes Leng's talent is suitable for training in unrivaled blades, and praises Chu's discernment. Jun ultimately gives Leng 5 days to complete the mission. Jun Moxie was astounded to discover that Leng Ao had 2 ligaments supporting running in his leg, a natural talent that promised amazing speed potential. Jun Moxie saw Leng Ao's advantage and believed he had the potential to reach the limits of speed. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan and Qin Shun returned to Heavenly Punishment Forest only to find a boisterous celebration in progress. The Heavenly Punishment Forest was decorated with colorful ribbons, with high-level mysterious beasts adorned in red cloth, and the 6 great beast kings were dressed in their finest to greet them. It turned out that the Heavenly Punishment Forest had organized a grand celebration in honor of Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie's marriage, complete with felling trees and constructing a palace. However, Mei Shuiyan was both bewildered and furious, denying any marriage and questioning the 6 great beast kings. The Monkey King explained that upon hearing news of Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie's marriage, they spontaneously decided to celebrate and made all the arrangements, including building the palace and planting cotton grass for their future child to play with. Crane Chongshao corroborated the story, stating that although Mei Shuiyan kept her marriage a secret, their sibling bond remained strong and they wished to do their part. Spending banknotes gifted by Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, angered by the unauthorized celebration, emitted a dangerous aura and demanded further explanation from Crane Chongshao. He Chushao revealed a shocking piece of news: Mei Shuiyan was married. However, Mei Shuiyan was unaware of this and felt furious and confused. She learned that Shang Kaishan and Hu Laizi had spread false information to protect Jun Moxie's reputation. Shang Kaishan explained that Jun Moxie was the mastermind behind them doing so. Mei Shuiyan's fury reached its peak, and she began to punish the Beast Kings mercilessly. However, He Chushao dared not plead for them anymore, while Mei Shuiyan also admitted that although she pretended to be angry on the surface, deep down she had a kind of hidden joy. At this time, the Beast Kings realized that Mei Shuiyan was not really angry, so they began to use exaggerated performances to win her sympathy. After Mei Shuiyan discovered their tricks, she became even angrier and increased the force of her attacks. As a result, the Beast Kings ended up badly injured in a sorry state. After Mei Shuiyan had vented her anger, she let them withdraw the plan of building the palace. However, when He Chushao announced that the palace would not be built, Mei Shuiyan's expression suddenly changed, and she questioned He Chushao about what he meant. The story ends abruptly, leaving a suspense: what was Mei Shuiyan's potential motive for building the palace? Why did she react to He Chushao's decision? As Mei Shuiyan planned to centralize Heavenly Punishment's 9th Order peak profound beasts for transformation, doubts arose in the hearts of the 6 kings. Mei Shuiyan admitted that Jun Moxie had provided a great amount of elixirs, which could to some extent guarantee the success rate of the profound beast's transformation. However, the simultaneous transformation of hundreds of profound beasts required a staggering number of spiritual pills, which worried the 6 kings. Mei Shuiyan said she could only guarantee the transformation of the strongest first, and the rest could be dealt with later. Upon learning that over 500 ninth-order peak profound beasts would undergo transformation together, the 6 kings were shocked. They had never heard of such a large-scale transformation with such a high success rate. He Chongshao doubted Mei Shuiyan's plan, but Mei Shuiyan asked him if he was unwilling to participate. He Chongshao leapt up excitedly, expressing his strong support. The other 5 kings were also thrilled, looking forward to heavenly punishment's leap in strength. Mei Shuiyan immediately issued an order, demanding all 9th-order peak profound beasts to gather in the afternoon for the transformation. Upon learning that Jun Moxie had provided a large number of elixirs, the 6 kings speculated that heavenly punishment would experience a huge increase in strength. Mei Shuiyan revealed that heavenly punishment would no longer be the 3 saints and 1 fiend, but rather 1 fiend and 3 saints, foreshadowing a major shift in the landscape. The 6 kings were deeply impressed by Mei Shuiyan's grand aspirations and filled with anticipation for the future. Mei Shuiyan's explanation helped the Heaven's Retribution team understand that Jun Moxie planned to seek revenge on the Windy Silver City. Although Heaven's Retribution owed Jun Moxie a huge favor, Mei Shuiyan believed that this was a matter for the couple and that the others should not get involved. To support Jun Moxie's actions, Heaven's Retribution decided to go all out and transform 489 level 9 peak profound beasts within 7 days, as well as gather an army of 11 flying and ground profound beasts. Mei Shuiyan declared that even if the 3 Holy Lands intervened, Heaven's Retribution would fight with all their might, shocking the world. After learning that the Jun family would lead an army to the Silver City on February 2, Jun Moxie was full of passion and declared anyone who befriended the Shao family in the Silver City would be considered an enemy. He wrote a poem while drunk, expressing his determination to lead an army to level the Silver City on the day the dragon raises its head. At the same time, Li Yoren chose to leave home on New Year's Eve and go to the paramount Golden City. He left a letter for Jun Moxie, warning him to be careful of the Shui Sword Hall's disguise and expressing that he was tired of the power struggle. Jun Moxie realized that Li Yoren was making a last-ditch effort for his family, hoping to gain favor and show weakness so that the Jun family would spare the Li family after the incident. Although reflected on, he did not say much, but simply tore up Li Yoren's letter and let it scatter in the wind. At this time, the Jun family's inner courtyard was bustling with activity as Elder Jun and his family reunited. Dugu Xiaoyi also refused to leave the Jun family, determined to wait for Jun Moxie during the spring festival. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Xiaoyi, the head of the Dugu family, came uninvited and stayed at the Jun family's house. Dugu Zongheng claimed that he would never go back because his 3 sons and 7 grandsons were constantly fighting, and he got angry whenever he was at home. Dugu Xiaoyi's 3 uncles went home for the new year and asked Dugu Wudi to stay behind to take care of the family. Dugu Wudi refused, which led to a conflict between the brothers. Even the 7 nephews joined the battle, creating a chaotic scene. Helplessly, the old lady asked Dugu Zongheng to go back and calm things down. Dugu Wudi came back in a sorry state, and Dugu Zongheng was furious. He blamed Dugu Wudi for ruining his plan and drove him away with a stick. Dugu Wudi fled in pain, and Dugu Zongheng was filled with anger. Hanyan Meng and Mu Shui Tong were also present. They were relieved after Jun Moxie made a statement. Jun Moxie brought up old matters and mocked Hanyan Meng for losing to him and becoming his concubine. Hanyan Meng was ashamed. Jun Wu Yi tried to resolve the situation for Hanyan Meng, but Jun Moxie continued to act frivolous. Dugu Xiaoyi suspected that Jun Moxie had a concubine. Jun Moxie explained that he had won a bet with Hanyan Meng, making her his concubine. Dongfang Wen-shin was very interested and said that he would tie Hanyan Meng up and send her over. Dugu Xiaoyi also said that she was the legitimate daughter-in-law. Everyone laughed out loud, and Dugu Xiaoyi's boldness was amazing. Within the Jun clan, Yi Guhan sits desolate in the courtyard, carving the name Shusho, completely drunk, and leaning against the stone table. He silently cries. Simultaneously, the Jun clan has triggered a sensational upheaval. With their declaration, "Follow us and prosper, oppose us and perish," challenging the imperial authority. Filled with worry, His Majesty the Emperor feels powerless against the rising Jun clan. The third son of the Jun clan, Jun Moxie, is reckless and arrogant, disgracing the imperial power. The emperor thinks back on Jun Muin, regretting his original choice but still not regretting sacrificing him for the sake of the Jun clan's interests. The emperor once shared a long conversation with Jun Zhantian, where he proposed a marriage between Jun Moxie and Princess Linglong, but was gracefully rebuffed. The elder of the Jun clan stated that Moxie was frivolous and dissolute and not worthy of the princess. And he firmly maintained that Qinghan was Moxie's rightful wife. The emperor, upon being rejected, could now comprehend the anguish Jun Zhantian had felt when his marriage proposal was declined. In the imperial palace, Empress Marong Shusho notices Princess Linglong's unusual behavior, and it prompts her to guess that the princess has fallen in love with Jun Moxie. Princess Ling Meng's heart for Jun Moxie came as a shock to Marong Shushu. Ling Meng denied her affection, but her tears betrayed her. She revealed that she had sworn a blood oath that if Jun Moxie saved Yi Guhan, who had been gravely injured, she would willingly marry him. The empress was astounded, learning that Jun Moxie had been hiding his true strength for years. Ling Meng stated that from that moment on, she had paid close attention to Jun Moxie's every move, only to realize his extraordinary qualities. She denounced the palace's hypocrisy and darkness, marveling at the suffering Jun Moxie had silently endured for his family and vendetta. Ling Meng recognized Jun Moxie as a true man of great wisdom and resilience. She confessed that she had initially misunderstood him, but now she was deeply in love. However, she knew the chasm between them was unbridgeable. Their families' feuds could not be reconciled, and she was unwilling to let her affection die. In tears, Ling Meng accused everyone of blinding her, leading to her missed opportunity. She yearned for Jun Moxie, even if he did not accept her. Her heart ached for his past suffering, and she longed to be the one to comfort him in his moments of vulnerability. In the quiet depths of the imperial palace, Empress Marong Shusho is gripped by despair, her heart aching over her unrequited love for her daughter. Princess Lingmeng, unwilling to let her daughter suffer the same fate, she resolves to take action. Venturing out of the palace under the cover of night, the empress heads to the Jun household, exchanging secret messages with her loyal subordinate, Ju. Along the way about Jun Moxie's recent whereabouts, she discovers that the Jun family's guards have mysteriously withdrawn since Jun Moxie's return to Tianxiang City, arousing her suspicion. Meanwhile, Emperor Yang Huaiyu, enraged by the news of his empress' nocturnal visit to the Jun family, suspects her of treason and summons Mr. Wen to seek his counsel. Mr. Wen, however, reveals the imminent departure of all the masters from the Xuanxuan Continent for the Supreme Golden City, leaving Yang Huaiyu in a state of desperation. Recognizing the impending collapse of his reign, Yang Huaiyu places the blame solely on the empress, whom he believes has betrayed him. In Mr. Wen's presence, Yang Huaiyu confesses his own long-standing, unrequited love for the empress, now spiraling into madness and rage. Mr. Wen urges Yang Huaiyu to dispatch men to investigate the empress' whereabouts. But the emperor refuses. Resigned to his fate, he concedes his inability to resist Jun Moxie's vengeance and his failure to win the empress' heart. The story concludes with Yang Huaiyu's desperate cry, portending the imminent loss of everything he holds dear, both his power and love. In the imperial palace at night, the air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Emperor Yang Huaiyu was furious after learning that Empress Marong Shusho had left the palace for the Jun family. His veins were bulging in anger. He believed that Marong Shusho might reveal his secret, or even have an affair with the Jun family's young master Yi Guhan. Therefore, he decided to kill her. The loyal minister Wen was shocked to hear the emperor's crazy idea, but he could not refuse the emperor's final request. Under the emperor's plea and coercion, Wen reluctantly agreed, but he proposed to leave after killing the empress. The emperor was delighted and ordered Wen to act immediately. Princess Lingmeng, who was eavesdropping in secret, was heartbroken when she heard her father's plan. Her father, whom she had always respected, had become so cruel that he would kill her beloved mother with his own hands. In desperation, Princess Lingmeng fled the palace on horseback, hoping to save her mother before Wen could get to her. At the same time, a slender figure leapt into the air and disappeared into the night. The emperor stood at the window, smiling with delight and cruelty. He had already made all the arrangements, ensuring that neither Wen nor Princess Lingmeng could stop his plan. Marong Shuxia's fate hung in the balance. and the political situation in the Tianxiang Empire was about to change dramatically. The bustling streets of Heavenly Fragrance City exuded an eerie atmosphere. Marang Shusho hesitated and struggled with her emotions as she was carried in a sedan chair with 100 guards escorting her. Memories of her past love surfaced in her mind, conjuring up images of Yi Guhan's lonely and desperate figure, stirring feelings of bittersweet longing and anguish in her heart. On this tranquil night, Marang Shusho was overcome by memories of past affection and regret. She embroidered a brocade handkerchief, using her own blood to dye the white threads and stitching Yi Guhan's poems to express her unwavering love and devotion for him. As the stately residence of the Lord of State loomed ahead, Marang Shuxia's reverie was abruptly cut short. A sudden gust of wind erupted, carrying a torrent of sword energy towards the sedan chair. Aju emerged to block the attack but was instantly killed by the mysterious Mr. Wen, carrying a parcel. Mr. Wen made to leave, but Marang Shusho, weakened and helpless, could not defend herself. Princess Lingmeng, consumed by desperation, galloped to her mother's aid. However, Mr. Wen's forceful strike sent dozens of guards flying apart in a gruesome display. As Mr. Wen turned to target Marang Shusho once more, a spectral figure appeared to intercept but arrived a moment too late. Mortally wounded, Marang Shusho was sent reeling. Princess Lingmeng, in a selfless act, caught her mother, absorbing the impact with her shattered knees and skull, shielding her from harm. Marang Shusho, with great effort, opened her eyes and gazed upon her daughter, her face reflecting love and tenderness. As Mr. Wen prepared to abscond, Marang Shusho breathed her last, her lifeblood staining the ground. Amidst a stormy New Year's Eve, Princess Linger grieves upon learning of the assassination of her mother. The Empress, however, Jun Moxie, the beloved eldest master of the house, notices a strange agitation in the mute and disabled swordsman, Yi Ji-Yu-Han. Yi Ji-Yu-Han suppresses his turmoil and asks Jun Moxie to take him to the palace. As Jun Moxie hesitates, a powerful aura emanates from the palace. Sensing trouble, Jun Moxie ascends a tower and witnesses the Empress' carriage speeding towards the Jun mansion. Pursued by the Emperor's confidant, Mr. Wen, realizing the Empress' arrival would benefit the Jun family, Jun Moxie intercepts, but his distance limits his ability to block Mr. Wen's attack, which fatally wounds the Empress. Mr. Wen attempts to flee, but Jun Moxie's incredible speed allows him to capture and question Wen about the Empress' condition. Jun Moxie's examination reveals the Empress' grave wounds, beyond the healing power of the Universe Tower he possesses. With no other option, Jun Moxie prolongs the Empress' life to enable Yi Ji-Yu-Han to see her one last time. After 18 years of yearning and separation, Yi Ji-Yu-Han rushes to the Empress, unable to contain his guilt and despair at seeing Marang Shushu's weakened state. Marang Shushu, overcome with affection and reluctance, entrusts her daughter, Linger, to Jun Moxie's care and reveals the blood sword sex plot. As Marang Shushu lies dying, Yi Ji-Yu-Han recites a poem expressing his eternal devotion, then severs his own heart and dies in Marang Shushu's arms. Princess Linger faints from grief, contemplating the entwined bodies of Yi Ji-Yu-Han and Marang Shushu. Jun Moxie grasps the profoundness of love. He recalls a haunting ballad recounting the missed connections of past and present lives. Throughout the tempestuous night, emotions and sorrow linger in the air. In immense grief and despair, Jun Moxie laid the bodies of Yi Guhan and Marang Shusho to rest. However, upon examining Ling Meng's injuries, he found her severely wounded in the knees and head. On the brink of death, Jun Moxie performed emergency treatment, stabilizing her condition. Meanwhile, Jun Wu arrived at the scene, witnessing Yi Guhan's death. Understanding the depth of Guhan's love for Shusho, he acknowledged his despair and liberation. Jun Wu ordered the proper preservation of their bodies and requested a large coffin for their joint burial. Driven by grief and rage, Jun Moxie vowed to avenge Yi Guhan and Marang Shusho. He planned to execute the murderer, Wen Kongyu, publicly at the palace gates, torturing him for 9 days and nights. As for the mastermind, Jun Moxie intended to make him wish for death. That night, Jun Moxie led the Jun family and members of Can Tianxi Hun in a covert operation, targeting the 3 camps of the Imperial Guards, the domain of the Shui Jian Tang. They stealthily infiltrated the camps, eliminating the guards. Dongfang Wenqin and Guan Qinghan joined them. witnessing the annihilation of their enemies. Hundreds of Tianxiang Han members guarded the exits, while Jun Moxie, clad in his white robe, vanished into the darkness, unleashing a bloody massacre. As the night deepened, the three camps were razed to the ground, rivers of blood flowing. The first act of Jun family's revenge concluded with overwhelming force. In the camp of the Blood Sword Hall, Jun Moxie and Jun Wuyi clashed in a fierce battle. Jun Wuyi, enraged by recognizing the red-faced traitor who had once betrayed the Shao family, lost his composure and diminished his combat effectiveness. Jun Moxie intervened promptly, trapping both with his double blades and perceiving Jun Wuyi's anomaly. Jun Wuyi revealed that the red-faced man was the culprit who had led the Shao family into the camp, rendering an army of 100,000 men useless. Jun Moxie sensed a conspiracy and decided to execute these traitors directly without further trial. As Jun Moxie and his uncle exited the camp, the battle outside neared its end. Ying Bakong, Feng Wanyan, and other powerful warriors guarded the camp's perimeter, ensuring its safety. Hai Chenfeng and his men were besieging the main camp where the Blood Sword Hall's leader resided. Jun Moxie took notice of two petite figures effortlessly navigating the intense combat, killing their opponents with precision and ruthlessness. He admired their innate talent for assassination but also regretted their troubled past. At this point, the Imperial Guards arrived as reinforcements. However, Jun Moxie held his ground, boldly declaring that the Jun family was there to eliminate traitors and ordering all uninvolved parties to withdraw. Murong Hao, the commander of the Imperial Guards, inquired about their purpose, but Jun Moxie ignored him. Ying Bakong further delineated a deep moat to indicate their inviolability. A purple-clad woman exerted pressure on Murong Hao, forcing him to retreat. Ying Bakong was displeased with Murong Hao's scrutiny. Jun Zhantian's voice echoed, ordering Murong Hao to withdraw his troops. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's wine cup suddenly fell to the ground, his body trembling, his eyes sinister, muttering to himself, "Jun Moxie, you found the Blood Sword Hall." The Emperor suspected the Empress' involvement, because the Empress should have perished in the previous Blood Sword Hall raid. But she survived mysteriously. He was filled with anger and shock, roaring to vent his fear. But soon, he controlled his emotions, hiding the complex feelings in his heart. After daybreak, the Jun family did not seek revenge on the Imperial Palace, making the Emperor anxious. He ascended to the high platform, only to find that the Jun family had set up their platform at the entrance of the palace, with a banner reading "Punishing the Rebels." The Emperor was furious, but Jun Moxie humiliated him as a clown in front of the crowd, which was undoubtedly a great contempt for the imperial authority. Jun Moxie mocked the Emperor without restraint and invited him to drink a cup with him, smashing the wine cup in front of the Emperor as a further provocation. The Emperor trembled with anger, a mouthful of blood rushing to his throat. At this time, former ministers Wen Canyu and others were escorted to the platform, waiting to be executed by a slow and painful death. Jun Moxie revealed their crimes, which included murdering his father, the leader of the White Army. The crowd present was greatly agitated, supporting Jun Moxie's revenge on these enemies. Wen Canyu asked for a dignified death and threatened Jun Moxie with the Supreme Gold City. However, Jun Moxie was not moved and threatened Wen Canyu that if he resisted, his entire family would be executed. Wen Canyu had no choice but to accept his fate of execution by slow and painful death. As the executioner swung his blade, 118 criminals were executed by a slow and painful death, creating a horrifying scene. Jun Moxie used the blood of his enemies to honor the memory of his father and comrades, and the entire Heavenly Fragrance Kingdom mourned. Jun Moxie sadistically decrees a gruesome and lingering death for 108 prisoners, stating that their present suffering is retribution for their past sins, encouraging them to seek revenge in their next lives. On the stage, prisoners are subjected to the excruciating process of lynching, their screams filling the air. Below, Jun Wuhao's former men gather to witness this satisfying act of vengeance. Jun Moxie publicly states that he welcomes the prisoners' revenge in a future life. He mocks Wen Congyu, questioning if he would be reborn as a lowly animal. Wen Congyu, however, glares at Jun Moxie with hatred. Amidst all this, Tang Yuan arrives with his fiancée, Sun Xiaomei, making a bold statement of support for Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie is moved to tears, calling Tang Yuan his good brother. Sun Xiaomei silently supports Tang Yuan's choice, despite the estrangement it causes with her family. During a stormy night, Tang Wanli, the head of the Tang family, arrives and angrily rebukes his grandson, Tang Yuan, for being a wastrel. However, Tang Yuan argues that while his grandfather was a loyal subject to the monarch, he is willing to go through fire and water for his close friend, Jun Moxie. He believes that the bond between Jun Moxie and his other brothers is stronger than familial ties. Tang Wanli leaves in frustration, but he is filled with mixed emotions. He acknowledges that his grandson has finally matured and has his own opinions. At the same time, he is distressed because Tang Yuan's stance is at odds with his own. Meanwhile, the gruesome execution continues. The esteemed martial artist Wen Kongyu is slowly dismembered, sending shivers down the spines of the courtiers. On the following day, an increasing number of unknown individuals gather to observe Wen Kangjia's fate with morbid curiosity. Jun Moxie scoffs at the sight, arguing that the gathering of influential officials in the palace to discuss a solution is futile. For justice does not lie in the hearts of the people, but in the hands of the powerful. If Jun Moxie had remained the fool he once was, how could they hope to achieve justice? Amidst the crowd, an astonishing aura erupted, causing Jun Moxie to narrow his eyes. Subsequently, two figures emerged conspicuously, one of them named Du Ju, who called himself Venerable Ju Lu. Exuding an imposing presence, Du Ju questioned Jun Moxie's identity with indifference, displaying a hint of surprise upon learning that he was someone Venerable Mei valued. He revealed that Wen Kongyu was his subordinate and demanded Jun Moxie's release. Jun Moxie questioned Du Ju's motives, mockingly suggesting that he was merely showing face to his master. Du Ju's expression darkened as he unleashed a formidable pressure, suffocating everyone present. Yingbo Kong and Feng Wanyan stepped forward, preparing to defend, but Du Ju's aura proved overwhelming. His pressure materialized, utilizing the power of heaven and earth in his assault. Jun Moxie feigned weakness, but endured nonetheless. Du Ju increased his pressure, hoping to force the expert behind Jun Moxie to reveal himself. However, Jun Moxie let out a pained groan, the veins in his neck bulging, evidently affected by the oppressive force. Despite the immense pressure, Jun Moxie remained standing, much to Du Ju's surprise and anger. He considered himself sufficiently powerful. Yet why had that expert not emerged? Did he trust his disciples' resilience so implicitly? To curry favor with Jun Moxie, Du Hui used 30 of his power, only to find that Jun Moxie withstood it with ease. Du Hui gradually increased his power to 50 but Jun Moxie still held on, even taunting him. Enraged, Du Hui increased his power to 60, yet still could not make Jun Moxie submit. In Jun Moxie's mind, the Hongjun Pagoda suddenly released spiritual energy on its own, absorbing Du Zhe's pressure and converting it into Jun Moxie's spiritual power, increasing his spiritual growth rate tenfold. Jun Moxie realized this was a rare opportunity to improve, so he pretended to be on the verge of collapse, tricking Du Hui into increasing his power further. Du Zhu increased his power to 80, a level of pressure even venerable class masters would treat with caution. But for Jun Moxie, it was a great tonic. The Hongjun Pagoda absorbed it like crazy, replenishing the spiritual energy he had lost previously. The two of them remained in a stalemate, with Du Hui constantly increasing his power in the hope of making Jun Moxie submit. However, Jun Moxie secretly reveled in absorbing the spiritual energy, and he deliberately groaned in pain to make Du Hui think he was about to give in. In a stalemate, Du Ju was awed but also furious at Jun Moxie's tenacity. When Du Ju elevated his coercion to its limit, Jun Moxie endured the enormous force with the devouring ability of the Hongjun Pagoda. However, Du Ju abruptly cut off the output after realizing his power had gone beyond his control. Bearing the surging coercion, Jun Moxie's meridians nearly buckled, on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, Du Ju retracted at the critical moment. Unbelievably, Jun Moxie was unscathed. This shocked Du Ju, as he had never seen anyone survive his coercion at full force. Jun Moxie cheekily taunted Du Ju for his lack of stamina, enraging Du Ju, who smashed Wen Kongyu on the high platform into pieces with a palm strike. Madness flickered in his eyes, but he restrained himself. Du Ju warned Jun Moxie to behave and declared that he would revisit his master. Then, he left without looking back. Watching Du Ju's retreating figure, Jun Moxie regretfully realized that while his breakthrough was interrupted, he had no way to keep Du Ju. The Hongjun Pagoda absorbed the vast spiritual energy Du Ju had mobilized, enabling Jun Moxie's split the heavens and create the earth art to directly reach the peak of the 4th level. However, his excitement was quickly replaced by disappointment, as he could have used Du Ju's coercion to break through to the 5th level. During a meeting in Tianlin City, the Lord of the Holy Land, Du Ju, and the Deputy Lord Xiao Weikan analyzed their opinions about Jun Moxie. Du Ju stated that their previous intelligence was entirely wrong, as Jun Moxie is not an ordinary aristocrat's son, but an unprecedented genius with the strength of Supreme. Du Ju emphasized that Jun Moxie's monstrosity is his cultivation speed, while Xiao Weikan spent 178 years to reach the same cultivation stage. Jun Moxie only took 18 years, which is exceptional. He estimated that Jun Moxie will reach the venerable realm before the age of 20, surpassing it before 25 and even gaining the strength to destroy the 3 sacred lands before 30. Du Ju noted that Jun Moxie is allied with Venerable Mei of the Heavenly Punishment Clan, which poses a substantial threat to the 3 sacred lands. He stressed that their approach to Jun Moxie must be decisive, giving him no room for a second strike. Xiao Weikan, shocked by Jun Moxie's formidable power, agreed with Du Ju's assessment. Du Ju instructed the intelligence department to monitor Jun Moxie's every move and plan to assemble the 3 sacred lands elite forces on the 2nd day of the 2nd month to take action. Meanwhile, he ordered interference in the mundane world to hinder Jun Moxie's progress, emphasizing targeting Jun Moxie himself while sparing the rest of his family. Du Ju stressed that they would strike Jun Moxie with a thunderous blow when the right moment presents itself. In the aftermath of the 9-day-long execution spectacle, the unregretful army's banner flies high over Heavenly Fragrance City. Despite requests from his court officials to cease this grand display, Sovereign Jun refuses. Determined to fulfill his plan to inter Night and Marong together, he selects the site of the former Night Manor, purchasing it with 2 5 million Thiel silver notes and ordering its demolition. As the Gu family vacates the premises, the manor is reduced to rubble with a thunderous explosion, leaving the drenched Lord Gu thankful for his wise decision. Guarded by the remnant heaven-devouring soul, Sovereign Jun wields earthen light to level the ruins and excavate a tomb. The bronze coffins of Night and Marong are gently lowered, and the tomb swiftly seals. The star-crossed lovers finally laid to rest together in an afterlife. Sovereign Jun stands before the tomb and, with a wave of his hand, a 10-jong stone stele emerges, inscribed with the title Tomb of Deep Affection. Its surface bears his wishes and a stern warning, vowing to protect their eternal peace. Enraged by Sovereign Jun's actions, the Emperor orders the demolition of the Tomb of Deep Affection. The remnant heaven-devouring soul, commanded to defend it, engages in a fierce battle at the city's heart. Despite the Imperial Guard's numbers, they are outmatched by the remnant heaven-devouring soul's formidable formation and suffer heavy casualties. Undeterred, the Emperor summons the Dugu clan to his aid. However, Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi fall inexplicably ill, and the 7 brave brothers mysteriously break their legs, thwarting the Emperor's plans. The Tomb of Deep Affection stands not only as a memorial to Night and Marong but also as a testament to Sovereign Jun's unwavering resolve. He will go to any lengths to safeguard their eternal resting place, ensuring their legend lives on in the annals of history.